Welcome everybody to the PPC Malta main event final day. The moment is upon us. We will be crowning our champion a little later today, but for now, we've still to reach the final table. Anyone who's watching yesterday, be aware that I think we planned to come up with 16. I believe there are 15 remaining. And this is our first feature table of the day. You see the stack's relatively short there. Well, everyone, bar Massimo Rossi, below 30 big blinds, and well, what 4 of the players sub 20. So I'd imagine we will see some early bust outs as we get closer towards that final table. And I'm very happy to say that joining me to call the early part of this action is none other than Mr. Jack Sinclair. How are we doing, Jack?
The one and only.
The one and only.
Thank you very much for that lovely intro. It's very out of character for you.
Well, I was going to introduce you as the second best finisher at the World Series main event, named Jack from the UK, but I thought I'd be nice to you instead.
Wow. You were digging through the archives for that one.
It wasn't. I didn't have to go too far because we saw the better Jack.
Wow.
Earlier this week in this stream, so you know.
Oh yeah.
Look at that, guys! I'm teasing him already.
Who is that then? Is that Hardcastle?
Jack Oliver, right?
Jack Oliver. Who's that?
He came third last year, I believe.
Oh yeah.
No one kind of knew anything about it. Well,
the online one? Or
no. The November World Series, wasn't it?
Oh, the one that Korai won.
Yeah.
I saw that Korai won it. Oh yeah, no, there was a Jack dude. Yeah. No, you're right. Okay, fair.
I think he
got
third.
Good job.
And I'm only teasing the main event didn't count, only because, you know, not all of us to get there.
Yeah, we didn't make it, so it doesn't count.
Doesn't count.
So still 15 left. Is this? Are we running behind schedule here?
Yeah, there was a change in the order of play yesterday, and they decided to stop at 16. I think they got down to 15 as it happened, and wow, we're back at 40-80. I'm not quite sure how long's left on the level.
All right.
And I remember yesterday at some point, Christian coming over and announcing to the table the sort of way things were going to go, and I do gather that once you reach the final table, the levels will increase to an hour, currently at 40 minutes. What it means, though, Jack, is we've got, well, a lot of short stacks.
That is quite often the way. With 40-minute levels and the main event, yeah, it's gonna be a lot of people hanging on.
Here's the man with the most, Rossi, King 10-0 in the hijack. It's a good time to have the chip lead, Jack.
When is there a bad time?
Well, precisely.
But yeah, right now you can just go pretty ham.
And this is how easy it is. He can raise less than the min. That's how easy it is.
Wowza.
It was 40-80, I believe, but it must be 30-60 because no one's picked up on it at the table.
I mean, that looks like he's got 35 in front of him, hasn't he? Or
yeah. The pinks are the 25k chips. I think it must be 30-60, and they raised the ones. Yeah, it's been called. Well, with a mystery hand for now.
But we know what the button has.
Yeah, the 10s and 3s are not very live in this one. Here we go. Petroluzzi. Ooh, feeding with the 5 Dewey.
5 deuce suited. Some argument to folding this pre-flop. I don't really know what the payouts are looking like or how everyone's playing. I mean, I would normally defend it, but if there's a pay jump coming up and you're against chip leader on this kind of dicey stack depth, could argue for it. But the King 10 just lets him show down. Seems like King 10 has to bluff at some point there. 4 hearts, 1 liner straight, and you just have King high. Seems hard to show that down.
Yeah. Optimistic.
Optimistic, yeah. That's just 2 hippos on a bicycle.
There we go. There we go. The hippo enthusiast. Jack Sinclair in the house.
Call back to previous stream.
Yeah. How are we all doing? My wonderful, wonderful chat. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. It's early days. Lombardo. Ace 8 suited under the gun. So suddenly, if we're playing 30-60, a lot of these stacks look a bit healthier. This man with 30 big blinds instead of us.
Quick maths. Instead of?
What's that, sorry?
Instead of
like 22, 23.
If it was 80 and he's got 1.8, yeah, something like that. 23. Okay, Rossi with the ambitious flat, which I don't mind.
Bella.
I think Jack 7 suited mostly. I want a 3-bet here though. But save some chips this time.
Gudgeon. Yes.
I mean, Gudgeon should have a pretty easy fold here, given the action. We've got 2 early position players and then a shove from cutoff. It's
a shove from a stack with no fold equity is always a bit scary, isn't it?
Yeah, although in this situation, I guess he does have some fold equity. Lombardo is kind of squeezed. He doesn't, he's got the guy behind to worry about. And Rossi is, well,
of course,
really flatting very wide.
I was tricked myself again by the, I was thinking it was 9 big blinds, but it's 12 big blinds. I've got to get my head out at 40-80.
Makes a big difference. I think even with 9 big blinds, you could get 2 folds here. I mean, he's not going to perceive himself to have much fold equity with 9, but it's...
Beautiful pickup.
Yeah, love to see that.
Start to the day for the Bella.
Is that Patrick with you, James? Nope. You got an upgrade.
It is Mr. Jack Sinclair. Jack's incredible. And as we got some money on the table here? Okay, so balancing must mean we're down to 14. That's how clued up I am, Jack.
Good maths, James. Good maths.
Count. Basilic, Playco, good afternoon. Hello to both of you. Welcome. We're in for the fun portion. Final day in the main event. 81k up top. Who's going to get it?
That's tasty. So 1k buy-in, yes?
500.
500. Woof.
Mm.
That is a nice top prize.
Certainly is. 848 entries. Needed 1,000 to hit the guarantee, so a nice overlaid prize pool, Jack, which is, you know, every player's favorite thing. A little bit of overlay.
All right, that was very, very ambitious tournament then, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Judging limping from the small Hutchins. In the big. Puts his man to the test.
Please.
14 remain. PPC Malta. They're chasing that trophy. They're chasing the 81k. I believe everyone currently guaranteed 4,500. So big difference, as you would expect, between finishing the last two tables, Jack. Always a grueling one, and getting yourself towards the top of the pile.
Yeah, most days you like 4.5k, but I think on this day you would be pretty sad with it.
Early.
He's looking at us.
Yeah, he's. What's he thinking here with the Jack 9-0?
He's giving us the stare down. Is that him? I think that's the guy before him.
It must be.
Based on the picture. Yeah. This is
yep,
good Jim.
There we go.
Oh, Brit.
There we go.
Oh, two Brits.
Yeah.
Two Brits right next to each other. Come on, the lads. Any Maltese players still in the mix?
That I am not sure on. Let's see if I can find that out for you. These boys play out the 8-6 deuce flop. Raising the chip leaders big blind, with Jack 9-0.
Yeah, this is ambitious. I can understand it based on the way Rossi played the King 10 previously. Obviously, Petruzzelli didn't see that hand, but if the chip leader's been playing that sort of style for a long time, then maybe you think that you can raise and get pots through post flop. But you've put yourself in an awkward spot now. He's got $1 million. There's 500k in the pot. You got a gutter and a weak flush draw. You got a weak gutter, a weak flush draw, and Jack high. Kind of seems like a mandatory triple off. But then, you're going to be walking off out of the tournament saying, "Well, hang on a minute. I just raised Jack 9 off, cheeky little raise, and now I'm busto." This is something that happens to me frequently.
All too often.
Doesn't make it bad. It's just very high variance. And Rossi almost beat him into the pot with this call.
Wow. No fear. The man with king high. Ooh.
Is he going to find the triple here? That's the question. This is what you call mandatory blow up hand. Like once this flop and turn river comes, if they have you beat here, it's just game over.
Can he find the jam?
People do have a tendency to not
Surrender?
find it. Yeah. I think this guy though. I get the feeling he's going to go for it. I think he knows. I think he knows he has to.
And I like the fact if he does jack that he's taking a bit of time over it because I think it's
It's good to think.
Yeah.
Now, if he bet, I'm not sure I like it if he doesn't go all in. I think he has to go all in here, or at least, yeah. This is like a block sizing or something.
Yeah,
This
pretty
is...
small. It's gone like.
Yeah, I mean, it might work.
I think his stack size is way off.
Oh, okay, yeah, that must be
because he's got those pings for 25k each. He's got a million of those. He's got a few 100k chips there as well. So suddenly the open with the chat 9 makes a little bit more sense. He's one of the big stacks. Yeah, you can see he's got what 1.3 behind, 1.4 something like that behind that. So yeah, apologies there. That's the.
Now Rossi actually has a nice hand to check shove here, but I don't think he's considered that option. Yeah. Okay. Well, nice hand by Petruzetti.
Lines up. We are not playing the level 40, 80.
Oh, there you go. We went far off the 40-80 level to start the day. We reached it now.
Right.
Right, Jack, so they're gonna make us work hard. We've got to count the stacks with our eyes.
Something I should be good at.
It's good practice.
Yeah, if you had Patrick here, you'd have no hope.
You'd be like, "Where's the BB button?"
Yeah.
Just And most of these other stacks seem like they're about right. I'm looking at Hutchins here. 2.2 seems about the number looking at that.
Yep. I would say so. That looks about 2 mil.
That's all right. Maybe
That guy's got like 1.5 or so.
Raise 165. Fold.
Oh, an Argentinian.
Argentinian who's moved all in with the 2-8s over the open. Look down the 2-8s and the button starts asking how many have you got. You're like, yep, come on, pal, let's go. All right, Mad Madge just won the 1250 ticket for tonight now for the 22. Don't forget, guys, if you want to get tickets, you don't have to win them. You can just buy them using your channel points. And in fact, Jack, I've just hit a lovely little milestone. I've just crept past 44,000 points, which means I can buy 2 $22 tickets. Of course, only buy one a day. So, but
you can only buy one a day.
You can only buy one a day. They're very stingy. You know.
Can you use them on spin and goes? Or what do you call them? Spins?
That I don't know. I have to defer that to the to the guys in the chat who've been using them.
Is there like a 22 supersonic? Does that exist?
235.
You're getting.
Come on, James.
You're getting eager, aren't you?
I need this info. This is important.
You want to get spinning. So Rossi from the button. 3xing or there near enough. I think that takes away indecision for DeBella here with the king 6 off.
Not going to stop him making a meal out of it.
No. So Mamaj saying that all the tickets are for the Legends events on Party. So I don't think you can spin them away, I'm afraid, Jack.
Okay. But then you can win Legend of the Week, right? And win another $22 ticket. And the cycle repeats.
There we go.
Actually, that promotion is sick. My roommate won Legend of the Week. He got like a 500 ticket and
Oh yeah,
some other thing. Yeah, it was kind of a nuts payout just for playing your regular tournaments and winning.
it's always fun to win.
It's nice to win. It's nice to be rewarded for winning.
Yeah.
Like I always think they should do the opposite.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Like,
Who's done the most this week?
yeah, who played the Legends thing every single day and didn't cash once? Here's a 500 ticket.
Yeah.
That's who we want in the 500 games.
Yeah. The person who's won the most is not exactly in need of it, but there we go.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Barbin redeeming a ticket. Have at it. Kid, have at it. Lenny, welcome back. Wants you to win. I do gather you is still in action on the other table. And I'm with you. You was the man yesterday. Taking them to the pain cave he was, Jack.
Oh yeah,
He was just 3-bet clicking them. They didn't know what to do. There's all sorts going on.
nice. Was that the Chinese player?
Yeah. Sander asking, is Wout still in? Yes, I gather on the other table as well. Hutchins. Last race didn't get through. I'm going to try again here with 8-9 suited from +1. Remember, we're playing 7-handed. 14 remain from the 848 entries. And Rossi's delayed, Jack. He's got to mix it up.
He's showing the tats.
Intimidate them.
Intimidation stuff. I'm not sure about this raise 8-9 suited. A lot of reshove stacks behind. Opening is the chip leader. Early position, you're not that deep. It's just like not a fantastic hand. But he's found a good moment for it because everyone has garbage.
Mm.
But in general, you want to be careful with these suited connectors. If you're going to get reshoved on a lot, you'd rather have King 10 off than 9-8 suited. Ace 8 off is good. But it might still be fine. Just keep it. Well, that's a good flop.
Oh, it's even better because Petru's early in the big. Catches a rather large piece in top pair. Here we go. Jack, favor kind of larger sizing on this kind of texture?
Yeah, I think this sort of SPR half pot seems good.
But 150.
It's gone for a third, I think.
Yeah, I think a lot of players just bet 1/3 always, and that's just that's their strat, which I think is fine. Saves mental resources.
Don't want to get worn out now. Well, Petrozelli with top
I mean,
pair.
look, that is a legitimate, reason to do something.
Oh,
So-
wow. That's the biggest turn card in the deck. 2 pair for
Wow.
Petrozelli. The flush draw for Hutchins to go with the joint.
He's now got the super straight,
The super straight indeed.
and the 6 is a brick as well. Well, and it's a brick in that it doesn't change
Right.
anything on the board. Obviously, brings another flush draw, so it's not a true brick, but
It's about as bricky as it gets on a Jack 7-10 with a flush draw, isn't it? You look at the cards under a 7 that aren't a club or a spade. It's
yeah. That's what you get for calling a raised pot with Jack 6 off. Yeah, I should have said that not in love with the defend either. Versus early position open, someone who should be playing relatively tight. Jack 6 off just normally going to be a fold. But I get the impression Petrozelli didn't come here to fold.
well, we were seeing the Jack 9 triple off. Now he's in there. Maybe just likes the offsuit Jack combos.
Yeah, well, I mean, don't we all?
Speaking to the wrong man to find criticism in that. 355. With that. Is that about half pot?
Something like that. Yeah, this looks too small.
Yeah, I was going to say, this kind of texture. I feel like we just go bigger, don't we?
This guy's like a statue. I thought the stream had frozen. Had to look at the British guy blinking to make sure.
I mean, does he just rip here? Is that...
I mean, it's got to be tempting. Half pot is...
So many draws out there.
Yeah.
A lot of... You know, if Hutchins has got an overpair, he's going to be scared by a lot of rivers.
Yeah, I imagine an overpair would have bet bigger for sure.
Wow.
Turn.
The backdoor flush gets there. Hutchins improves from the nuts to a flush. But a pretty bad looking card, I guess, if you're Petrozelli. I mean, like we just said, some of the combos that continue there. Maybe spades.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's a
even like
terrible card. I mean,
King.
for Hutchins to be bluffing, he now needs to have King 8, King 9 of clubs or another suit.
Yeah.
Or he has to bluff now with a 10 somehow, but that seems unlikely. Yeah. Or he's just gone for the mad one with 8s or 9s with a club or spade, or maybe both. I mean, these are possible, but they're quite unlikely for your average, 550 player deep in a main event.
With 14,
you're not going to see the King 8 suited of King 8 of diamonds triple off here very often. And he's also not going to he's not really jamming worse for value here either.
Right.
He doesn't open 10-7, probably. Probably doesn't open 7-6. And if he does, he might check back flop.
Yeah, I was going to say. And Jack 10's probably just going to check here, isn't it, given the situation?
Well, Jack 10 beats you as well, so...
Of course.
That doesn't help.
I'm being slow here.
So,
it's early, Jack. It's early.
Yeah, he's for sure checking ace, queen, ace, king here, I think.
Yeah.
Although, that's one question maybe sometimes people feel a bit weak if they hit that on the river and check back, but I think it should be a pretty obvious check back. Not going to get value from worse.
600 into 1.4.
Yeah, I don't like the way Hutchins has sized this hand on every street, basically. I don't mind the small c-bet, but once you do that, you've got to bet big turn and jam river.
Right.
I mean, not getting... If Petrozze has 2-pair, as he does, and is calling, then you really got to get the full double here.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would have much rather seen a much bigger turn sizing there. Obviously, Hutchins is, for want of a better word, a little unlucky with this river. It's a bad one for action. Nonetheless, there were a lot of bad ones.
Yeah, all the more reason to bet bigger on turn.
Yeah, exactly that. A lot of Schreiber's fans in the chat, they're saying we want to see him. I'm sure you'll be seeing him on the final by the reports in the chat that he's recently doubled up. Just got to hope he holds on, boys and girls. Your hero will be here, no doubt. I mean, with this sizing, Jack, I mean, can we ever convince ourselves that maybe he is betting like River Ace King?
Nice fold. I was going to say, it's funny that by making this sort of weird sizing choices, like he might get paid off when the Jack-6 may have found a fold for the whole stack. But as it is, Jack-6 just folds anyway. So the sizing choice switches back to not being so great, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just he doesn't have enough bluffs there. I think the Jack-6 makes a good fold on the river. I wouldn't mind a check shove on the turn from Jack-6, but like I say, I think the overpair is probably bet bigger on the turn. Half pot seems like almost kind of more polarizing than a big bet, strangely.
Yeah, because the big bet can have those strong one pairs, right? That's going to check back some rivers, whereas that smaller bet just...
Yeah, I mean, the smaller bet kind of doesn't, in theory, doesn't make sense with almost any hand. Maybe just like, complete nothing. Maybe King 8 of diamonds. So check shoving against that isn't helping so much because you're not folding them off much equity. Yeah, also slight tell from Hutchins. He did look very relaxed on the river after he bet. We didn't really get to see much of him, but it cut to him quickly, and he was shuffling chips, sort of like moving a bit.
Right.
I would expect, to be bluffing there. I would expect a lot more tension. Him to sort of be a bit more rigid, a bit, less. I don't know. Hard to express it in words, but
No, he looked
quite fluid.
Yeah. That's a big thing I always say to people when they talk about, tells and like... No, I'm talking about people who, have very little experience of poker at all. But I'm always like, it's not... You don't get tells like you see in the movies, where the guy scratches his ear when he's got a good hand. It's more exactly that, like someone's overall kind of comfort level. If someone just looks smooth, like you say, fluid and relaxed, it's very unlikely they're pulling a big bluff.
Yeah, well, unless they're like a long time high roller boss.
Right. Yeah.
You don't want to make this read against Justin Bonham or whatever. Right. He's gonna look pretty relaxed no matter how significant the pot is. But maybe he gets rigid when he's bluffing on the river on the bubble in $1 million buy-in. But probably we're not going to get many opportunities to make that read.
Probably not.
But when you're final two tables in a 1K, it really pays to pay attention to stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, especially now, I'm not going on a limb. I don't know anything about Hutchins. I don't know what his experience is in playing live poker. Maybe he has had enough where he would look comfortable in these spots bluffing, but who knows? Just trying to... Yeah, so it's Ollie Hutchins. So I'm just looking. So just, again, this could be relevant, but on that point, this is someone who, according to Hennemob, has got 25k in live earnings. So probably not someone who's had too many of these experiences deep in big events live. Of course, may have oodles of experience of playing cash games live and therefore be comfortable running these spots. But I think, like you say, Jack, if someone's got a little bit inexperience, comfort is certainly a bit of a clue. And it's develop. I'm going to try and sneak one through, but against a big blind that... Oh, hang on. Pardon me. He's gone for the weird sort of size, Jack. 4 and a bit X off the 15 big blind stack.
I like this a lot, actually. I do this sometimes. The thing is, when you don't really want to go all in under the gun. Imagine if it goes all in behind you in the next 2 seats. Kind of wish you had min raised, but then when you min raise and you get 2 calls or whatever and break the flop, you feel like you should have shoved. So this is kind of like the middle ground. You make it 3.5 big blinds or something. No one calls. They play against you as if it's all in.
Right.
But if 2 people go all in, you just fold. And depending on the action, you can find a fold later. If someone calls and then comes like a really bad flop, or just keeps your options open a little, but doesn't have the downside of min raising.
Right.
That you then have to play a post flop pot very often.
Yeah, I like it.
So it's a nice play. There's all kinds of sizes you can use off these short stacks. Sometimes you just raise half your stack. Sometimes you make it 3.5 bigs or 15, and so there's all things in between. I haven't quite refined the theory to where I know exactly what size I want to make it at all times, but it's more of an art than a science.
Right, and we see that certainly the sort of the half stack thing a lot on finals, don't you? Where you've got the serious ITM considerations, whereby those 2 all-ins behind can be worth so many binds.
Yeah, sure.
Very incentivized to fold. All right, Kildash in the chat. I'll allow that one spoiler, but no more. Saying in real time they've reached the final and Wout has made it. So the Wout fans will be happy. And they get to see their man on the final. A train enthusiast.
You like trains, Dempsey?
Who doesn't?
I'm kind of indifferent.
Indifferent to trains? Wash your mouth out. Yeah, Cinemas, the live stream is behind. For obvious reasons, we're behind, but we're behind by about an hour, I believe. I don't know how close these guys were to starting on time today. Jack, it seems weird, that doesn't it? The deeper you get into a live event, the less tardy it becomes. I always feel.
The less tardy.
Yeah, people just... Finals always seem to start a bit late. Last 2 tables always start a bit late, but when you've got hundreds of players, they all manage to rock up on time.
Wouldn't that be more tardy, or is my grasp of the English language not?
Maybe
not
mine.
Don't you say sorry for my tardiness when you're late?
Yeah. Or my lack of... Right.
I don't want to get into a big discussion about it. Anyway, you're saying it...
Very early in the day for me.
You're 1 hour behind me, right?
Yeah, but it's early still, you know.
It's half one in the afternoon.
Yeah, I'm not used to this, working in daylight What's going on?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It is
of course you're
strange.
right.
Anyway, you think that they get more relaxed with the timings as it goes on?
I think it's more the organization and I think it's more like production stuff around the sort of tables and getting information from players and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's quite often that sort of thing, like a
Yeah.
break. You come back from break and they're counting someone's chips or
Yeah.
doing a color up and fiddling with things.
Yeah. But also it's like, yeah, players going on a dinner break on a final. It's not like they're going to start if someone's not back yet. They're always going to give them a few minutes grace. Just seems to be that way.
Yeah, I've never tested that theory actually. In general, everyone is quite keen to be back on time when it's final table.
I rocked up. It was like a semi. Well, I turned up late for a final table once. Partly like just mainly because, well, we got there on time, but I was with the boys and wanted to get some beers for the rail, so we went to the thing to get the beers, and it was taking a bit of time. But I also thought it's going to be like I thought it might a bit of mind games if I turn up. If I'm not there at the start of the final, they might be thinking, "Oh, where is he?" Like maybe I was, just getting people's heads.
Right.
I might have overthought it a little bit, Jack. I'm not going to lie, but
So they started without you.
they start with that, but you turn up like a hand or two late, and then you're just like, yeah, I don't really care about this. The final's no big deal for me, kind of thing. Put them in their place.
Right, but in a way, the joke's on you because they know the final is a big deal for you, and you missed 2 hands.
But I wanted to come in with the boys with all their beers. I didn't want them going thirsty.
It must be nice to have a rail. Never had one of those, so I wouldn't know.
This is the man who made the World Series final, eh?
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I did have a rail then, but they didn't have any beers.
No beers, eh?
So this is an interesting hand. It's check, flop, and then DeBella's bet his nothing from the big blind, and Rossi's called with nothing from the button.
I mean, what we've seen...
And he's going to just win. He's just going to win with Queen High. I love it. Or is he going to try and bluff now?
Well,
I mean, I kind of like showing down Queen High. I mean, what?
Yeah, just let them know you're the boss.
Anything that beats you is probably going to call here, except for Queen Jack.
Right, and then we've got the Queen of Clubs as well. So it's...
Yeah, I mean, but Queen Jack seems like a nonsensical turn bet. Of course, DeBella has a reasonably nonsensical turn bet, but yeah, betting Queen 10 here it's just making worse hands fold, which I guess if you didn't want to show it down can make some sense, but I think you want to show this one down. Just be like, hey, don't try nothing. I know when I'm good. And it kind of makes the turn call really, really good. I quite like the turn call the more I think about it. I mean, look how many bluffs are available. 4, 5, 5, 7, clubs, 7, 8, 8, 10. I mean, it's just a plethora.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's a little unfortunate having both the Queen of Clubs and a 10 in my hand, but at the same time, there are so many options for bluffs. I quite like this. This guy's he's splashing around, but he seems like he's tricky to play with. I mean, he made that call with the King Jack, didn't he, against Petruzzi? Obviously, he ended up losing on the run out when facing the third bullet. But even then, he tanked. It wasn't like
Yeah, he didn't want to fold.
King High.
Okay, well, we're going to see 5 here.
Certainly are. Brit on Brit action.
Hate to see it.
10,000. I call 710,000.
700k the jam. Hutchins makes the call, leaving 1.9 behind.
Yeah, definitely the prudent option. You don't want to put any more chips in this.
Mm-hmm.
someone jams behind you, have an easy fold.
Right, and obviously it goes without saying you just play the entire range you continue with here as a call, right? I presume.
I mean, you can argue for jamming some
Like
hands, ace king, nines sort of thing. It's not that difficult to play two ranges here. You just, as long as you flat aces,
Right, then
then
you're safe.
it's not. Yeah, you're pretty much okay. You don't have to worry about people going after your flatting range.
Call. Thank you, sir.
Well, it will be just the two of them. Bettini looking at 8 deuce off.
It's a good old-fashioned flip. I feel like the sixes are going to hold.
No red cards between them. We see it in the flop. Well, there's flush draws. Oh, hello. 6 on the flop, but a gutter for Hutchins.
Yeah, now I don't feel so good about it. I think they're cool.
No, I think he doesn't mind. Oh, wow. There it is on the turn. Ridiculous run out so far, but
Do we think it's coming?
not dead
I
yet.
don't. I'm not feeling the resuck. The re-resuck.
Oh,
it
there
is.
it is. There it is. That's one for the TV, isn't it? Flop the set. Go
Oh, he
behind
thinks
on the
he's
turn.
busted.
No, I think he's just relieved, isn't he?
He's sick.
I hope he knows he's in.
You can't believe it.
Yeah, that feels like something funny, isn't it? If you just got it in the sixes and it ran out clean, you'd have far less emotion than that. You see the
Sure.
set on the flop, you think you're done, then you realise they got a gut shot, then they hit it, then you hit. It's what we're talking earlier. You know that mental toil, the torture.
That's why you just see bet small.
So much fun.
The emotions.
Wow. Turn. Wow. Wow.
You never like flopping a set when you're all in that spot. Just feels like too good, you know.
It's got better than sixes.
Whoa, ooh. Okay.
Yeah, it's the old just double it up, just chill out for a minute, you know.
Take a hand off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think seven's too good to fold there.
Hutchins.
Can sometimes fold sevens off 20 bigs, like on a final table, but
I think actually, yeah, he's a little bit more even, isn't he? Because where we had the wrong blinds right at the start of the day, then the stacks were slightly out, so he had a little bit more than that, and then he doubled. So
right.
yeah, definitely over 20 bigs. But hey ho, he lets it go. Action now round to Bridges early.
Don't think he's going to fold this combo.
No, he hasn't really folded anything in that big blind. Then a jack six off last time. These two played out of hand. A very good fold on the river with two pair. Hutchins flipping a flush draw this time. And up against Queen High.
Yeah, I imagine this will just be a small C bet and a fold.
Right, big blind gets to have a lot this board, but the nut flush draw more than enough, you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely check back a lot of hands here, but nut flush draw is just so strong. You pretty much always want to bet it. You can call a check raise. So there's no real fear in betting this kind of hand. Like you could check back, a few of them. Ace King of clubs would be a contender,
Right.
just because it blocks the dominated flush draw that check raises you the most
Okay.
with the king. So that sort of makes it more of a check back, and also it retains its high card equity.
Hello.
Okay, well, this guy really doesn't like folding.
Hello. $380. Options, Jack.
Well, he can call or raise. I would not fold.
What would your preference be here?
I mean, in general, I would call. It looks like too much behind to shove here. And you're dominating some draws, as I said, and still have ace high, two good overs. I feel like jamming is kind of overplaying it a bit. You don't want to jam and get him to fold queen 10 of clubs or 6-7 with a club. 6-7 with a club, and then you hit a flush on the turn, and then he blasts off into you. Just a lot of good things work out if you flat here.
Not been the best start.
You can shove here if you have like Jack 10 of clubs, then
Okay.
you get, it kind of makes some more sense. But even then, it does seem like a lot, and I think you're most, like, you probably just don't do that much shoving here in general.
He shoves, which is early,
Yeah.
with a swift fold. Yeah, I'm with you. Maybe perhaps missed opportunity there.
Thank you, sir.
But then it's a little easier. Just if you've got a guy who's check raising loads, you can rip it in there, make your life easy. He's keeping the cards as well. I like that. He likes those ones.
Yeah, doesn't want to fold the. I'm always unsure if that's a real tell or not.
Let's see. They're not going to notice that he's still got the cards.
Oh no!
The next cards are coming out.
There he goes.
Oh, he gave him
yeah,
up just in time. Oh, I wanted to see some like real big issue there procedurally, like the cards come out and there's action, and he's got 4 cards. And I wanted to see some carnage. $14 remain. Everyone guaranteed 4.5k. We are playing down to a winner. First prize. We'll take away 81,000 euros. Quite chunky gaps at the business end. This 81k for the winner, 51 for second, 31 for third. Big old hops at the end.
Yeah, that's pretty top heavy. Well, second is getting a decent amount. Oh wow! And the next pay jump is the next 2 pay jumps are pretty worthless.
Yeah.
In comparison, I think this is quite a common mistake people make, is to like play very tight final 2 tables to make the final when you're 14 left and the next significant pay jump is from 9th to 8th.
Yeah.
Like it just you gotta play to accumulate at this point.
So for those not looking at the balance, it's 4.5 now. 10th, 11th, and 12th get 5k. 9th gets 5,400. 8th gets 8,000. So
yeah, I mean the pay jump from not making the final table to making the final table is minuscule. I mean it's less than the next one. It's less than the one to get to 12.
yeah.
So playing tight now just makes no sense. I mean it makes some sense, but it's there's not really a strong ICM argument to playing tight now.
Yeah, I was just having a look here whilst you were talking. I was checking out your World Series main final, because that's always got that. That tends to have some really chunky jumps, and I was seeing here yours did, didn't it? It's like 12th was 530, and then 9th's $1 million.
Yeah, so in the World Series main, the final table bubble is always very big. They want to pay everyone $1 million, basically, that makes the final table. So depending on how many players it gets, the jump from 10th to 9th can be very big.
Yeah. I also remember
So-
that yours wasn't a November 9 year, was it?
No, it was 2 days after day 7.
Yeah. But I mean, that was used to carry its own chunk of equity as well, didn't it? And people
Right, yeah, because you could like,
just swan
Yeah,
around
there's
the world as a sponsored pro with someone and play a whole bunch of events.
yeah.
Now people just wouldn't really remember for the most part.
Yeah, they don't even recognize me.
There's the hippo guy, DiBella, ripping this in with who knows what.
With 2 cards.
And Bettini, I assume has followed the Jack Sinclair diamonds, and now we're with Petruzzi, who's doing some stock taking. Looks like he's got 1.5 left. Those towers of pink worth $500,000 each, and then those silver grey chips are the 100Ks.
It's great. We don't know what anyone has because we're not. This isn't Bettini.
No.
Bettini's already folded, so no idea what.
Ah.
Oh, yeah, the ace queen suited.
Wow. Ooh.
That
That seems a bit
tight.
Yeah.
That's very tight. Rossi has not been tight in the slightest raising.
And
Bella could be tight, but even if he is, it's
well, we've seen him. I mean, we've seen obviously play that hand that we bluff posts and things, but he's definitely jammed a couple of times. He's not someone I'm thinking, right? Okay, he put the squeeze jam in, didn't he, before when Rossi flat the middle?
yeah,
Jammed
that's
for
right.
12 bigs. So I mean, like obviously we had tens there, but you're not thinking this is a guy who's like scared to bust and is super tight when he's 3-bet jamming necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, even if he's tight, his range is still going to have ace jack suited and ace 10 suited probably, and
Yeah.
7s, maybe 6s. So
He shows a king, was it?
looks like it. Yeah, I would.
Now,
not-
now you're happy folding. Like, yeah. If a guy's 3-bet jammed and wants to show a king, I'm like, all right, I don't feel too bad about folding the ace queen.
Could I king queen?
He could have
King
done.
queen suited. Yeah,
That's
no,
what he did,
I
'cause I think if he's got ace king, he just shows it, didn't he? Like, don't worry, boys, I had it. I'm not messing around.
yeah, they tend to show ace king. Just as a general rule, like ace king seems to be the most showed hand.
Well, here we have it. Massimo Rossi. 3 million chips. But the story is more the bottom 4. All sub 20. And Bettini, the shortest, just 12 blinds. We are trying to make our way down to the final table right now, guys. It's a step on the way to crowning our champion.
When you see your card, cuando se van las cartas, ¿vale? Del medio,
No, we still play
¿ok? Si es posible, porque en medio está el chip.
40-80.
Aquí estamos cambiando la baraja. You understand me? ¿Ok? Para ver las cartas, if you see your card, ¿ok? Know in the center of the card before or that one or that one. If you put the finger in the side, the chip is broken. Okay?
Claro che sì, parla spagnolo e poi parla inglese e poi parla italiano.
Well, something going on, Jack. They're figuring it out.
Maybe they're recounting the stacks, or
I think it was something to do with the cards. I think someone was obviously in the box. We just saw that last turn. I think they're just getting having it explained.
Yes, ace of spades, not ace of clubs. Yeah? Well, what did you have? I can say because we're on stream.
13 left.
I had the 8-9 of spades
They're discussing at hand.
8-9 on spade.
on the hand against big one against him. Yeah.
Makes sense.
8-9 of spades. Yes. Wow. Massive.
Lucky ace.
Oh, that's a great fold then. Oh, that sucks, man.
There we go. It's funny how poker is, isn't it? He won the pot, he's now going, oh, that sucks. And the person who lost the pot is now happy. Petruzzelli down to about 1.5 million. 40-80, so just over 20 bigs. And, well, no signs of slowing down. Likes to play the hands. Oh, sounds like someone just took a beat somewhere else.
Hai capito? Ieri due così ne hai vinti. È quello di K-Jack non sono gradi il colpo di destra che ha preso. Oh, un grande buio puoi lasciare ogni tanto, no?
Vedo che tu non ne molli uno, 5-2 metti. E poi mi dici a me che non mollo un grande buio.
Effettivamente ha ragione.
Perciò, speriamo di...
Classic battle. Oh my word! This is how you get the big stacks, I guess.
Well, he's not. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he check calls here. Maybe Petruzzelli could go for it.
10-7 versus 10-7. One of them flops the flush. $600k in the pot, I guess says. Petruzzelli has a few more chips than the graphics suggest there. You see he's got over 1 million in pinks and a few of those 100k chips. But is he going to start digging himself another hole?
That looks like a check raise. This hand's over. Tiny check raise.
Not ace jack, I guess. No. If you fold ace jack, then you're a wizard. You're a magician if you do that.
Second spot, you had the overthink.
Clubs. I shouldn't have raised. That was a mistake. I should just. Yeah, that's why I should call. Oh well.
Continue 13-handed in Portomaso Casino here in Malta for the PPC main event.
Halfway through this tranche.
Exactly.
Of play.
Exactly. I was using it yesterday. It's the way. It's the future.
The one piece of jargon the poker world didn't have.
It's about time I gave something back. Is that a limp from Hutchins on the
I
button?
believe it is a limp.
Oh, okay, so we're up to. Oh, I see. We're up to 50-100, are we? He's limping off 24.
Million.
2.5, roughly.
Non vedevo la fila quella che c'è scritto.
Rossi. Yes, complete with 9-7. Does Cirilla know he's in this hand?
2.3.
It's on you.
Could fold.
It could, Can't lose what you don't put in the middle. But when it's free to see,
That's the thing. Limping is much more effective live because sometimes the big blind just folds.
Ooh. It's interesting. Rossi with top pair, Hutchins with the gutter to the wheel and the nut flush draw. This could develop quite nicely for Hutchins, especially as Rossi has a club.
Well, it could also work out very well for Rossi. Hutchins can't fold until the river, so...
Either way, we're going to see a pot, Jack.
That's true.
$850,000 chips.
But yeah, when you limp the button live, it's important to use a big chip. Just throw in one big chip. You can announce call, so the dealer doesn't announce it after you. That's quite important, because if you just throw in a chip without saying anything, people are quite watchful of that. They're like, wait, that's a limp. He didn't raise. You know, they love to catch you accidentally limping.
So what you don't want is when you limp, you don't want it to be an accidental limp.
Well, yeah, I mean, unless you want to make it look like an accidental limp,
There we go.
which is a different thing entirely. What I'm saying is sometimes if you just limp with a big chip, the big blind will just fold without looking.
I see what you mean. They're not paying attention. They look down, think, oh, he's just...
Yeah, exactly.
300k bet on the turn. Once again from Rossi, the top pair. Hutchins makes the call. 1.5 million chips now in this pot. And bingo on the end for Hutchins. Oh, what a feeling that is, Jack. You just made the nuts on the river in a big pot. In a big tournament.
Doesn't feel quite as good as when your opponent starts counting out a bet.
Yeah, when they swiftly check, it's a little demoralizing. But
the fast check is not what you were hoping for, but you know, we still take it.
We've seen Rossi be very cool happy though. And Jack, he's got 9 of clubs and the flop top pair.
Yeah, I'd be looking for a nice chunky value bet here. Like in theory, this hand probably likes to just go all in, but in practice, I think that's probably forcing a fold too often. Rossi it seems a lot like he has a 7,
right?
Or nothing. So I think you just want to bet
very
against
small.
the 7.
That's
That's way too small.
Yeah.
The thing is, this guy's just. I mean, he snapped you off there at the 7. I don't think he really paid attention to the sizing. As long as you don't go all in, I think you can go pretty close to pot here. It just has to be a size that's not like out of the ordinary big, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like as long as it's some size that fits into the realm of normalcy, they'll pretty much always call.
That's wild, the 350. I mean, I suppose we do have some hands that want a bit small, but I'm pretty sure the nut flush isn't one of them.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think we really want to bet anything that size in that spot. I mean, I could be like, maybe you want to like absolutely juice him when you have like 7-8 and you bet that size. But anything that beats the 7 can go like at least 60% pot, if not much bigger.
Right. We've lost a player due to table balancing, so you can see the top left there. We are down to the final 12.
So all the action on the other table. Huh?
Yeah, it seems that way. The Wout stroke train fans in the chat. Yeah. On our case for not having chosen that table. Wasn't our choice, guys. Wasn't our choice.
Yeah, if you'd asked me, I would have picked the other table half of the time. Because I would have flipped a coin.
Hutchins this time raising it up. Rossi flicks in the call with ace-6 off. Don't try this one at home, kids. And these two go to the flop once more.
It's pretty loose, but it's not the worst flat in the world. I don't really like where this dealer's putting the pot. It's almost like she's already giving it to Hutchins. I mean, he could just reach over and bet with the pot that's already there.
I'm going to give up with his 10-8 just for now. Rossi with the ace of spades. Snap checks back. 8 on the turn. Hutchins is in the game. This strikes me as a spot where I just can't imagine Rossi's ever checking back a queen. Doesn't strike me as the type. Something's done with his hand. He's just snap checking.
Yeah, I mean, he could still have. He seems to like not 3-bet very much. He could still have an 8 beat quite easily, 9s or 10s. So a weak queen is possible. It seems a bit.
Show you the ace.
Yeah,
See?
he did have an ace.
Got lucky,
yeah.
Payout. You
That
got
makes
lucky.
sense. Yeah.
There's the ace of spades and checks back the flop. That's gonna a little bit of information for the rest involved.
Yeah, maybe you could bet the flop, the turn there with the 10-8, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think I'd bet the turn against this particular opponent from what we've seen. I think he's been prone to call a lot, and it just strikes me as the person who's not going to snap check a queen on the flop. He's going to at least think about it before he checks a queen.
sure, could be. But there's an inherent random factor.
There always is.
Have to be careful for. Sometimes they snap check back a very strong hand.
Yep.
Just because they felt like it. Yeah, I'm sort of indifferent about turn bet with the 8. You could bet small. Just seems fine. Can check call. Sometimes you induce something.
Yeah, again, it's just my experience. The snap check on the flop, they don't often start betting turns in my experience. But
Well, sometimes snap check back like 9-7 of diamonds. Just complete nothing. Then you check to them twice, and they're like, "Well, I've got to try and win now."
that's true. All right, here he goes again. King Jack offsuit. It's been a good orbit for this man.
Yeah, it's starting to look like Hutchins is trying to become table captain, but actually he's just had
Right.
good hands every time.
And Rossi's just in again. King 7 suited. Peel again. Let's go. Petrozelli's man likes to peel.
This flat I quite like. This is a decent 3-bet as well.
Petrozelli does make the call. He's, again, his stack, for those who are just joining us, slightly out. He's got a couple more blinds than it suggests there, so we're playing 50-100. He's close to the milli behind.
Here you go, Hutchins. There's your pot.
Diamond in the window. Rossi with a gutter. Petrozelli with the same.
I imagine this gets checked through.
Two
Maybe
players are
King
backdoor
7
flush.
bets.
What do you
King
think?
7 might bet. I imagine Petrozelli's going to try and check raise if he gets the opportunity.
Petrozelli's going to try and win this pot, I reckon. I just don't know how he's going to try.
Yeah, okay, snap check back.
Here we go.
Okay.
Here he goes. Double gutter and the flush draw from the big on the 8-5-4 deuce. This is our board. Let's go.
So he's got like about $1 million behind,
Yeah.
roughly, and the pot is correct, right? 780. I
That's
think
correct, yeah.
I think just shoving here could be good, or bet like 500k, and then
He's done.
pull off.
75 the bet. And a no sweater. I suppose the advantage of the 4-7-5 bet is, and then having $500,000 back is, I guess there's a really small range of hands that might call turn and fold river when you miss.
Yeah, I mean, he did shove, I think.
Oh, did he? Okay.
I would bet like 500k. Like I would bet like 2/3 of my stack or something there, or like 500k, something like that. Yeah, for a couple of reasons. The main reason is that you can check fold river. If they call and then you brick, then you don't have to go broke.
Mm-hmm.
You still get the same amount of fold equity on the turn. Maybe not in theory, but in practice, you definitely get the same amount of folds. And yeah, like you said, like there is some chance that you can bluff the river for like
Right.
10-20% pot, but But really, it's just about you save yourself if someone calls and then you miss. But maybe you hit a 6 and goes check, or
Okay.
maybe you can bluff catch. I don't know. There's lots of options. The thing is, these kind of moves, they in theory give you a little more EV because you can make another decision.
Right.
But quite often in practice, they just make it really difficult to play the next street, and
Sometimes,
you can end up,
sometimes an extra decision is difficult.
yeah. So like you gave yourself some extra EV and then give it all back by misplaying the next
Right.
street. So it's obviously it's a delicate operation.
See, I
Making
think if I bet the turn there, I think I'm just, and the river misses, I think I'm just betting the last bit, thinking, well, they probably would have set me in if they're better. They're probably drawing. Let's go. Let's get the 9 high hero bluff through on the end for.
sure, yeah.
Or
I mean,
pot.
it can work. It can work.
Rossi in action once again. Petrozelli also going to be in action once again. Ripping with a mystery hand.
But yeah, you get a similar spot. So when you raise half your stack on the final table, and then someone just calls, and then you have 10s on Ace King 4,
Right.
and the pot is 10 big blinds, and you have 4. And then what the hell do you do?
Cry a little bit inside.
You definitely start by crying. So yeah, it's not as simple as just this is better, therefore do it. You have to work a bit on figuring out how to play the unpleasant lines that come from it.
Well, Oliver Hutchins has been doing the best here. He's up to 4 million in chips. 50, 100. Look at this. The other 5 all now 20 and below. As Jack points out, all the bust outs have been on the other table. That's where the action's been.
Well, good luck, Bettini. Gudgeon not going to fold this one.
Yeah, it's a nice easy spot, isn't it? See the short stack jam in front of you. Way ahead of range. Chance to pick up some chips and knock out one of your competitors. Bettini looking for a 7 or spades.
Bet tiny.
Gudgeon's had he had the fun one already, didn't he? The 6s all in, flopped the set, went behind the turn, and then river the boat. He's probably looking to win this one a little bit more effortlessly.
I think this run out will be a bit less dramatic.
Oh, you say that?
Oh, yeah. Okay, maybe.
Pair board's always good when you're in the ace high. Spades, a chance. Here we go.
Whoa, okay, I take it all back. That is the most dramatic turn.
Picks up the flush draw. Doesn't get there on the river. Gudgeon's ace king holds. Gets him up to 2 million. Us down to 11. And Bettini, 5,000 euros, I believe, in prize money for 12th place. No smiles. And whilst he stacks his chips, guys, why don't you get redeeming some channel points? You can turn those channel points into tickets for play on Party Poker. Anything from a $2.20 ticket up to $22. You can do it once a day as well. So if you've got bundles of points, get yourself going.
Meglio su GG che neanche su PS.
I really wish I hadn't squandered all my channel points.
You and me both. We're asking how many players left for the FT. I assume that's how many players for fight. It'll be a 9-handed final. If that's the question that's been phrased there. I assume that's the question. And Shamata Hutchins in the small is, I would say nemesis, but so far it's been his benefactor. He's in the big blind. Woody says for my $11 ticket, I won $12. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, that's some serious ROI right there.
Yeah, now you can play a $1 tournament for free. Hang on a minute, what happened there? Limp raise fold?
I think he raised. I guess he raised. Yeah, I didn't. I was actually looking at the chat and expecting to see a flop.
How much did he raise? I mean, I'm not folding Jack 9 off for anything reasonable. It's going to come 7, 8, 10 every time for one thing.
That's good when you're up against 8-7 as well. Gudgeon, 20 bigs, 2 9s in the cutoff. Do you make much of an adjustment here when you're raising these hands up, looking at your ranges, and you've got this chap here, Rossi, who has been very peel happy?
What is the question, James?
Do you make an adjustment here, like with your? I mean, you're raising off 20 bigs in the cutoff, and you've got this guy in the small who's going to call a lot. Do you?
Yeah, I don't mind so much when he's in the small blinds.
Right.
You don't, someone playing a very wide range out of position versus you is not as annoying to deal with. If he's in the cutoff or button, then I'm a bit more concerned. Yeah, you might want to lose the fringe combos that are low suited connectors or the lowest pairs because they're the hardest to play out of position.
And would you adjust the size as well? Do you start to open maybe a little larger, like a little tighter, a little larger?
No, not really. The thing is, you've got one guy flatting a lot, but that's one player, and to be honest, I don't know how much he's respecting different sizes. You might have to go like 3x to get him to start folding.
Okay.
And then that becomes too much of an investment. You're basing so much of your strategy around one player. But yeah, when he's out of position, I almost want to play more hands.
Okay, yeah.
Because he's going to defend a lot and then have nothing a lot, and we're in position, and he's not really bluffing that much.
No, here he comes this time. King 7 suited on the button. I'm going to raise it up. Cirillo 15 bigs in the small. Looks at an ace. I don't think there's many hands Rossi isn't raising on the button, from what I've seen. I like free betting jam pretty wide from the small.
I think he's genuinely thinking about calling here with King 7 suited. Thought he was just messing around, asking for a count originally, but this looks like genuine struggle. I think he's still going to fold. I think he's folding because he's going to figure out how much of his stack he'd be risking. I think if he had double the chips, he'd probably call here.
Or if he's just trying to save a bit of face. Making out, oh, every time I raise, I've got a really big decision.
Yeah, it could be that, but I think he wouldn't go so long if that was the case.
Yeah.
Normally they just ask for a count, think about it a bit, and then fold. Like, I was going to call if you had a bit less. You know, instead of just snap folding, like, yeah, I was raising garbage.
Okay. Maybe taking the chips. Chipping up.
Well, Hutchins just colouring up. I was going to say, he's not moving. Getting rid of some of those 5k chips. You know, doing all right at a tournament, Jack, when they start colouring up the 5ks.
Always nice. Always nice. I'm in a constant battle with the TDs to not get my stack colored up.
Oh, really?
I love having a big mountain. You can make a tower of chips, and then they're always coming around like, "Oh, give me all your small chips."
Somewhere for the hippo to reside, I suppose.
Exactly. He needs a castle.
To his early. Completing from the small blind, I believe that was. The queen 6-0, 15, 16. Actually, no, sorry, he's a little bit more, isn't he? 18, maybe. Ah. No, it's not gonna. He's not gonna see a flop.
Raises to like 6.
Yeah, that's really big. I thought he was gonna.
That is
that
a colossal raise.
Yeah, a little bit big that. I'm gonna try and go a little bit smaller and juice some back raising.
Yeah, I think 2.5 is enough there. Just given the situation, put a lot of pressure. I think Petrozelli's going to have some shoves. Well, he had like 20 big blinds, right? But even so, he's probably going to raise a lot of his top range. So I think you put a lot of pressure on those kind of hands with even a very small raise.
Here we go.
Rossi has double checked his cards. He's looking very confused, like he doesn't know what's.
It's about time he got something big.
Real.
He's been given all the action. Cirillo. Well, is he about to make a misstep?
Couldn't blame him, really. Like,
no.
Rossi's opened a lot. King 9 suited is a pretty nice hand. It's your cutoff versus hijack, but Rossi is opening more like a button range plus some more.
Here we go.
So non all-in 3-bet. I'm okay with that.
Well, I have to say Petrozelli here with. Actually, sorry, Petrozelli. I keep forgetting he's got a few more chips than we suggest. He's got like 19. So now the Oscar goes to.
Yeah, there's going to be some acting here for sure. Nope. Just quick all in.
There we go. Easily done. Well, the eagle-eyed amongst you would have noticed that number in the top left corner has dropped to 10. It's another bust out on the other table. One away from our final. So Hutchins in the small, last time we limped. He did get punished. He's going to limp once more.
Yeah, I wouldn't really be trying to raise too much in this spot. I don't think... So Rossi raised the 7-8 off, but checks the Jack 10.
It's all about flow, my man. It's all about flow.
I don't mind it so much.
Oh, nice flop for Hutchins. Second pair on the King 5 tray.
But yeah, when you have a very loose... Excuse me. When you have a very loose, splashy big blind, you definitely don't want to do a lot of raising.
There's a fun one.
That's a great turn.
There's a fun one. 2 pair for Hutchins, open ended for Rossi. Checks through flop. Off we go. $25. Snap call, as you would expect. And well, a miss. It's kind of a weird spot, right? I mean, in Hutchins' shoes, you got Rossi checking back on the flop, calling turn. It's like, obviously, you're hoping he's got a queen, but you do block that. Wow.
No, I guess you're hoping he has Jack high or better.
Wow. I mean, the flush got there as well.
He knows he doesn't have a flush.
I mean, all the... What? All the straight draws at the bottom will get there. All the flush draws get there. All the... What?
That was...
You just put him on 10-9.
That was such a fast call. I have to wonder if he forgot what he had. Maybe he thought he had Queen Jack. It's not impossible.
Well, that's quite simply incredible. That hand, and well, Jack, it looks like that may be the last hand before the final table.
Looks like it.
Are they swinging all in over there, or what's... Nope, it looks like
There's
we
the
have
racks.
reached the final table. Well, we'll be back in a moment then.
But gets it back with interest the very next hand. This is the Partypoker Live Poker Millions, coming to you from for Merritt Crystal Cove here in beautiful North Cyprus. This guy's fighting out $377,000 to throw in the old Luxon Pay account, Henry, and ping it to the next casino. Just keep spinning it up.
This is dicey. Early position, opening into a couple of stacks that have us covered.
Yeah, Keza likes to play. We saw Romero, very similar decision a moment ago. Queen, oh no, sorry, Dothweiler, Queen Jack off, just quickly folds it when there's an open from early, but Keza gonna call. Now, as it happens, I'm seeing in good shape against sevens.
Keza.
And not something we want to be doing. Hurcan, ace 10 offsuit. Squeeze spot, Henry. Against +1 and +2 though. This is a flat spot.
Also, I was saying he could be in commentary by the time delay catches up. Alright, guys. Alright. Very funny.
Dothweiler pitching King Queen into the muck on the button to that action. Bekbayev in the big blind with 6-4 suited, and looks like he's folded, Henry. I mean,
No.
this is perhaps why Unichin is raising up here with 7s +1 on that big blind in particular. He's folding the 6-4 suited. Then they're going to attack this one with great frequency, and what a flop we have here. Urkan, the nut heart draw with the ace of hearts. Keza with the second nut flush draw and a gut shot. Unichin's 7s still technically best, but hard for them to put any chips in on this pot.
Could be some Turkey v Turkey violence.
Yeah, I mean, and watch the percentage jump here, Henry, for Urkan when he bets Unichin out of this one. It's always nice when you make the better hand fold and the weaker hand call.
Yeah.
It's the dream scenario. That's what's going to happen here. Look at that. Rockets up to 79%.
I think you're right. Haven't flat called pre with Queen Jack O to fold the King 9-6 mono board. May slow things down.
Oh. Wow, he swiftly checks the Queen of Hearts to Zarkeza.
Wow.
Big bet
chip
from
leader.
Urkan. Snap call. Oh, sees the 10 of spades first. Yeah. Nuts v second nuts. Flush. That is, of course, pair board. We are playing Hold'em. 450 was the bet. He just reached over and grabbed a stack.
New chip daddy.
There you go. I mean, the others will be looking at this game, right? Okay, so there was an open under the gun +1. Got the flat from Queen Jack off, an overcall from Ace 10 off. All right.
The new price to play.
Raising. Real decision here for Bekbayev.
Yeah, 21 bigs. Urkan obviously been very active.
Yeah, this is one of your ICM spots, Henry. You think, well, you can easily be light here, but at the same time.
Wow, he announces all in.
Bekbayev needs an ace or diamonds. Come on, Urkan, don't waste any time. Just let it go. Oh. There we go.
Snap call from the German.
Two kings way in front, Henry. Bekbayev in need of help. Does cover slightly. So won't be eliminated if he loses this one, but will be very, very short, down to just 6 blinds. 5 blinds even, wow. Less. Whew.
One ace already dead. It's a fair flop. I say that about every flop, but
5, 5, 3. Deuce for 4. Would give some additional.
yeah.
Hey, 5 gives some additional. What about the running 5s run out, Henry? Well, here we go.
Deuce for a 4.
Life's never easy. There's always a sweat. Duthweiler looking good to get to 2.4 million.
7 outs once.
Clean. It's alright. Survives. Bet Bev, like I say, look at that. Just 4 blinds left. Duthweiler up to 40 bigs. And a force.
Once you have entered a game, you can access Wiz by clicking the icon in the top right-hand corner of the screen. As you are playing on the table, each hand you play will be recorded on the My Game Wiz live feed tab. If you click on the chat tab, you will see advice and tips on how you should have played the hand. This is where Wiz comes into its own. In hands you perform badly in, Wiz will show you the action along with the optimal action you should have made. This is how Wiz will transform your poker game. As you play on the table, important hands can be starred. Once starred, they can be filtered for by clicking the star icon. By clicking the arrow next to the hand, you can replay each hand as it happened. Here we'll show you a video of how the hand played out. You can also share the hand on your social media platform of choice. Your hands can also be filtered for by the type of game, the time frame, and the stakes. Once you've played over 100 hands, you can now access your report card. On the report card, you will be given a score based on how you performed in some of the key areas of the game. It will also give you advice on how you can improve your score, and again, you can also filter your report card by type of game, time frame, and the stakes. On the menu in the top right-hand corner of My Game Wiz, you can access things like My Missions. Today's mission is on starting hands and when to raise unopened pots in early and late positions. Your daily missions will be centered around the key aspects of the poker game and the most common mistakes people make when playing. You can also access things like the starting hand charts. Here we'll show you what hands to play and what hands you shouldn't play. This is a great guide for many players who may be overplaying hands. Here you can also access the session summary. This will show you your progress.
Welcome back to beautiful Malta, here for the PPC Championship main event. And it's that time. It's final table time. Just 9 remain from the 848 that started off this €550 buy-in event. And Jack, we're going to give someone 81 grand a little bit later today.
That's right. Me and you are gonna hand it over.
That comes out of our personal fortunes.
Yep.
Demir Savio. All right. We knew there was action on the other tables because, well, there were knockouts galore. There we go. 6.7 million for him. Jing Chun Yu, second in chips from that table as well with 46 blinds. 2 Brits. Had a good run of it on our table. Massimo Rossi started as chip leader. Has fallen down to the middle of the pack, as has Federico Petruzzelli. Those two have been involved in a lot of the action. And also, most importantly perhaps for the rail, for the chat, we do have WoW in seat 3. He likes strains. It says it on his hoodie. And I'm sure he likes being on final tables as well. A Malta resident, I gather, as well, Jack. So there we go. Maybe no Maltese players on the final, but a Malta resident.
Okay. I'm sure more than one of them are Maltese residents, aren't they?
Well, that's probably true.
I think quite a lot of professional Italian players live in Malta.
Yeah, it makes sense.
We will start on the blank 50,000, 100, 100. Good luck, everybody.
There you go then. Right, and everyone's on point. Look at this. Badges everywhere.
Oh wow, they all got the party poker patch.
Oh, look at the seat draws here. Okay, so Petruzzelli draws the seat to the right of your chip leader. There he is, Savio.
Right, 200.
Stacks and stacks. He's going to pop it up first hand of the final. And here we go. Well, Cirillo, first hand of the final. We'll get a jam through. Look at the floor's waiting as if to pick up his seat card when he busts. It's a bit ominous.
Christian has a sixth sense for that.
And the all but all in. Leaving some back. And the bell up. I don't think he's going to be playing these deuces.
I've seen crazier things.
Hutch is clutch, say the chat. All the Hutchins fans in the mix. Remember, guys, we are streaming this to you from Malta on a delay. I know some of you will be keeping up with news elsewhere and may know stuff that goes on in this final, but please, 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 of course, for the benefit of everyone in the chat and us two doing the commentary, no spoilers. If you happen to know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to know what's about to happen.
Exactly. I know, yeah, some of these guys may be posting on social media, blah, 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 you know, I busted, this happened, whatever. Just keep it to yourselves, if it happens. The trick is, don't look at your social media for the next few hours. Just watch the final. You chat, I chat, we chat. Good name. How many minutes delay? It should be near enough an hour, but it all depends on whether they got things kicked off today on time. You know, Joe, everyone used to do 30-minute delays, and then someone had the bright idea of, well, if you just do, like, if you schedule an hour delay and things get off 20 minutes late, you still start your stream on time. I mean, it seems so obvious now. For years, these streams would always be starting like, oh, the final started late, the stream's starting late. No, just put a big delay in then.
Raise 200. Fold.
Cirillo, Ace King first hand, the final, Ace Queen second hand. Rossi doesn't like to fold. Ace 3 suited in the cutoff. He's coming in. I mean, who does like to fold, in fairness?
Got to be in it to win it.
Gotcha. Ace 10 suited in the small. Very attractive looking hand. He also is going to join in. Oh, what a spot for the squeeze. Petruzzelli. Do you reckon he's already looked at his cards and he's just looking again, pretending it's the first time? Or do you reckon that's a nice surprise for him to look down at?
I think that would have been the first look. I'm guessing.
Well, we know what's happening here. It's moving in. And,
well,
Cirillo, real tough. Like, he watched Petruzzelli playing with 2 tables left and saw he was, you know, quite clearly capable. He was in there mixing it up. And this is like a very good squeeze spot because we know Rossi peels, you know, so many hands. And then Gudgeon's peeling from the small. Obviously, I mean, doesn't really ever have traps, surely.
Yeah, it's a good point. I wonder if you could make a loose call here just based on that, but I think it's just quite a standard fold with this action.
Right.
With you opening early position and him jamming big blind with 2 calls. But you're right, Rossi is going to be far too wide in this spot, and then Gudgeon's pretty heavily capped. I mean, Gudgeon's basically dead money in this spot if you shove. So I can see it.
Well, no. It was a good problem to rely. I might have fallen for that.
Yeah, I mean, to call like Ace Queen off is just it's a pretty big gamble to call off there versus the range of the big blind.
Yeah, especially, and we did see the chip stacks obviously at the start of the final. There's quite a few down there who could conceivably bust. Ladders don't look to be the hardest things to come by.
Yeah, now the ICM actually matters a little bit.
Yeah.
Or I guess it started mattering at 10 left.
Well, They got comfortable for a second, but the blinds are up 61-20.
Well, so far, the only people playing hands are the people that were on the feature table with 2 tables left. I don't know. Everyone's getting hype about this other table. So far, it's only our guys getting in the mix. And Cirillo's got another playable hand. Don't mind this fold. He's got only a little bit more than 10 bigs, right? Oh, he's got like 15. Yeah, these guys just fold. I mean, it's all about Rossi, guys.
Rossi, here he is. He's got an ace. He's playing. Bet your house on that. Please don't bet your houses, people. It's not worth it. Unless you're betting on Rossi playing with an ace in his hand, in which case, hunt away. Petrozelli, 20 bigs, ace deuce suited. Kilda says Rossi seems nice and all, but does he like trains? That's a good point.
I think Patrizzi could have jammed there. His deuce suited seems pretty good against Rossi's range.
The last hand before the final, we saw Rossi call the river with Jack High. Guys come to play.
Score 255.
As it is, my heads up to the flop. Savio out flopping Rossi. Both with a heart. Rossi with a 6 of hearts. Some backdoor potential. Quickly checks it back when given the option.
So this is a spot where Savio could have a donking range on the flop.
Right.
Because as chip leader versus a medium stack, you get to put a lot of pressure on. They can't really do anything about it. If they have king 10 or something here, you can just lead a lot. You're going to have way more hands that connect with this board. And in this exact spot, I quite like it. Ace 5. Rossi's just going to have loads of checkbacks on the flop, and you don't really want to let, Queen Jack hit a queen or something.
He bets turn. Rossi snaps him.
Yeah, as it is, Rossi probably wouldn't have even folded Queen Jack, but that's maybe even more reason to lead the 5. And we'll see if Savio goes for a block bet here or just a check. If he's seen Rossi play at all, he should bet. But check seems like the normal play.
Rich get richer. PPC Malta online free roll, $250 in the pot. Kicking off a little later today. The password is ME Final Day. Or Me Final Day.
Me Final Day? Yes, I am Final Day.
Of course, not the only way to get involved on Party. You can convert those channel points into tickets. Click the channel points button. Get redeeming. Do it once a day. Every day we're on air. Given this is our last day from Malta, I don't believe there's anything on tomorrow either. So you have to wait a couple of days to get another ticket. To know who actually is streaming Wednesday. But there's something on this channel. There's always something on this channel. You guys know that.
So someone said, I played a big hand versus Rossi late on day 2. Now I'm sad I didn't call him with ace high. If you've been paying attention, Rossi has not bluffed.
Yeah.
Almost ever.
He's bluffed that weird one with the Queen 10, didn't he? Where it was probably almost certainly the best hand.
Yeah, that was a pretty strange bluff, but it was also a very small pot.
Yeah.
And a very simple kind of line. He's not put any big bluffs in.
Correct.
He's not been even very interested in it. Not even c-betting. He just seems to want to be showing down a lot. So if you made a big fold, it's probably a good one. Based on what I've seen. Just because someone's loose doesn't mean you have to hero call them.
Yeah, so often it's the opposite, isn't it? People splash around, everyone thinks, oh, they're crazy. It's like, no, they just cool a lot, and they're in there trying to make some hands. But big bluff is a little rarer. Hutchins gets one through.
Hutchins again with the 9-8 suited. Likes this hand.
Who doesn't? I can't trust a person who doesn't like the 8-9 suited. This is the man that was driving a lot of the action on that feature table before we reached the final with Rossi. Those two were in the mix a lot of the time. This man was clearly making hay on the other table. And it looks like he's just ripping into the shorter stacks behind. Cirillo with, 12 blinds and Bella with far fewer.
Yeah, seems like a pretty easy shove with an ace there. DeBella likes his TV time.
Maybe it's over for some bust outs on the other tape. Oh no, never mind.
I would love to know if he had a reasoning to this.
Yeah.
Sometimes if someone's like doing a fake tank, like it's obvious that they're gonna fold and then they start like, musing. You can just say like, yeah, I know you're gonna fold. Can you do it now?
You know it's on you, right?
Like come on, you're folding. Everyone knows you're folding. Just fold. Usually doesn't speed them up that hand, but they don't want you to do it again, so they'll fold quicker the next time.
Right.
Because they are folding, so they're going to have to fold, and then they look stupid because
right,
you told them what they were going to do.
Rossi, in action. Always in action. +1, King 10 suited.
Okay, come on. This Belgian has to play a hand eventually. Nope. He likes trains, but not playing poker.
He likes trains. The rail love him.
But not defending.
But nothing's happening just yet. Rossi gets one through. That time Rossi won a pot, I suppose. PPC Malta, 848 entered this one. Just the 9 remain. One of these will be our champion. As I say, 81k up top, 51 for second, 31 for third. So it gets punchy at the end.
Rossi's got an ace.
Yeah, I was going to say he might. This one he might fold. He found an ace he can fold. Ace 3 off under the gun. The final 9. Everyone guaranteed 5,400, of course, at the moment. Actually, quite. You were mentioning obviously just actually looking at the page up to detail. This jump between 9th and 8th is actually bigger than the jump between 8th and 7th, bizarrely.
Yes. Yeah, this is
unusual.
a pretty important pay jump. I mean, it's about the same as the jump from 7th to 6th and from 6th to 5th. So this pay jump matters more, like, matters quite a lot. The next 3 are about equal.
It ratchets up very fast. As I say, 81, 51, 31, 21, 16. So yeah, the last 4, those jumps are pretty mighty. He was the one running the show late yesterday. He's persevered through the early phase of today. Made his way to our final table. Hello. Pedrizzelli popping up ace queen plus 2. Cirillo with 12 blinds. And the Butchers.
Quick fold from DeBella, strange.
Well, Cirillo managed to make a pretty strong fold of ace queen against Pedrizzelli. The tables are turned.
This is more like a 16, 17 big blind shove?
No, less. We're
less even.
Yeah, we're at 120k, so it's only 12 blinds.
12 blinds, I think you got a call here.
Doesn't feel great, does it? But
you hate having ace queen in all spots. But if you're always happy to see kings. That's the one hand that ace queen does well against.
Ace queen's favorite against kings.
Ace queen
one.
Ace queen always wins against kings.
All right. That sort of insight is why we have Mr. Jack Sinclair in here.
That's why he hired me.
One last recheck. It's usually met with the old right hand reaching for the chips, and in they go, but still not sure. Everything we were just saying, these pay jumps are... I suppose it's a little less important when he's not... Yeah, rechecking the count. It's not his life on the line. It's the one saving grace for the spot. He'd still have about a million chips behind. Can he fold this, Jack? Can he get away from this?
He can.
Wow.
It's quite possible if you put it into a ICM calculator, it says it's a fold.
Great fold.
But I generally try and play looser than those models.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of equity in having a lot of chips. Quite frankly,
yeah, exactly. It's
well, lives to fight another day.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind folding there if you had if you only just had him covered, and you were very likely to bust if you call and lose.
Yeah, he was still going to have, 8 blinds, I think.
Yeah, playable stack. And
Well done, though. Petruzzelli, well done.
Well, I mean, he was going to win the hand, so
Oh, he was going to win. So in that case, badly done.
yeah, I mean,
Badly done.
missed out on that sweet ace queen versus king setup.
Does Cirillo play the rush?
Looks like it. Yeah, I mean, well, these guys behind aren't
Whoa.
doing anything. DeBella.
Whoa. 5
Very-
high. That's a good enough hand. Snap all in.
He's good for that. Okay, so maybe it was genuine tank before. With
Wow, this is a bit bizarre. Well, you're going to be loving it when you're Cirillo. Yeah, I think you know. Hopefully I'm live here. You're going to find out you're way ahead. So he's got double
like,
5 high.
imagine
How can I
calling
do?
Queen Jack and seeing the 4-5. I mean, you hit it because you kind of expect to lose this one with Queen Jack. I mean, the 5-4 has just gotten it in so bad. It's just destined to be rewarded.
Wout's eyebrows there just kind of shot to the top of his forehead. And he saw that. They're all happy to see it. They all want to see this man all in at risk. Shot the ladder up for all. I was going to say, bigger ladder than the next couple of spots. Queen in the window, but it's the heart.
Wow.
Queen Jack pretty. So look, he's like, how unlucky have I got here, DeBella says.
Unbelievable.
The faintest of chances still surviving this one. That is not.
That's it.
One of them. That's a bit of overkill. DeBella out in 9th place. I'm saying 5,400 euros for his efforts. The remaining 8 are guaranteed 8.
What can I do? What can I do? I had 5-4. He called me with Queen Jack off.
Cold deck.
What was he thinking?
No. Good stuff for Cirillo. Knock someone out. Could have been better. Could have got action in hand before. I wonder if there's any honesty going on here, Jack. I assume the two of them are talking about the raise fold the hand before. But...
People usually don't lie about their hands when they're playing on a stream table.
That's when you should lie. They don't expect it.
Yeah. I mean, I never check.
Exactly.
So you get it through against me for sure. But typically people just don't, if they don't want to tell you, they just don't say, instead of making up a wrong hand.
Petruzzelli with a hand that needs to be opened under the gun. He's Jack suited. In she comes. No, the way the shortest stack has busted, there's 3. Some of these other stacks up a fraction. And as Jack pointed out, it was a big pay jump, that one, relative to the next few. Savio, King Jack suited, the next spot. I mean, sure, it just goes as a call Jack. I can't imagine anything else happening here.
Yeah, 3-bet will kind of pretty much commit you to calling the all-in, which seems terrible in this situation. Or at least, like, if you 3-bet small enough to then fold to the shove, then you've just massively wasted the equity of this hand. He's opening off 20-ish bigs, so good chance you can flat traps here as well. Okay, this is... Yeah, I don't know. That seems too tight.
Yeah, I guess he's just taken the approach of get out the way.
Well, he's assuming that under the gun is playing very tight, which is probably true. But you're in position with King Jack suited. You're going to have a lot of profitable spots, you know, to make him fold his strong range or just show down the winning hand. You don't have to worry too much about people behind trying to do anything light. Yeah, I think you can just flat there.
Well, sometimes tight is right.
Yeah, chip leader on a final table, not normally the time that that phrase applies.
All right, here we go. 11 bigs. Come on, Rossi.
I think he might min raise. No, he wasn't. Okay.
Clever 991. Turning some points into tickets. Best of luck to you. The bright lights, the stage, and the Portomaso.
in quelle posizioni con questi step forse l'abbiamo uguale allora.
Okay.
Here we go. This man was splashing about last night. He sat here, he's folded an orbit. That's enough.
265.
Ah, Rossi, 2-5s, the following hand. The 2-6s worked. What do we say with the 2-5s, Jack?
This is a tough spot for sure.
Call 265.
Call, not an option I would have considered. Doesn't...
Wow. This gives Hutchins an opportunity there, doesn't it? You opening off over 4 mil.
Yeah, Hutchins could definitely call here.
Call 265.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Rossi call. I don't think... I think just so many players behind, I think I would just fold this hand.
The big blind, the chip leader. Let's give up Jack 7-0 to 2 calls and an open. You've got them all figured out. He's got the live 2 overs. Three in the window. How's your day going, Hutchins? Rossi sees a check. He's going to stab the 983 with his 2 5s and a diamond. Hutchins got like this because Rossi's splashy. So I think there's a very good chance he takes his man out here.
Yeah, this situation looks great for Hutchins. Definitely want to just call here.
Mm-hmm.
Rossi's so short that, like, if U is folding, then you don't want to raise because the stack to pot ratio is going to be like almost less than half. So you don't have to worry too much about getting the
Well, he has raised.
chips in. And the thing is, if U has something reasonable here, he might continue as well, which is good. He might check raise with an overpair. And if you raise here, I mean, it just looks incredibly strong here.
Yeah. Seems a little too eager.
Yeah, I think he's just a bit worried about the drawy nature of the board, right? Like if you overcalls and then it comes the 10 of diamonds, then you kind of regret not raising. But I think it's very likely that you's folding anyway.
Yeah.
So if you're playing heads up most of the time with Rossi, then you don't care what the turn card is. You're never folding anyway.
Well,
And your hand's so strong, I think you want to give you the opportunity to come along there.
that dealer's done enough damage. We're going to switch things up. Massimo Rossi. shortest 9 bigs after that peel and lead. About second shortest 12 bigs. Brad just ahead on 14. But it is Demir and Ollie Hutchins leading the way with Jung Chun Yu not too far behind. I like trains, but not pocket deuces. Patches early on the button. North of 15 blinds and King 8 suited. King 8 suited? King 8 offsuit. There we go. It looks like King 8 suited, doesn't it? The spade and the diamond. They're easily confused.
By you, perhaps?
Yeah, just by me. I'm a bit special.
I do wish we had switched to 4-color decks at some point in poker's history. Two-color is far too difficult.
I'm with you. Which of these 8's going to get it done? I guess we got to be boring and say Demir Savio at the moment. Jack is the most likely, given the chip lead.
Yeah, it's a very nice spot for him. He's doing the right thing, not really trying to push the action too much. Like, as a general philosophy for this spot, the players are sort of... He's got a lot of players in the mix, so to speak, even though he has quite a big chip lead and everyone else is in the cage. In theory, they're not really playing like that. So
right.
I agree with the strat of just play tight and let things shake out a bit. Try and win pots when you can.
Gotcha. Raise and take with ace king, not the result I was looking for, but win's a win.
Yeah, raise and take's always okay with ace king. Like, usually with ace king, you want to be getting the last bet in pre-flop. And most of the time, you're happy with folds. 4-bet shoving, 3-bet shoving, 5-bet shoving. You never really want to call.
Petrozelli. 15 blinds. Jack 10 suited. Keep giving him options.
In the hijack. Yeah, it's an awkward one for sure. The blinds are the two nits, right? From the other table. Zhu and the Belgian.
Yeah.
So definitely, I think I would be min-raising this. Pretty much always. Just seems like a little bit too much to go shoving in.
And then the chippy's behind you, and he finds ace 10 off.
And just folds again. Okay, this one... Yeah, I don't know. I can understand it somewhat, but I think I would just 3-bet commit myself there. You know, if they have it, then fine. But ace 10 off's pretty good. Pretty good hand. Could also just flat. It's not that bad. But again, I don't mind the tight strategy.
Yeah. Petrucci happy with that one. Get something going in the right direction for him.
Could also 3-bet fold the ace 10 there. Now that I think about it. Just make it 4.5 big blinds. Really put him in the cage.
Right.
Hand plays okay if he flats, and he's not been afraid to open at all.
No, Petrucci's definitely been an action player. Made that great fold earlier on, if you were with us. I say great fold, I mean the deck assisted in him getting away from it, but still managed to I'm not going broke really on that. Jack 10, 7-6 board, Jack 6 against the 8-9 of Hutchins.
All
wow,
right.
ripping the button. Ace 4.
Train has left the station.
Yeah, here we go. The train may get a spin here. Jack, you've really set the chat into overdrive here.
Yes, I was joking, guys. It was a facetious comment.
Yeah.
I was excited to see these guys play, given the chat, and then they didn't play a hand for 20 minutes. Very, very easy to not get a hand for 20 minutes in live poker.
Well,
I have been playing live poker for quite a while.
Well, that's alive. He's ahead. It's a good result when you rip ace 4 and being matched by the small blind. Hopefully chat got something to cheer about here. Well, ace in the window is a pretty good start. 5 run off behind, only Jack 10 to really worry about.
Or a king or a queen.
Yeah, that never happens. They never catch the 2-pair. Dealer holding suspense for the
suspenseful
potential river.
Yeah.
All right, boys in the chat, you can be happy now. Welt's doubled, and Jack was just teasing you. Yeah.
That's great. Now we can watch these guys fold for another half hour.
I think by now they'd know, Jack. You know.
1,135,000, right?
I just lost with my English.
Choo choo. The train is a rolling.
Fortunato, esce sempre asso. Prima live, esce asso.
Right, is anyone at the table happy about that? The rest, we're looking for ladders.
Live, Perché se sei a tappa per niente, l'ho fatto tutto.
Savio, 2 3s. Good chip lead. He's going to have a little splash. Ah, Rossi, here we go. Jack, here we go. He gets a shot at it.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this flat from you. I think you should just fold. Yeah, I mean, chip leader opening from low jack, I think, and stack's not really deep enough. I think just folding queen 9 there is best. Could maybe 3-bet. Now he's going to be in a horrible spot. Going to be getting a great price. Savio should have a pretty easy fold here.
Yeah, it's a lovely spot for Rossi.
Oh, no, okay.
Savio's just going to ISO. Either way, a lovely spot for Rossi. Well, Rossi wants to see these kings survive. The rest will love to see a 3 for more ladders. They're making him sweat for it, Jack. Ah, king in the window. Well, that'll settle that one. Only the running 3s would do it.
0% the calculator's given him.
No, I think it's rounded that down.
Yeah, now it's 0.
Well, Queen 9 would have got there. There you go. Savio folds the 3s.
Yep.
You gives him a spin. And we'd be down a man.
Yeah, it's funny that the Savio has been playing a tight strategy, but then decides to isolate the 3s there. I'm like, yeah, he's only got 8.5 big blinds, but I don't think he's jamming deuces. Maybe not even. I mean, maybe he jams 4s, but that's pretty bad. And it's not impossible that you has a hand that's calling the ISO, which would be a disaster if we would just like have flatted 10s, jacks. It's absolutely, definitely possible.
Lo so, con 3-3 cosa può fare? O forda o... bisogno che esci. Sì. Però se io così te la mando all'incolo, capito? Mi sento buono. Beh, dire che ti senti buono è un po' esagerato, insomma. Dire Bruno, dire che ti senti buono e poi esagerato.
No, no, vado a colare, capito? 240, vado a colare.
Petrozelli.
Yeah, this is a very loose open here. Can't help but think he wouldn't be doing this if Savio had attacked him on or even flattered him on his previous 2 opens. He feels emboldened.
Gudgeon. Finally sees a bit of action from the big. He's had Petrozelli open him a couple of times to give up the big blind. Hangs around this side. Not the best looking board against the under the gun open in the big blind. And it does have the gut shot and backdoor hearts.
Yeah, it's one of those annoying flops. You feel like you flopped enough to continue, but
yeah,
really versus most bets, you probably can't really do anything.
Well, he's having a think, but as Jack rightly points out, not much we can do here when the opener is open from under the gun. That board rolls off.
If it was a normal under the gun range in this situation, then it should definitely be a check fold. Versus Petrozelli, I guess you could make some argument for a small check raise. But even, you know, he's the bottom of his range is like still ace high, and yeah, I don't know. Like you're kind of hoping he has like 8s, but you have an 8, which is bad. Ace 10 is is continuing. So really, you just make him fold a hand like ace 8, or the same hand like you have. 6-6-6 stack.
An ace king. A devilishly difficult hand to play at times. Oh dear. Not ideal if you're Savio with ace king. Gudgeon finding 2 kings in the small. Great news for he, though. Great spot. For another double for the Brit. He's had he's won the 2 all-ins, hasn't he, Jack Gudgeon? But they've both been with a little bit of a sweat. The flopped a set of 6s, went behind to a straight, house up in the river, then he had his ace king versus ace 7 suited and had to fade the flush draw on the turn.
Yeah, a lot of excitement with Gudgeon.
He just wants just a clean win will do. No, 2 diamonds on the flop. Savio with the king of diamonds. We all know what's coming on the turn.
Oh,
wow. I wasn't thinking that.
That's
cruelty.
That's brutal.
That is just pure cruelty. But this is how he does it. Can he find the 1 out on the river to provide us with more drama on this final table? Cannot. Well, GG Gudgeon.
You learned that from me, eh?
What?
You learned that from me.
8th place for 8,000.
But you also made sevens fold.
Yeah.
That's yeah, that's just grim, Jack.
This time sevens wasn't good though.
Chip
Always a
leader.
tough one to take. Feels like you're doing much better than 70-30.
Right. He certainly was off the flop. Chip leader has more.
Quando è la prossima pausa?
And then there were 7. Did I say 10,000 locked up for 7th? Or was it 11,000?
For 7th is 10,000.
There we go.
Next 2 pay jumps are the same. 3K, 3K.
That's right.
3K, 3K, then 4K. No, sorry, they're 3K, 3K, then 5K. Then 10K, then 20K, then 30K.
Get gambling, boys.
Yeah, now is
Hutchins.
low ICM impact, I think.
Here we go. Hutchins trying to get one through from the button with Jack 8. Pretty ballsy because Petrozelli's not shy, and you got the chip leader in the big blind.
Yeah, this one I think we can just fold.
Yeah.
But maybe he's really studied the payout structure and knows that now's the time to gamble.
Could well be. Petrozelli. A very simple decision there from the small. And he gets a swift fold. Refreshing. See a swift fold. No need to tank. You're allowed to raise on the button and fold to 20 big blind jams. Petrozelli with a suited king on the button.
Don't suppose we'll be making any tight folds here.
Savvy there with the suited king himself. Continuing that vein, he's passed up a few of these spots, isn't he? Where we think he could get a little frisky.
Yeah, I think I would have taken them all. But
Yeah.
myself.
I believe you.
This one can 3-bet or flat. The king 4. Was it king 4, king 3?
King 4 of spades, yeah.
Yeah. Guess slightly prefer 3-betting, but Cirillo just flats the suited ace. I mean, if he's been paying attention to how much Petrozelli has been opening, I think solid case for shoving this hand. You don't want to shove every ace you get dealt, but ace-6 suited in particular seems like a good one. Doesn't interact with the raise folding range. It's got good equity when called, but it also doesn't play quite as good as the wheel aces after calling. So I think I would shove ace-6, ace-7 suited, always.
Well, he continued with a call. He sees the 10-3 deuce 1 spade. Imagine it to be. It's got quite a big size in there, isn't it? 350.
Yeah, it looks like half pot. And you see, like, if he had ace-5, no faults. Ace-9 suited maybe calls there as well. Ace-9 of spades could be a call on the flop. But ace-6, it just never flops enough. Always puts you in that annoying spot.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What told you? What do you think? He told you yes? No?
I don't know. He was about to ask.
We go again. Hutchin has certainly got past Hutchins. It is the Petros early. And man, well, I think you probably said his name more than most today. Seems like he's always in the mix.
Yeah, it's a good example of how you can't play such a rigid strategy. Just because the chip leader's on your direct left,
right,
doesn't mean you have to play super tight. You know, he has an awkward stack size, or he has the whole final table, and he's got the chip leader on his left, and yeah, he's just playing as wide as he can, pretty much, and getting away with it. That's why you've always got to be cognizant of how everyone's playing, and not just say, okay, well, I have to play tight because of this, because that's what the calculator would say.
I would say make them make you play that way. Don't just give them the assumed edge, right?
Yeah.
And here is our man, Petrozelli, in the hijack with ace-9 off. He opened ace-8 off under the gun, so I can only assume this one's going to fit into the raising range.
Don't think he would ever consider folding this hand. Okay, Savio is going to be forced to continue now.
Here we go. Problem is now, his opponent has built far more chips.
The big blind now is 100 or 120?
120.
120, right, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think we just basically always want a flat here. 3-betting seems... I mean, it's okay. It can never be that bad, but it seems like if you 3-bet fold, it's kind of a waste. Like, I would rather 3-bet a 6 suited, for example. or even king 8 suited, king 10 off, these kind of hands. Because making Petrozelli fold ace 9 off is not really a win for ace 10. But it is a big win for ace 6 or king 10.
There we go. Sorry, I lost you for a minute there, Jack. I managed to pull the headset out because that's my role.
I was hearing some
fumbling,
distressed fumbling noises. Yeah. Well, I just made some great technical analysis.
I agree with everything Jack said, guys.
Probably would have gone over your head. Petrozelli might find the shove here. I mean, he knows he's been opening a lot. Savio probably feels like he has to 3-bet. Savio does not look very comfortable, but it's not a huge read there.
Yeah, I mean, you'd look uncomfortable with a number of hands in this sort of stage in the final, wouldn't you? If you 3-bet, if you have 3-bet call it off with, you know, some of those premiums, you're still not going to be sitting there with joy.
Mm.
If you're 3-bet calling it up with jacks, you're not like really happy.
Yeah, but I don't think you look very uncomfortable in that spot.
Well, you might not, Jack, because you're a seasoned campaigner.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not a big read, that one.
No.
For sure, just something to take note of. But also from a momentum point of view, you know, you've been opening a lot. Chip leader's done nothing. Now you open chip leader 3-bets. You get the 4-bet jam through there. Like now you've got the run of the joint.
Yeah.
But perhaps he just feels like, I mean, I kind of already get to open a lot.
Yeah, he's not. It's the first time he's got any resistance, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
You feel terrible just 4-betting it in there, and the guy just turns over like ace king, and he's just played honest so far, and you've just punted it off.
Sure. That's the beauty of these situations, you know. And look, now okay. Now it's probably good that he folded.
Yeah.
Guess blinds went up.
Must have done. Must be 8160. Cirillo kicking the 4s into the muck without a second's thought. I didn't see how many chips he had. You're playing quite a lot of hands. You got 3-bet the last hand. Now you get the butchers. You raise it up, and it turbo folds.
That's how it goes sometimes.
It is how it can be.
Have you played any live poker in the last year or so, Dempsey?
I have.
How did it feel the first time you sat back down and waited for an hour and then got aces and everyone folded?
Well, I was playing with between 4 and 6 cards.
Oh, I see. Yes.
So you don't have to wait too long to play a hand.
That makes sense.
The equivalent is probably like how did it feel the first time I got top set and everyone folded?
Sure.
Yeah.
I was so excited to play live poker again. I sat down day one, early stages, you know, some tournament. Can't play this hand, can't play that hand, can't play this hand, can't play this hand, can't play this hand. Oh, this hand looks good. Oh no, it's raising 3-bet head. Okay, fold. Sitting there for an hour, Oh wow, big hand. Raise, everyone folds. And then you sit there for another hour.
No, Petruzzelli, this is how it
Yeah.
goes. He opens, gets 3-bet. He opens kings, everyone folds. He opens the next hand, gets 3-bet jammed on. He really is turns to be the table skip. Right?
Yeah, he's had a good final table so far, though. Not too much to complain about. Small pots.
Erano belle belle. Più bello. No, no, ti mando lì. Questo che bello. No, no, ti mando lì. Belle ma non forti. Un po'.
You, ace 5 off. It's made it. Oh, is it 75 150 or something?
Yeah, it could be.
In these blinds, yeah, 375 in there. Okay, it is, yeah. I thought it'd just be 80 160, but yeah, 75 150. So that's the min.
Yeah, I like these round numbers
Yeah,
for sizes. I hate that 816 level. Can never figure out how much anyone has.
Just a little too complicated for you, is
It's
it?
too complicated. I mean, I could do 815, 715. You know, that works. Still not great, but it's okay. And then 24. Just make it 25. It's fine.
Petruzzelli. Got your draw. Backdoor clubs. You with the ace of spades. Let's go blasting.
375.
It's pretty big as well. 375.
Now, Petruzzelli has an interesting choice. Call or raise here. Like, I think call is probably slightly better. I think with the clubs, our hand just has a bit too much equity. We don't want to raise fold. I think I'd rather check raise with a different 10-9.
That seems fair.
It's also just not a great board for us. We probably don't want to check raise too much. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the fold.
Just gives a little respect to you. The old ace of spades, don't you worry.
He did have the best hand.
Seven remain in Malta. Only one can take the trophy. Who's it to be? Well, Petruzzelli, if it's him, if it's not him, he'll be able to sleep knowing he tried, because he's been involved in most of the hands.
He's definitely trying.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you go out of a tournament, Jack, and you think, oh, maybe I could have done something different. Maybe I could have got a bit more involved. He's
not
going to have that same problem.
Not me, never.
Yeah, well, probably not you. But no. you quite often go to bed going, why? Could have just folded and come third.
Yeah. I wish I'd done a little less.
Yeah. And here he comes again. Rossi popping things up. Petruzzelli with 10-9 of clubs. Exactly the same hand. Back-to-back hands. I was going to say, Rossi's actually been quiet for a few minutes. Action's just been occurring in front of him, but still.
Yeah, still would have called the 10-9 suited there, I think. Feels like Petrucci may have gone a little gun shy here.
Hmm. Petruzzelli looking for action this time, Jack, with his jacks. And he's going to get it.
Now he's going to get some.
He is going to get it. It's been coming, these two clashing. It's going to occur in pretty much a cold deck.
Going to be a good old-fashioned flip. Big slick versus the hooks.
I mean, it feels like Savio just wins this. Petruzzelli's been trying everything he can, and this guy's just been waiting. Take one shot at him, finish him off. Oh, Jack just got thrown in the muck as well. Like you say, Jack, a classic flip. Can Savio get over 10 million? Or will Petruzzelli become a real force? I mean, he's a force already, but give him some chips as well.
This is a huge pot.
Well, two spade flop, Jack. Savio has not improved yet, but has become the favourite in this pot. Equity swapping around. Oh, black card. Heart would have fluttered a beat or two. Ace.
He offering the swap.
Force fade. An ace! An ace on the river. Savio eliminating Petruzzelli, who, well, Jack, we just mentioned, he'll go home knowing that he did try everything. Very active on both the last two tables.
Yeah, he played well. Good game. Just
away from becoming a real force. There is the man who is the real force. Over 10 million in chips. Way out in front as our chip leader. As well, we are reduced to just the 6 players, but I am happy to say that with Petruzzelli's departure means the arrival of none other than Mr. Henry Kilbane. How are we doing, Henry?
Hey, good evening, chaps. Yeah, pretty fun hand to jump in on and sweat. The old 2-spade board, it almost felt like it was impossible for the jacks to hold there.
Yeah, it was heading that way, it felt. Petruzzelli has impressed us today. Sadly, though, I believe that Henry's arrival is going to bring about the departure of Jack. Is that right?
This world ain't big enough for the both of us.
Well, thanks so much, Jack, once again for popping on here, imparting your wisdom, riling up the chat, and all sorts. So we'll look forward to hearing from you again soon.
Yep, thanks a lot. Thanks guys, and yeah, have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, mate. Cheers, bud.
Ciao for now.
All right then, Henry. Here we go.
Hello, old mucker.
You've turned up to a very lopsided final table now with that pot.
Yeah, it looks like it. I just saw, I mean, what, 10 million chips or thereabouts?
Yeah, a little bit more. I think it's closer to 12 even, I think.
Pretty,
be nice if we get a leaderboard in the near future.
I'm sure we will. Yeah, feels like one to lose, if you
Yeah.
will. Like it. Don't want to say that it's a clear-cut win, but a lot would have to go wrong in order for that not to be the case.
Yeah, and he, despite having a chip lead, Henry, he's been playing not tight, but he passed up on a number of spots that he could have taken.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
And now, but he did have Petrozelli take. It was a lot of those spots were going to be combating Petrozelli, who's obviously just busted there against him. It'd be interesting to see if he changes tack and really feels like he can run the table over, because I think he can.
Oh, good morning to you too, Giuliano.
We're all guaranteed 13k in the final 6, Henry.
Yeah, these pay jumps.
Yeah.
So 3k from 6th to 15th, 5 to 21 4th, then 10, then 20, then 30.
Yeah, it's.
Have a word.
We've got to start blasting, really, haven't you?
Yeah, have a word. What? This ICM is absolutely ridiculous. What?
Here we go. We're out ripping 2 6s from the small for what, 15. I imagine Yu's going to give him a spin here with the ace 8. No, he's going to show the ace and fold. He shows the 6.
Wow. What are the blinds at the moment?
75 150. We've only just begun that level.
75 150. You can't. Come on, man. You can't fold ace 8 there.
No.
Well, apparently you can. But...
Well, especially as we just discussed, didn't we? That the next jumps is only 3k, and there's so much online up top. I think.
Yeah, but as one of the short stacks, that would incentivize you to take the spot more, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, especially with the pay jumps. If they're in a more traditional payout structure, you can start to make these arguments to look around at other short stacks, and there's some of these players have got a propensity to perhaps overplay some hands, and you think, well, I might outlast them. But in this one, we've really got to ramp it up, play aggressive.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't think passing up on a blind v blind confrontation like that with ace 8, when you're like 5 or 6, 5th or 6th in chips, sorry.
Yeah.
But hey, listen. I'm not there. I'm in the commentary booth, and
luxurious one it is, I'm sure, as well.
It's not bad. It's
Well,
not bad.
I believe as well, with the we can also now joined by the one and only Mr. Tyler Patterson. How we doing, Tyler?
Hi guys, nice to join. I saw that big flip right before I jumped on.
All right, you guys are just waiting for the big flip before getting in the mix. I like it. Just coming for the aftermath.
Letting you do all the heavy lifting, Dempsey.
Well, Savio the raise fold here about getting that one through. And well, it's nice to, I imagine, introduce the two of you together, because I don't think you've done commentary together, have you, Tyler and Henry? I think
that would be correct. Yeah.
And there we go. There we go. And this commentary booth might be the largest commentary booth in the world. Thinking about it, it's stretching from Thailand to the UK to Vegas.
That's pretty insane. So what is it's like 10 a.m. where you are at the moment, Tyler?
8 a.m. actually. I'm up early.
Wow.
So
that's
what is it for you now?
10 p.m. mate.
Anyway, so so we got morning, afternoon, and night on the go here. I like that. We've got a spread.
That's pretty impressive. I don't know if that's been pulled off before.
So we got 6 left. I'm just learning as we go with all the others who are just now tuning in.
Yep. 6 left, and we've got pretty much a tale of 4 or 5 short stacks and 1 big stack. I mean, actually, Hutchins is over 20 bigs. Cirillo getting that one through. Yeah, is it just those two over 20? Well, him just over 20 bigs, and then Dario with all the chips.
Cirillo playing the same stack currently with 6 left as he was with 21 left. It's been nursing that stack pretty well.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, yeah. Left you last night, Henry, and you brought us down to the last 15 as it happened. But any particular hands of interest stand out from those that have made this final, or was it pretty?
Well, to be honest with you, mate, it was almost as if when you left, it could have been over in 20 minutes. We had 21 left, and it was just a case of the short stacks with the worst hand getting there in the most insane runouts. Like,
really?
Oh, it was absolutely insane. There were so many hands where people just getting flopped to like running flush draws or gut shots and stuff, and just pinging them through the back door. So. Yeah, finished around 8:30 this morning my time, so I think the tournament director was going to pull the plug on it anyway. And then I think we've just managed to sneak down to 16 or so just before he was going to pull the plug for the day. Because obviously it was around 2:30 in Malta, so it's getting pretty late.
Yeah. Well, Hutchins limping in. Savio's 6-2 soft guys. Pretty good hand for him to apply the pressure with, isn't it?
Yeah, he's going to be able to go pretty wild. That's the chip leader. But yeah, Tyler, nice to meet you, man. Well, at least meet you, if you will, in the commentary booth.
Yeah, same. I heard you guys had a pretty late night last night. So these guys played till 2:30 in the morning, huh? What time do they get started back up? In the local time?
1 o'clock local.
Okay. So they got a little sleep. They're all right.
Oh, they're all right. Adrenaline will keep them going.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I always just have so much respect for people that do grind the live circuit, in the sense that like I feel like the stamina required to be an elite pro that plays live full time is a lot more than that of an online player. I just get to click, sit out, make a coffee, go for a walk, take 20 minutes away from the tables. These guys, they got to be there. 12 hours, long day.
Yeah, that's true. But when the days do get really long, it's usually for good reason. So you got a little adrenaline.
True. That is very true. Yeah.
The first and second days of the big 4 and 5 day tournaments, those can be a pretty big grind. But these 2-day events and 3-day events, you're jazzed up if you go too deep. If you go deep,
yeah. Well, I feel like almost that pot's almost taking the sting out of this, because Petrozelli was the one creating the action. With his departure, it's hard to see where the next big clash comes from, because let's check Mr. Hutchins out of position against the man who covers him. He's second in chips. He's really handcuffed at this moment in time.
ICM is still a myth, James.
Well, it is a myth. Tyler's with me on that one. ICM's a myth. We just play for the win. We play for trinkets, don't we, Tyler?
We do. We love the trinkets.
You can't put ICM on the mantelpiece.
You're not wrong, mate. You're not wrong.
You got the blood of a champion coursing through your veins. You don't care about that extra ladder from 5th to 4th.
Yeah. We got a few 8th place finishes.
Yeah, just scrolling through your Hendon mob now, Dempsey. You certainly do, mate.
Actually, looking at these payouts, it gets pretty big towards the end, and the jumps aren't so big now. So ICM is definitely less of a factor than it can be sometimes. So these guys are incentivized to gamble a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a peculiar payout structure. There's just a few odd things in it, but it should make for a very exciting end of the tournament with those big jumps.
Yeah, it's actually this is a really unique situation with the payouts being as well top heavy as they are. I don't think Savio gets to just kind of like he doesn't just get to go ape, right?
Not as much
Can't
as
just
you,
really, yeah, you can't just like try and run everyone over, given the fact that people are gonna have to take spots wider than they would if.
But you say that you see out there, obviously you without a second thought, folding Jack 5 suited to the min, not even contemplating playing against the chip leader. And I wonder if people are just so ingrained to how you play final tables that they almost don't make the adjustments when you get a payout structure that's a little different like this, and everyone still thinks, right, I'm just supposed to fold and ladder up. I wonder how.
Yeah, and it's always interesting in these smaller buy-in events as well, where there are satellites running and people that aren't necessarily as well studied when it comes to ICM situations in these larger fields. I'm just trying to be more aware of who's actually kind of in the know when it comes to ICM and who you can't really push around. I've definitely made that mistake myself before. I'm just like, oh well, he can't call. He's third in chips. There's 5 left, and it's like, oh, okay, he just snaps me off with King Jack offsuit for 20 bigs. Okay,
looking for trinkets,
Yeah, it's fun to use table chat to try to find out who's aware of the ICM spots or who cares about it and who's just there to win.
That's actually a really good point. I never really thought of using table talk to try and figure that stuff out. What's your normal go-to question, Tyler?
Wow. On the spot, I don't really have one, I guess, but use a few nerdy terms like ICM here and there and try to see who perks up, or maybe just make fun of it and see how people react to that conversation, because you don't really want people to think that you're thinking about ICM either. So.
Yeah. Just be like, yo, ICM's a myth, and then see who chirps up and starts agreeing with you.
Oh, you min raising from the small against Rossi. Rossi defends. Quite curious min raise sizing, especially with the hand selection. Fires off on 10-8 deuce for a small bet. Rossi continues with the gut shot and the 9 of hearts, and that's a pretty good turn card for the 9-6.
Hello, gut shot.
Just snap jam when check to. Well, that's the end of this hand for you. Quite funny as well. Rossi was splashing around a lot earlier on. It's actually tightened up on this final. I don't know what you was thinking.
Save and face Dempsey.
Yeah, come on. Let's get on with it.
Shout out to everyone in the chat. Pappy, I see you, mate. How's it going? Shout out to all the moderators.
Yeah, sure. I thought, but I did see Pappy say hello earlier when you first joined Pappy, and then something happened, and I completely forgot to come back to it. So let me say welcome to. Welcome all the rest of you as well, of course. Don't worry, we got rid of that Jack Sinclair guy because he called about a net, and he got you all fired up. They all got fired up. He said he's indifferent to trains and that Vout was a net. So chat went off at him.
Oh yeah, but Vout isn't it? He's the first to admit that. Yesterday he was folding ace queen offsuit for 15 bigs and king queen suited. It's just some people are built different.
Okay.
He's here, 6 left. Maybe he busted if he pulled with the ace queen. Who knows?
This might be my introduction to Pappy. Everyone else seems excited to say hi to you. I don't know you, but I do like your name. I'm a big bourbon fan, so
there we go.
If given the opportunity, I'll dabble in a little Pappy here and there.
There we go, Pappy. You got love from everyone.
A man of culture, Tyler.
Well, I got to find someone else to buy it for me, though. A man of culture, but not a man of means.
God, He got a bracelet, but he doesn't. It doesn't know ICM.
Oh, he's taking the spot. All right,
Here we
boys.
go. Interesting, because he passed the ace-8 blind on blind, and now he's taking ace-9 with 2 active players behind. So,
Hey, King Jack is just gonna flop a royal.
very, very interesting change. How did he fold ace-8 in the big to a small blind jam, but ripping the ace-9? Either way, off we go.
Yeah, but see, he got in ahead here, James. Whereas blind versus blind, he would have been flipping. So
That's true. Man knows his stuff. Look at that trophy in the background. Who's going to take it?
PPC. I just can't. How does the King Jack lose here? It's just so beautiful.
Well, it's unlikely to lose now.
Wait, whoa.
And 4 flop.
You don't say that with 2 cards to come, mate. Come on.
There's a man who's been outformed too many times.
Oh, I do play PLO for a living. Uh-oh.
Well,
more outs than he had on the flop.
But has it?
More outs than he had on the flop. 33% increase, boys and girls. No dice.
Not to be. Cirillo gets the W. Down to 5 blinds. All right.
Henry just dialed into what's coming on the flop there. Called that in advance. That's how you do it.
Jungle Sands really looks like Henry Kilbane in that picture. Don't see it myself personally. He's far better looking than me.
Oh, Henry's going for. He's like. I think he's fishing for compliments here. I'm not going to help him out. I'm just going to remain silent on that one.
I know. I was about to say he's also won more money in poker this year than me by this score alone. So who's the real champion?
There we go.
But no, boys, I was going to ask. I was scrolling on Twitter the other day and I saw a certain Matt Savage responding to the fact that Tyler would be joining both myself and you, Dempsey, in the commentary booth. And there's something mentioned about golf and whatnot. So I was keen to kind of dig into that one.
Yeah, Savage is prodding me to make sure Dempsey comes to his annual golf tournament this year. It's a little bit, it's just right before the series, so it's not too far out of Dempsey's way, but for some reason, James has not committed to this golf tournament yet, and Savage is a little, I don't know, butthurt.
Yeah, I've been talking to him actually whilst we've been streaming. I've been messaging him, and he's sort of thing. The problem is, Tyler, my index is a little bit low to turn up to this gambling convention. I much prefer it. Like previous years, I turn up with like 14. Now I'm coming in with like a 7.5. It's not ideal. Like.
Yeah, we all kind of knew that was the issue.
You gotta game select, you know.
Meanwhile,
in all seriousness, yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, wow, popping up ace-7. You cards in the 5 bigs. Ace Jack. Savio wanna. I guess Henry here, if he rips us in and makes. Well, fold, it's not a bad situation, even if you doubles, but here we go.
Yeah, I think, weirdly, Savio is kind of incentivized to keep you and Schauber as short as possible, right? Because then he can just apply a ton of pressure on the middling stacks.
Well. Ace-Jack comfortably ahead this time.
Chat calling for a 7.
There is a 7, but a Jack rolled out first. So he has to hit a 7 again.
Oh, a bunch of Sherbers fans in the chat, huh?
Oh yeah, he's the fan favorite, that's for sure. He's going to lose this pot and drop back down.
You increased his equity by about 23% by standing out of his share.
I don't think that works anymore. I think the chairs know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that works anymore. I hope it doesn't work anymore. I've never been a stand-up guy. Like I've always just stayed sat. So I think it's about time we got our go with the edge.
Yeah, but the reason you don't stand up is because you 4-bet jam pocket fours with like 18 left with 1 mil up top. You're just fearless, mate.
Yeah, you've got a pair, haven't you? It's really hard to make a pair and hold them. But yeah, Tyler, in all seriousness, I should be there at SI. I've just been talking to Matt. And,
Yeah, so what's the deal? You're just drawing dead versus those guys, are you? Or
well, it's a tough school. You know, you got to keep your wits about you. I say it's a tough school. Tyler's there just stumbling around, offering bets left, right, and centre. So you've always got a chance. But you got to be you got to be astute when you're in that school.
hey, just bring the same type of determination that you brought in Cyprus, and you'll be fine.
Oh yeah, there was some.
That was a great day out. That was fantastic.
Here we go. A look at the chip counts for the first time in a while. It gives you an idea just how far ahead Demir Savio is. So Cirilla just doubled up to the chip lead.
And how close everybody else is. They're all very bunched.
Yeah, it is now. Really, really tightened up there. Payout down to the shortest. It could all happen. It could all not happen as well, with them also equal. So this is a pretty good spot. Even with that double up there, we're talking about the pay jumps not exactly being too severe right now, but still a good spot if you're the chip leader to apply some pressure.
Wow, Yu's just speed running this tournament. He's all in again.
He's all in and he's off.
Oh, he's taking a walk.
No, this is all under the gun. He just gets up from the. This is a new level. This is not someone I think's got ace-8 offsuit, by the way.
No, yeah, I was going to say, that looks very strong.
I'm petrified right now. Like, I look down at 2 9s, I'm like, bollocks.
Oh, I love that. I love this guy. I want him to go deep in this now.
Yeah, he's been quiet so far in the final, but so active yesterday, wasn't he, Henry? And then he's bubbling into life.
Yeah, it seemed like that tiny little failed bluff with the Jack 5 really steamed him up, and he just went firing away since then.
Yeah, that'll do it. That's normally what triggers it. Just like start muttering to yourself, you know, in your head. You're just like, why did I do that? What a clown. And then you just start blasting away. Try and redeem yourself.
Look at the body language, too. He's really fired up.
Reminds me of that scene where Rocky Balboa's at the bottom of the steps and he just starts going for it.
So Henry, you've been out on the golf course with James now too, huh?
Yeah, first time. It's my first time ever. So I don't know. I feel like it's something I could definitely get into. I really enjoyed it, especially the sunburn the day after as well. I really enjoyed that.
Oh, here we go. Savio raising it up. Well, ripping ace jack from the small for what, 11 blinds, 12 blinds.
Yeah, for chips, obviously a print. Cool off here. I really like this. Like this is actually an insane fold. Like this, like folding there should never be a thing. But I just think like this chip lead that he has. I don't know. What do you think, Tyler? Is that a bit just too passive there, folding the ace-9 for 10?
No, I agree. I think keeping the short stacks short, and like you said earlier, with when you had 5 big blinds, I really like that point. Like you don't mind him staying in the tournament, so you might want to isolate if you have something that could dominate, like king queen or something. But when it's 4s and you're you know, there is definitely a chip equity advantage putting it in right there with the dead money, but you're always flipping, and you might, you know, move you back up into the tournament, or if Sherbeers happens to have a big hand, you might, you know, hurt your own chip lead. So I totally agree that I think you can pass up some spots to keep everybody kind of at arm's length.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I feel pretty sorry for Hutchins. Just has the worst seat in the house.
No,
Can't really do anything.
Sevilla getting it from everyone right now. Rossi with the 3-bet jam from the big King Queen. This guy was just splashing around unbelievably earlier. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say one of the. I was gonna use the word worst. I'm gonna say one of the most optimistic calls I've ever seen. in a hand with 2 tables left, we called the river with Jack high once everything had got there. But here he is on the final.
Yeah, I'm not being funny. Siva called with 9 high today on like a 7 high board or something ridiculous like that. It wasn't a double paired board either.
Garan's luck asking the blind 75 150. This most certainly are, my friend.
I see all these redeemed tickets in the chat. I love that Party pays these guys to jump on a stream and listen to us talk about golf. It's great.
It's exactly what's going on. People are redeeming tickets. You all can do the same. Click the channel points button, and the options are there. A $2.20 up to a $22 ticket, depending on how many points you've got. I've got enough points now, guys, for 2 $22 tickets. Just saying. Fortunately, I can't redeem both on the same day. You can only do one a day, but I'll figure it out. Yeah, Tyler, you wouldn't believe what happened. I remember the golf game we went to with in Cyprus with Yoni, and this is why you're not going to believe me, Tyler. But I hold a clutch putt on the last to like get the money, which that doesn't really happen too often, does it? Let's be honest.
No, you are a clutch player from 120-yard hybrids or whatever, but on the greens, it's usually a bit of a struggle.
It probably won't surprise you to know that the clutch putt I hold was my second putt because the first one was that bad. I left myself but the usual debacle.
Just enough.
There we go. Learned from the best.
Yeah, I'm fairly like Yoni just pitied me and he was like, "Hey, listen, you don't owe me 400 euros." And I was like, "All right, cool." I'm never gambling on golf again.
Wait a minute. That's not an option.
You weren't supposed to win that much if that's the case, Debs.
No, I think it was I was playing a smaller game. Yeah, there was all sorts going on. Cirillo, 2 10s. Rossi, he was playing every hand earlier. Not so much anymore. Boring one. Go on, Tyler. I cut you off mid-flow.
I was just going to ask Henry what's going on. You're in Thailand? What's
I
going
am
on
indeed,
out there?
mate. Yeah, just living out here at the moment. Just a really great life in terms of like location and whatnot. So it's I normally avoid the winter months in Europe and come to Asia. I was going to come out to Vegas. It's meant to be next month, but decided against it.
All right, makes sense. Might as well play in Paradise if you're sitting around playing online.
Yeah. Vegas just always gets me. I always just turn into like an absolute degen whenever I'm in Vegas.
No way.
Yeah. I know. Shock.
Well, I'm living here now, so I'm going to have to try to keep that under wraps.
Yeah, I tried living out there for a bit. Like I normally spend like 6 months of the year in Vegas. But I don't know. I feel like this year, maybe I'll just take a year off because I always end up in the 25, 50, 100 game at the Aria at 8 o'clock in the morning on a Monday morning. And everything, all the work that I put in for the months leading up just seems to just always go out the window in a single session when you know, these 3 guys from Cali have just rocked up for the weekend and are 4-bet potting every single hand. So,
jeez, that sounds lovely.
They always get me.
Hutchins kicking the ace-10 into the muck here, given the, I guess, the chip distribution with you opening from the hijack. Not wanting to jam it. I mean, if you're still playing at 8 in the morning, it means the game can't have gone that poorly. Like you've probably got some chips in front of you.
That's normally the problem. Is like, I'll be up, be having a great day, and then my name will get called. I'll go over look at the table. I was just like, yo, you can't not jump in this game. Like, it'd be rude not to. Just, you know, they got the little flags on the table. They're loving life. This like straddle, re-straddle. Like, yeah, sure, I'll embrace the variance. And then 4 hours later, I'm telling my Uber driver that, you know, I'm retiring from poker. Just... No, I jest, obviously. But yeah, it's a crazy town to live in, that's for sure.
You coming in again. He has really woken up, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
I feel like Hutchins is probably kicking himself about that ace-10. I don't think he liked that fold. But there is a few players behind you.
Yeah.
You can always just run into it.
Wow, with queen 10 in the button? In the blind. Wow. Okay. Confirmed net. There's no debating that. I'm gonna get chat after me now saying that, but there we go.
Not even defending the queen 10 there, huh?
Yeah. Here they come.
They're after you.
Here they come. I love your kill dash, but gotta be objective, you know. You're watching while I'm watching.
You could still be a great poker player and be a net.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, look at Alan Kessler. Look at Alan Kessler. Come on. All right. I'm sorry, Alan. I apologize. I love you, really.
Alan is not offended by being called a nit, I don't think.
No.
That's true, actually. That is true. He takes pride in it.
Yeah, the way to get Alan going would be to make out he's playing too loose, and that would really send him over the edge. Savio! He gets to play loose, but he's got ace king. He's popped it up. They've been jamming on him the last few times he's been opening it up. And
I reckon he's going to do it.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think he's changed gear, isn't he? He's just into right. Come on, got to fast last 6 at least. Let's start going after them.
He acts really fast when he likes his hand. I don't think he's doing it. I think he's gonna.
Wow, he just folds. Okay.
What a good fold. I mean, given the hand.
No, basta direttamente alle minacce.
Cosa devo fare? Stavolta mi sentivo a carta, capito? Mi sentivo tu hai carta.
I don't know if showing the ace is the best play.
No. I'm going after that blind, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, don't show the ace.
You're going to be grinding a full series, Tyler?
Yeah, I usually play just the smaller buy-in, no limits and PLOs in the main event. I mean, smaller, I mean 1,500 and less.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm every once in a while, you know, play a 3 or 5K here and there, and not too much of the mixed games. I know I'm a little bit, but I'm definitely not a hero in the mixed games. So just no limit PLO, maybe PLO 8. Well, definitely PLO 8, and that's it.
Oh, Rossi just 3-bit ripped.
Wow.
The Queen 7-0. All right, these boys are getting out of line.
Jeez.
You min-raised last time, if you guys remember, from the small blind with Jack 5-0. Now he, like, basically 4x's from the small blind, and Rossi sees that 4x and goes, well, that's nonsense. And rifles in the Queen 7. Oh, these guys.
Wow.
Heroes.
I love this. I do love this.
And I mean, it's all of it for you. He's not going to call this off, even though he really wants to. All right, a little banter between the boys.
I really enjoy people trying to display strength when they're actually weak. It's like one of my favorite things about poker, man. It's like act really chatty, try and act calm. Inside every ounce of your body's praying for a fold.
Another one. Another ace going into the muck. Did he show both queen and 7?
No, he's showing the Queen. He's going, come on, show me the other one. I'll show you my other one. I think is the, I believe there's a competition going on.
Okay. Yeah.
Again, in the chat is actually translating for us as it goes on. So he was saying, will you show if I fold? And Rossi said, you'll see it later on the stream. Like that, chat. You'll see it later. Don't worry about it. I've got it.
Nice.
Classic.
James, you don't need the translation though. Your middle name is Vincenzo, isn't it?
There we go. It should just slip into the mind, shouldn't it? I just can't hear it clearly. That's all, Tyler. It's the volume level. Otherwise, I'll be translating it, of course.
I love that, Vincenzo.
Yeah, but yo, it is the final 6. They're guaranteed 13k, I believe, at this moment in time. Keep forgetting these things. It's the 81 up top we're more interested in. 81, 51, 31, 21, the top 4. Such as the jumps. Rossi ripping from the small. Gets his man to fold. I could see this guy's being over in about an hour or taking 4 hours.
Yeah, literally.
They play quickly.
Yeah, sometimes there's some like, you know, you're seeing them not defending, like Queen 10 from the big, not defending A6 from the big, but then we're seeing 4X's met by jams from the Queen 7 off. Can't really piece it all together. It's a nice trinket though, Tyler. That trophy in the background. It would look good.
I agree. Looks great. That's a great trophy. Looks like there's a couple boxes next to it. Are they giving away prizes too? Is there like a watch or something? It looks like there's more than just a trophy up there.
They've been there for the previous streams. I can only assume. I don't know if they're for the side events that we've had, like the high roller and stuff. I'm not really sure, to be honest. Not just the problem being remote. We can't go out and find out like we normally. Rossi gets it through once more. All of a sudden, second in chips. Yu's looking at him going like, yeah, Yu's looking at him going like, what are you up to? What are you doing? Like, chill out.
Henry, are you a sucker for trophies like James and I?
No, James really put me off a couple of years back when the first time I ever met him, he just took me over to the Mike Sexton Championship Cup. He's like, hey, geez, come over here. Take a look at this. And he found this little plaque with his name on it. I was like, I just never want to be, you know, that arrogant. So I just decided to never play tournaments again.
Oh, I wish that was true. It's so much better than the truth. I'd be so much more proud if I had done that, but there we go.
He's like, hey, my name's James Dempsey. Nice to meet you. Have you seen this trophy over here?
All right, Yu's ripping from the hijack. Ace 8. Cirillo
Oh,
in the
boy.
big with 2 10s. We are going to see 5, and Yu is at risk.
Oh, boy.
Well, if Cirillo holds, well, whoever wins the spot is obviously going to vault into second, but they'll be quite a bit clear of the pack at that point. And imagine for Samir, for the chip leader, probably rather Yu wins this and have to keep the chips to his right. Cirillo seems quite capable. Probably don't want him having a bunch of chips on the left.
Yeah, by the way, like, my first gut reaction was this is just such a nit roll, but at the same time, it's one of those spots where he's just like has an edge over the table.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily want to take the spot, which I can get behind, especially if you're a young poker player. 80k is probably life-changing, whereas 13k is probably not as life-changing.
Well, let's see. 2 10s. Comfortable favourite. Put the ace in the window. Followed by the 2 queens.
That is, yeah.
Cirillo reduced to just the 2 outs. I suppose a king or jack would give some additional. This is cruel. Just the 10 will do it. You! Card away from himself being the clear second place stack with 5 left. And that's exactly the situation he finds himself in. Good game, Cirillo. Good game. Very unlucky there, boys. But 13k helps soften the blow. Oh, sorry. I say 13k. Sorry. He's still got spin stack. Apologies.
I'm pretty good for him.
Especially who, thank you for installing. Yeah, getting fucking lucky and then acting like that.
Good news, I think, for the chip leader.
English only at the table? Yeah.
Wait, what?
I think we're having a bit of banter with the boys.
No, we're the only non-Italian speakers, so that's why it doesn't apply.
I mean, they're talking there obviously about the language being spoken, but I mean, Henry, you've played enough in Malta. I assume Italian's allowed to be spoken at the table, right? Given the majority of the players would be.
Yeah, I mean, when I was playing PLO, I just like let it slide. Sometimes there would be, you know, multi-way pots being played, and there'd be a bit of chat. I'd be like, "Hey, boys, kind of, you know, easy now." But yeah, for the most part, you know, I couldn't really say much against it.
Yeah, I would have thought Maltese, Italian, and English would be acceptable, but who knows?
Also, like, good luck telling an Italian not to speak Italian. Yeah, like,
yeah, true.
Like, my mum's Italian, I'm half Italian. It's like you get a group of them together. It's like a merry band. Yeah, it's just the.
Oh well, again in the chat it said it is actually English only. They are in situ over there, so it is English only. But I imagine the key thing is I imagine all the dealers probably speak Italian, so it's not like
a decent amount of them. Yeah,
it's not like they're going to be going, like saying stuff they shouldn't be saying, kind of thing. I think you can be pretty safe in this instance.
Kind of
Seems
interesting
like
to see. Sorry.
I was just saying up until now, Italian seems to be everyone's been speaking it, and there seems to be there's been no complaints. So I think it's
yeah,
might not be written down, but I think it's fine.
Interested to see now how you plays with a bigger stack.
Well, Hutchins kicks the 2 6s in the mic without thinking because we do have a micro stack. And there he is, Cirillo. This is a great spot for the chip video course. Just be popping up. You with 7 deuce off. I think you're probably going to fold this one, Tyler. He's thinking,
Yeah.
come on, guys. Let's get on with it.
I'm not sure he knows it's his turn.
I just think you really doesn't like not being the table captain or there being like a chip leader. That's the kind of vibe that I'm getting. He just wants to put Savio in the blender. And...
I'm leaning towards Tyler. I don't think he realizes this is on him. I don't think he did.
That's a great poker skill of mine. I can really tell when someone doesn't know it's their turn. I got a dead read on that.
Tyler, is that because you that's quite often it's you? Is that why?
Guess it could be. It just comes from years of the Monster Stack tournament at the World Series when everyone acts out of turn and nobody knows the rules. And...
the mistakes. Yeah.
We had a great text history, James and I, over the years of during the Monster Stack, all of the hands that only if something unorthodox happens, where someone acts out of turn or someone doesn't know the rules or someone angles clearly or just all sorts of goofy things that could happen. And that thread is actually pretty great.
It just delivers, doesn't it? It's all procedural errors. It's just like, so it can only happen in the monster. Now, this is a funny spot. Without no Savio's opening, pretty much any two. You've got 2 6s and 11 blinds, but you've got that stack on 3 or 4 blinds to your right. You're thinking, oh. I think what we've been mentioning, that the pay jumps aren't traditional. I think you've just got to go with this, but there's also no shame in folding.
Well, it's easy to see here with because we can see Savio's hand, but usually when there is a really close spot like that, if it's a small pair, then you're almost always flipping. So even if when you get it in, you're not dominating. Oh my goodness!
Did you see this as well? Did you see what happened before this? Rossi was squeezing the cards, and you squeezed them with him, and you actually reacted like I think you must have seen the queen first and the 5 on it. He reacted like negatively, like oh you didn't get a good hand. Then he just ripped it in anyway and shows it.
Wow.
We're paying for 80 grand here, guys. This isn't a home game.
What is going on, boys?
There we go. Yingchen Yu, second in chips. Massimo Rossi, third in chips. It is still Demir Savio out in front. The other 3 pretty short. Well, Federico, very short. We're going to come back to even higher body level, of course. Is it 1-2, I guess, after this? But we'll be back in, what, about 10 minutes? 15 minutes. 14 minutes. There we go. 14-minute break, guys. So please don't go too far. We'll have more of this PPC Malta main event final table.
Wow. I mean, this hand is already, well, 1.3 million in the middle.
Erkan's going to win a much bigger pot than he should have done.
Check.
Wow.
Ясно, че са двама. 120, той как не ги направиш все на търн?
Big pickup. Erkan, look at that, Henry. They're nearly, well, they are a chip apart.
Така че се е рисково срещу фал.
Kolev in the 2, scanning the room, enjoying his moment. Final tableist here in this high roller. Like Henry says, a real eclectic mix of players. Keza, one hand too late. Queens would have got it done last hand.
That is a big raise scouting out.
150.
Yeah, going 2.5x Henry. And Kolev, well, just saying he's enjoying his moment on the final table. He's going to enjoy ripping this. Might not enjoy it too much when he sees the queens when called.
It's a fair flip.
I'll take the queens, Henry, you know. No, I jest, of course.
You won't take the drawing hand?
You know, I'll flip coins all day long if I get queens against ace king off. My war on it, Henry. It's my war on this being a flip.
725. Pass.
So Kolev effectively jamming.
What is this?
Call. Call.
725 call.
Okay.
725 call.
Huh.
Wait. It's not all in, my friend.
It's not all in.
I'm not all in.
Yeah.
Raise.
Can I all in?
No.
No, but I mean, we all know this is all in, Henry.
Okay, sorry.
340k back.
So Keza flicked in the one chip and then he was like, well, can I go all in now?
My friend.
Yeah.
It's going to go in on the flop, I assume.
Yeah. 1.6 million in the pot, 340 back.
How much there?
I mean,
2 million.
Keza may just bet it blind here.
2 million. I have in the pocket more.
Have it in the pocket some more.
Without looking far.
It's table stakes, guys.
No.
I don't need to look. I have aces.
All in.
Call.
All in. Call.
Salite?
Ne vem kako.
Karo.
Here we go then.
All in. Call.
A safe flop for Keza. Not that it was relevant at this
Karo
point.
buttons.
She needs to fade an ace or king. Two
Punere
cards to come.
power. Dure pop karo ai.
Ai pop karo.
James, potential to lose our first player within, well, less than an orbit.
Well, that makes things interesting. All those diamonds now live, bar across the queen of diamonds.
A ne.
Ne vrat vikame.
Vikame zone.
Safe river. Kolev the first out, Henry. Well, Keza, a little misstep perhaps with the Jack-10 offsuit, but gets it back with interest the very next hand. This is the Partypoker Live Poker Millions. Coming to you from the Merritt Crystal Cove here in beautiful North Cyprus. This guy's fighting out $377,000 to throw in the old Luxon Pay account, Henry. Ping it to the next casino. Just keep spinning it up.
This is dicey. Value position, opening into a couple of stacks that have us covered.
Yeah, Keza likes to play. We saw what Romero, very similar decision a moment ago. Queen, oh no, sorry, Dothweiler, Queen Jack off. Just quickly folds it when there's an open from early, but Keza gonna call. Now, as it happens, I'm seeing good shape against sevens.
Keza.
But not something we want to be doing. Hurcan, ace 10 offsuit. Squeeze spot, Henry. Against +1 and +2 though. This is a flat spot.
Also, I was saying he could be in commentary by the time delay catches up. Alright, guys. Alright. Very funny.
Dothweiler pitching King Queen into the muck on the button to that action. Bekbayev in the big blind with 6-4 suited, and looks like he's folded Henry. I mean,
No.
this is perhaps why Unichin is up raising up here with 7+1 on that big blind in particular. He's folding the 6-4 suited. Then they're going to attack this one with great frequency, and what a flop we have here. Erkan, the nut heart draw with the ace of hearts. Keza with the second nut flush draw and a gut shot. Unichin 7, still technically best, but hard for them to put any chips in on this pot.
Could be some Turkey v Turkey violence.
Yeah, I mean, and watch the percentage jump here, Henry, for Erkan when he bets Unichin out of this one. It's always nice when you make the better hand fold and the weaker hand call.
Yeah.
It's the dream scenario. That's what's going to happen here. Look at that. Rockets up to 79%.
I think you're right. Haven't flat called pre with Queen Jack O to fold the King 9-6 mono board. May slow things down.
Oh, wow! He swiftly checks the Queen of Hearts to Zarkezet.
Wow.
Big bet from Erkan. Snap call. Oh, sees the 10 of spades first. Yeah. Nuts v second nuts. Flush. That is, of course, paired board. We are playing Hold'em. 450 was the bet. He just reached over and grabbed a stack.
New chip daddy.
There we go. I mean, the others will be looking at this game. Right, okay, so there was an open under the gun +1. Got the flat from Queen Jack off, an overcall from Ace 10 off. All right. Now, I say just rejam spots, but the likes of James Romero with a big stack who's obviously playing really deep, he had to squeeze them with certain hands. He saw like Duthweiler there, had King Queen offsuit on the button. Folded it, now he starts thinking, right, okay, what hands am I going to be jamming with that if that happens again, that same action. You know, Unichin popping it up here into Bekbayev's big blind when Bekbayev is folding 6-4 suited from the big. These guys will, I don't find that out on delay in about 35 minutes. So all these things get factored in. Erkan. Well, he's running with it, Henry. He's going to try and get this one done in a matter of a couple of hours by the looks of it.
Up the boys. Uh-oh. Hello. The king with the king. Just tell straight away the way Duthweiler just sat up. $375. The new price to play.
Romero.
Whew. God, James.
Was he? I think he's passed already.
Oh, he's just out of there, just like snap folded. Oh, wow.
Bekbayev.
Wow.
Again, Henry, just seen Erkan. Perhaps showing a willingness to get over involved. Pops it up with the chip lead. That's why that doesn't have to be this nutted to be raising. Real decision here for Bekbayev.
Yeah, 21 bigs. Erkan obviously been very active.
Yeah, this is one of your ICM spots, Henry. You think, well, you can easily be light here, but at the same time.
Wow, he announces all in.
Bekbayev needs an ace or diamonds. Come on, Erkan, don't waste any time. Just let it go. Oh. There we go.
Snap call from the German.
Two kings way in front, Henry. Bekbayev in need of help. Does cover slightly. So won't be eliminated if he loses this one, but will be very, very short, down to just 6 blinds. 5 blinds even, wow. Less. Whew.
One ace already dead. It's a fair flop. I say that about every flop, but
5, 5, 3. Deuce for 4. Would give some additional.
yeah.
Hey, 5 gives some additional. What about the running 5s run out, Henry? Well, here we go.
Deuce for a 4.
Life's never easy. There's always a sweat. Duthweiler looking good to get to 2.4 million.
7 ounce once.
Clean. It's alright. Survives. Bet Bev, like I say, look at that. Just 4 blinds left. Duthweiler up to 40 bigs. And a force.
Once you have entered a game, you can access Wiz by clicking the icon in the top right-hand corner of the screen. As you are playing on the table, each hand you play will be recorded on the My Game Wiz live feed tab. If you click on the chat tab, you will see advice and tips on how you should have played the hand. This is where Wiz comes into its own. In hands you perform badly in, Wiz will show you the action along with the optimal action you should have made. This is how Wiz will transform your poker game. As you play on the table, important hands can be starred. Once starred, they can be filtered for by clicking the star icon. By clicking the arrow next to the hand, you can replay each hand as it happened. Here we'll show you a video of how the hand played out. You can also share the hand on your social media platform of choice. Your hands can also be filtered for by the type of game, the time frame, and the stakes. Once you've played over 100 hands, you can now access your report card. On the report card, you will be given a score based on how you performed in some of the key areas of the game. It will also give you advice on how you can improve your score, and again, you can also filter your report card by type of game, time frame, and the stakes. On the menu in the top right-hand corner of My Game Wiz, you can access things like My Missions. Today's mission is on starting hands and when to raise unopened pots in early and late positions. Your daily missions will be centered around the key aspects of the poker game and the most common mistakes people make when playing. You can also access things like the starting hand charts. Here we'll show you what hands to play and what hands you shouldn't play. This is a great guide for many players who may be overplaying hands. Here you can also access the session summary. This will show you your progress and how far away or not you are from the next skill level. Thank you for watching, and let's transform your game together.
Welcome back to beautiful Malta for the PPC Championship final table. And well, it's a final table that's delivering so far. We are down to our final 6. Very much a tale of the haves and the have-nots now with those little turnarounds we've just had. You with his double up. And, well, these boys are playing. We've got a very short stack in Federico Cirillo. We got Massimo Rossi, who's just gone into overdrive the last orbit. 3-bet jamming Queen 7, 3-bet jamming Queen 5 the last hand before the break. Even though Jing Chung Yu had looked at his cards and given away they weren't very strong. There we go. That doesn't worry him. Oliver Hitchens, no reason, no surprise, I should say, to see him, well, playing pretty snug, because it's conceivable that like guys like in an orbit, you could just be heads up, because if people are 3-bet jamming Queen 5, ladders are likely.
Yeah, definitely. All it's going to take is a couple of hands to just collide, and it's going to be a fun game, that's for sure.
So
I can't believe he let he let you peel his cards as well, which is just absolutely insane.
Like you clearly thought, oh, that's not a good hand. Just
great.
These guys. They're playing for 80,000 euros. Viewers, those who've just joined us. Remember 80,000 euros, and it's like they're just clowning around the kitchen table. But there we go. They're paying 100, 200 now, blinds.
I mean, you're almost guaranteed that extra 2,600 with Cirillo there with 2-3 big blinds. So it's a pretty wild time to be jamming the Queen 7 and the Queen 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why
my money's on Hutchins, by the way. I just feel like he's It's been very patient.
I mean, I feel like he's going to make the top 3, but... I mean, this chap's the one. He's got it all going his way.
I would also take Hutchins to top 3.
You're a betting man, Tyler.
Yeah, I'm really sticking my neck out there.
Tyler's been known to have a flutter. All right. Wacky Jackson reporting on this event for poker listings in Malta himself. So, well, welcome back, I should say, to the stream, because no doubt you've been watching it a lot as you're reporting on the event. Nice to have you with us in the chat. Oh, Wout's ripped it in with 2 queens. And Rossi finds the booth. And yeah, Cirillo's gone, well, I got a chance for pay jump. He's right. He's got almost all his chips in the middle already. Let's have a look here. He's put 200 out. He's got, because of the big blind ante, of course. So he's only got 50k back.
I mean, it's a fold with any 2 cards.
Well, it's a 3k ladder, and there's a lot of money up top. Well, 9 deuce off. I think it's got to be a fold. I think you can play some hands, but the ones with the worst equity.
That's wild.
The only problem you got here, boys, is Rossi's not exactly. It's conceivable to think that Rossi's got a worse hand than the open jam, because he's just that kind of player. He could.
Yeah, it's certainly true. I still think if you don't have aces, kings, ace king, I think this is a fold. I mean, I know you're risking not getting to the 80,000, but I mean it's a free 2,600. That's not.
Is it 3k?
Nothing.
I think the jump.
Yeah, 3k ladder.
3k.
Yeah.
And also, it's big blind ante, right? So he'd get to play for the ante next hand.
Right, of course. Yes. Good point. Yeah. Then...
So like the.
Oh, he's gonna flick it in.
No, bro. Oh, come on, the 9 deuce.
That's great news for Wout. Wout's loving that call with the 9 deuce, because if he loses his hand,
Yeah, he gets his ladder because he has more chips.
you get 5th. Yeah. Of course, won't love it too much if the 9 deuce gets there, but
Come on, club's alive. Come on, the 9 deuce.
incredible hand. Rossi finding
Give us
the
a
boots.
sweat. Give us a sweat.
Deuce.
Well,
All right, that's enough of the sweat.
Rossi, how's he find the boots just when it matters, guys?
Not even greedy. I'll take a 7 on the turn, dealer.
Jack could be fun.
Well,
hey.
Ace and everyone's reaching for jackets, bags, the lot. Rossi's got the dunk going on. Use high-fiving in. Everyone's happy. We're down to 4.
Wow.
Ciao, ciao, he's declared.
8k ladder for the boys at Riverdeci.
All right.
Man, that 9 deuce call off is.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about when you mentioned, of course, he's playing for the ante next hand, so yeah, he's going to get a shot to win like $500,000 the next hand anyway.
Yeah, see, he had what 50k back, so he gets a shot at winning a blind and a half next hand from
Yeah, but he gets 400k. I mean, if someone opens, then he's got the small blind, the big blind, and the ante to play for.
No, but he doesn't get to keep the big blind, does he?
No, but I'm not saying he's played 50k of it, so he'd get 4 times 50k plus the 200k. Assuming someone opens, he'd have his 50, their 50, 2 50s from the small and the big, and the 200 ante. So.
James, he was in the small, mate.
Oh, probably he's in the small. Sorry. Okay, take 50k off it. 350. Call me alive for 50,000, Henry. Go on.
Go on then. Man, what a wild final table. It's like I don't know, like a home game.
It really is.
It does feel like it.
Oh, there we go. Yu's turn. Now, that doesn't seem right to me. Yu's got more than 2.7 million looking at those chips.
Yes, he does.
Let's keep an eye on this, make sure the stacks are right, because Those silver chips, 100k a piece. The pinks, 25ks.
Where did he get his chips from?
Wait, he doubled up, didn't he? He got the ace-8 against the 2 10s.
True.
Versus
true,
Cirillo,
true.
yeah.
That's right.
Just make sure the rest of these stacks look right. I mean, it's like 9 million I can see there in the towers for Savio. I can't see anything other than that. So I think...
Oh, showing the queens.
Shows them.
Absolute scenes.
Want to give Henry some props here. When that hand was over and he was dancing around with the aces and 2 players were hitting the rail, Henry drops a subtle "Arrivederci" in Italian.
Yeah, he did.
I don't think anyone caught that.
It's you've seen it, Glorious Bastards, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Brad Pitt is like, yeah, I speak Italian.
Well, the final 4 got 21k locked up. 10k jump now. Things are getting a little bit more serious. 10k, 20k, and 30k. The 3 jumps remaining. So yeah, he's got. This splashing around. You calling from the small. I say splashing around. I haven't seen the cards yet. But it looked splashy.
Yeah, I mean these 2 could get in the middle. Like, it doesn't even take a cooler for these 2 to get in.
So I mean, Hutchins is just loving us sitting here with this 14 bigs and everyone's playing pots. Well, gutter for Savio, the opener. I think he was the opener. I don't know what's going on here. He must have been the opener. King Jack, King 6 called.
Jack high for honors. Okay.
Queen high. So this should just be a bet and take, one presumes. Oh, no, sorry. Rossi's got 6. Apologies. Graphics are flying all over the place. I'm going all over the place.
Understandable, mate. Thick and fast.
So, I think the stacks were right, but apart from Hughes just looks a little under. But Rossi looks to have around the 6 million mark.
Take the King of Spades, please, dealer, for max entertainment value.
Well, 8 of Spades is going to see a blast, surely.
Oh, looks like we've got Walters in the chat. GG's Walters, bud. On your 5th place finish.
We do. Oh, GG, my man. Nice little extra 5k drink on top there, courtesy of the call from the 9 deuce, eh?
Cirillo's in for trinkets.
He's in for trinkets.
He didn't want to give up that blind for his chance to win the tournament.
2.7.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a good bet. I was going to say, this surely betting around about 2 million here. No, 1.6. Okay, I'm a little smaller.
Wow.
Really put Rossi to the test.
What?
I'm surprised to see that.
Folds. Oh, wait. Oh, my bad. Savio's got the open-ended straight flush draw.
Yeah, I was like, it seems reasonable. I mean, it's surprising from Rossi from what I saw earlier, where he just basically never folds. But I think he's taking advantage.
Certainly a reasonable fold. I just didn't expect to see it at all.
Exactly my thoughts. Hutchins just thinking, come on, guys. How about 3-way all in? I'll just sit and watch. Nothing would surprise me at this point.
Yeah, there's enough fireworks. I think Hutchins is happy to
I'm so
sit back.
surprised. Savio even giving up the 10-8-0 with Hutchins in the big. And the chip stacks the way they are. Hutchins against a U raise. Assume he's going to fire it in. U's been, well, you can see he's opening with 6-3 here, but been very active since what, about 7 left.
Well, and he's willing to fold even an ace, so.
Right.
Yeah, well done, mate. Yeah,
There's a
4
lot
left now. Can't be.
Yeah.
Can't be passing up an ace in the big
Well,
blind.
there's a lot of freedom here, isn't it? Because he's by far the shortest as well. So it's. What was it Jeff Gross likes to say? The risk premium.
The risk premium, eh?
It's got the least to lose. That's the shortest stack. You with. Looks like. What, 4.5. Good idea of his stack here.
A little more than 4.5.
Yeah, just over 4.5 behind. So he's got 2 million more than the graphic suggests for future hands, boys.
The grays are 100 and the pinks are 25, yeah?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that would make sense.
To another break.
Like I said, well, I said it just for the last break, didn't I? I said it wouldn't surprise me if this was over an hour or 4 hours. The hour something looked a lot more likely. Double KO.
C'è 40.000 a testa, poi giochiamo 8, 12, 20.
Non possiamo avere la stessa cifra noi. Lui non può ragionare, guarda quanto è finita, dai. Adesso io prendo di mezzo e dopo ci ragiono. Andiamo avanti, dai.
Definitely allowing plenty of Italian spoken at the table.
Big blind, sir.
$844 players have busted this event. Just 4 remain.
Being an outsider to the European poker scene, I don't know any of these players. Did either of you guys know any of the players left now or earlier in the last 2 tables, maybe?
No, not me.
Yeah, I didn't recognize anyone, which is, I mean, it's not too surprising with an event in Malta. Just get players from all over Europe rocking up.
And the buy-in level is a little bit lower than maybe
yeah.
you would know.
Yeah, exactly.
And with it not just being the buy level low, but obviously a lot of online day ones were played, so you're going to get perhaps more players who might not often pop up at live events, even at the 500 level.
Wow, see Hutchins jamming here with the Jack 8 suited.
Yeah. Oh, well. We saw you fold, what was it? Ace 8 in the big small blind jam before. So we get the button jam. He shows again. Don't show this. Hutchins is like, brilliant, okay? Hutchins is like, I saw him fold an ace before, so I'm going to go after that big blind. That was confirmation he does fold an ace. I don't hate the fold as well, by the way. Just given the fact that you've got Rossi behind with a not too dissimilar stack to you and liable to blast off, I don't know.
Hutchins probably carrying a tighter image than he really is. Also.
Right.
I love the vibe that you and Rossi are giving off.
Yeah.
This has actually been one of the most entertaining final tables I've covered in a long time. Like it's just had it all. It's had it all. The theatrics from you has definitely been the highlight of my night. Just like standing up, jamming ace-8, 7-handed from under the gun. I'm honestly like, I wake up with Jacks in that spot, and I'm like,
I just like this. This is my man Rossi. He's like doing a dance where he knocks out 2 of them. Here he is, just ripping it in. He was showing his playing partners the Queen 5 as he 3-bet rips it in. He's just relentless. Oh, he's brilliant.
This is kind of rough spot for Savio. I mean, he has to fold this, but King Jack's pretty high on the opening range.
it's grim as well, given that you've seen some of the just absurd hands that this guy is jamming. Like he could literally have like King 10 or Jack 10 in this spot, and you're just in great shape.
Absolutely.
But again, when you're on this kind of table and people are just playing this absurd, it just it makes sense to just continue edge folding and do your thing.
Shows him the ace this time, not Queen 5 off.
The one time he does call it off, he's going to have aces again.
I don't know how many more tight folds you has in him. I think he's tired of seeing so much action that he's not involved in.
Yeah, and well, I think if one of them does go for the 3-bet jam here, they're going to get a customer.
Oh boy. Okay, this could be it.
Yeah, but
might see a call actually. We haven't seen it yet, but he seems like the guy who might want to play a pot. And actually calling would be fine.
Yeah. Remember, guys, got over 4 million, not the 2 it says on the screen. Okay, again, in the chat saying they're talking about potentially doing a deal as well. Table chat. Okay, it does just put the call in, as Tyler suggests. And Rossi,
oh, wow,
with the rip. And surely this time he's getting looked up.
Wow.
Especially with the speed of the rip, guys. I mean, it's just...
Has Rossi finally ran into it?
Yeah, so the graphics are right. It's just around the 5.5 to 6 million mark. So 30 bigs. I mean, it's a huge jam.
It's massive.
But he's seen this enough times now, surely. It seems easy sitting here saying you got to call the ace queen. But...
It's a little bit like that spot with where Cirillo kind of knew he had to put in the 10s, but really didn't really want to because he knew that he could outplay the table. I think that's kind of the same spot Savio's in. He knows he's supposed to put it in with the ace queen here, but just kind of doesn't want to put that many chips in pre-flop.
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree, but it's like, how long are you gonna?
He does. He takes the spot.
Yeah.
And well, biggest pot of the tournament so far, 12 million chips lie in the middle.
It's going to happen eventually.
Comes to be out in front. Hutchins and you with a shot to ladder. The big ladder it is as well. 21k currently locked up. 31k for the top 3. And Rossi find a 9. Can he see some diamonds?
Oh man, I don't know how I feel about this one. I feel like the ace 9 is going to do it.
Savio holds here. He's got massive amounts of chips. 10, 4 deuce, 1 diamond, boys. 1 diamond.
Oh, he's tapped the table. He's tucking. Oh,
20%
T increase.
He's got
20% T increase. Oh, Savage drawing dead.
Oh, there it is. The 9 on the turn.
Savage is drawing dead.
The 9 on the turn. Rossi strikes gold. Can he fade the queen on the river and take the chip lead?
Oh man.
Yes.
He does. He does.
Wow.
Rossi.
Hutchins just slumped down in his chair.
Hutchins and you, yeah. I mean, that'd have been game over if Savio won that, but he'd be on 25 million against, what, 4 and 2? Wow. Wow. Now, boys, good luck, because you might think you can kind of push Savio around a little bit, but there'll be no pushing this guy around. He's going to be just ripping it in loads, pre.
4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 9, 75.
Hutchins just looks devastated himself. it was at least 10 grand away. 2 cards to come. At least a 10 grand ladder away, I should say.
The ace queen was just never winning there, right? Like,
you knew it, Henry. I felt confident with the ace queen.
Yeah, the stand up tapped the table and.
I tell you, like 20% increase, man. Like he's tucking his chair in and everything.
I gotta ask you. Of course, yeah. Sorry, Demir down to 6 million. I was getting confused there. I gotta ask you, Henry, when he gets a 20% increase, is that 20% of the 100%, or is it 20% increase on his own equity?
It's basically 20% is just being like really kind. It's actually, you know, your opponent's just drawing dead, but
okay. I need to know these things, because if I'm like 80% and I get to increase 20%, fantastic. But you know, if I only get 20% of my 80, then you know, do I want to use it yet? Do I save it? Well,
it just felt like, you know, I don't know.
You with the 3x.
We'll start talking about the universe and energies in the room just to start trolling Twitch chat next level.
I like that from Hutchins there. Quite quickly, it was a 3x and he just kicked the ace-5 suited into the muck. Earlier, we saw him, you know, ripping ace-deuce off over when he used opens. I know it's button versus cut off, and of course, Rossi's just doubled up in between them, so a lot of different situations, but I think the 3x really scaring him. Sabo is just like, how's this going like this?
With 30 big blinds for Savvy there and King 6 suited, I think should be defending the big blind four-handed.
It's 3x though, it just feels... I don't know, it feels... Yeah, you're pretty right. Well, incredible scenes at the PPC Malta final table. We have a new chip leader. He's definitely shown some heart.
Rossi, Madonna.
Well, he avoided one.
What a
Savio.
fantastic FT.
In the small, going to complete, it looks like.
That is a fun, entertaining final table for sure.
Battle of the Sixes.
Straight draw for Savio. Pair for you.
For me?
For you. To me. To you.
Come on, guys. We can't be making that joke.
He's better at a turn. Here we go, Tyler. We've got a monster hand. There's only 4 left. 80 grand up top, and we got misclicks and all sorts going on.
Lovely. This is the kind of poker I miss. I've been playing on all the websites and trying to learn how to be an online grinder, and I've really been missing the out of turn, maybe on purpose. Who knows? But
whoa, cameraman's just having an absolute heart attack over there.
Rossi's just taking out a camera on his way out of the table.
Going on?
Well, Savio changed the action. It says he bet now.
Yeah, he has. I think he's.
That is what
What is
happened
going
now.
on?
So if Savio decided to check, the news bet would have stayed. But since Savio changes the action by betting now, you can take his chips back and make a new decision.
It's very rare, though, isn't it, Ty? You see someone just not check it in these spots.
It is incredibly rare.
It's actually bet 150, so it's obviously min bet. It says 200 in front of him, but I think what happened was you bet 200. Savio's now bet 150 instead to get a discount.
You got that wrong, James. The big blind is 200.
You're right, but he's only got 150 in front of him. Unless the problem with more chips out of sight, but you're quite correct.
Is it the same amount? No. Ah, okay.
I don't know what's going on. The players don't know what's going on.
It's all kicking off,
You might as well
boys.
just shut this thing down.
Call it a day, chop it up. Everyone head to the bar. Rossi's paying.
All right. Eventually, we're going to see a turn card in this queue. The Ace of Clubs. Are you picking up a flush draw to go with this pair?
Just gonna rifle it in on the turn. Doesn't matter. There's a 4-liner there.
It's an interesting prediction.
Oh, this guy never limps a king.
Just setting the price, 250. It's cool with the knife. I'm lost, boys.
I want to see what happens on a brick river. Do it. Do it, Savvy. He never has a king, bro. Just bet
Why
pot.
not?
Just
Why
bet
not? He
pot.
can have a king.
What, you? Nah.
Yeah, you can have a king. Why not?
I'd like to bet the pot dealer.
No way. He's giving up.
Does give up. Check. And the pair of tens will be awarded the pot. And I see a question in the chat from Super asking, James Henry Tyler, would you rather commentate on an FT like this or a perfect poker final table? I know for myself, this is far more enjoyable, but I don't know about you boys.
Oh, this is the nuts. This is the absolute nuts. The pace has been really good. There's been the theatrics, and it's just been a really fun final table.
Yeah, it is. I think this is more fun, and it's sort of I'm sort of more in my element. I think I'm, I've played these smaller buy-ins, and I'm pretty good at getting in the heads of guys like this. But I do enjoy a really like a high roller final table because I assume most of the players at the table are better than me, and so when they make a play that I don't understand, then I'm trying to learn from it instead of picking it apart where I might on a table like this.
That makes sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
It's always something we like to say with that. I mean, myself and Henry get flummoxed quite often watching these high rollers. You realise, well, there must be something we're not good at.
Talk about yourself, mate. Absolute bot.
Hutchins, King Jack, and really probably still trying to look at how to play this final table because...
You know my screen name is Solverjail, yeah?
There we go.
In Solverjail 24/7.
Solver Jail, nice.
Yeah. No, the great mate, what is you doing? The great thing about the high roller events is it's really easy to justify being crap at commentary. Because you just get it, there's a tough spot going on. You're like, oh well, it's Michael Adamo, so I'm not going to try and guess why he's 4-bet jamming this hand, And it's a valid excuse because he's the 0.1% of the 0.1%. Like, you're not expected to know why he's doing these funky things.
Yeah. It's a good out.
It is an easy out.
I'm
It's cheap.
I like. He's. I was right. I'm gonna get him his goofy plays. Like you know, the objective of poker is to try and get in games where you've got a lot of fun players. So this is what you want to focus on, like how to beat these kind of players, because for the most part, this is the kind of players you're going to be playing against. It's all well and good watching the creme de la creme battle it out, but most likely, if you get a live event, this is what you're dealing with. Fine, depending, of course. I know some of you in the stream watching will be picking reg on some high rollers, but for the most part, the objective is to get to a final table in a field like this. Rossi in the small. Is he going to jam? Is he going to limp? What's he going to do? Flip it up. Hutchins queen 9. Seems like strong enough to continue with.
I've played one high roller lifetime, and I lost 95% of my stack on the last hand of day one. Oof. Had to bag up 1.7 bigs going into day 2.
A good sleep.
Wow. I slept like a baby, mate.
8-4-4. Rossi's still best with the ace, backdoor hearts, but he's going to check it over to Hutchins. I'd be scared when Rossi starts checking. He hasn't done a lot of that. No, I wouldn't be so scared now. It's working out okay for Hutchins.
So far, it's pretty good.
That's a nice run out for Hutchins. Rossi could block here. And he could also call. Everything breaks. 7.
Right.
Mind you, I think 7-6, 7-5, those types of hands probably stab flop.
Yeah, but all the 9-10s,
Yep.
Jack 10s, club combos.
Yeah, we actually have a really nice bluff catcher in theory. I'm blocking all of those. I feel like we'd rather call ace deuce than like ace 7 here or ace 9. IMO.
Yeah, no, I've seen Rossi call far too wide on rivers already today, so it won't surprise me if he calls this.
Go big, Hutchins.
I don't even know what the size is yet, but yeah, I think I'll call that. Well, there you go, Snap calls it.
Very quickly called.
All right, Hutchins on the climb.
Oh, I think you have to go bigger there.
Well, the fact he snaps with ace high, yeah, you gotta.
Yeah, I'm just betting pot and just be like, good luck, mate.
All right, Hutchins above 5 milli for the first time, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, betting smaller there might make it a little more likely that you get called by a hand like king high, maybe ace high, but not much. You're definitely getting called by all pairs and probably aces for up to the size of the pot.
Yeah, Hutch is clutch.
You, ace 8 from the cutoff. A little bit of calm has befallen our final table. It needed it.
That's right. I'm about to get the chat really riled up. Chat,
Here we go.
Is water wet?
What the heck?
I'll let that sit with you guys for a bit.
Oh, sorry, Tyler. That you didn't understand the question. It's water.
Oh, sorry, man. Yeah. Bottle of water.
We'll say it in American. Water.
Every time, bro. Every time they're like, "Oh my God, where are you from?" Like, are you from Australia? Like, yeah. Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. Like, it's the easiest. It's just you're in. You can just speak to any woman in America. I love it. It's like go in to like buy some clothes or something, and just straight away, it's like, oh my God, I love your accent.
That's actually one of my favorite things to do in a bar with Dempsey or Toby Lewis when they start talking to the servers and like, come on, stop that fake accent bullshit.
It's always the amount of times they thought I'm just faking an accent because you're there.
Yeah. Sorry about my friend. They just let him out. Thinks he's British. Let him out of the asylum.
Oh no! How do you did it to the chat? You really did it.
I mean, I gotta agree with Dex. Water makes things wet, therefore it cannot make itself wet. I mean, yo.
Jeez.
If a tree falls down and nobody's there to hear it fall, did it actually make a sound?
Well, yeah, I think so.
But you weren't there to hear it, so how do you know?
I think that one's a little bit more
slightly
solvable.
different problem. Yeah, a slightly different problem than
when you pull the plug out of the bathtub, what way does the water go down? Clockwise or anti-clockwise? You know, these are the questions that we have to find the answers to.
There's been a new viral one out there. Are there more wheels in the world or doors?
Yeah, I saw that as a good one.
More wheels or doors?
It has to be doors, right?
It has to be wheels. Doesn't it?
I think it depends.
So
anyway, we should.
Let's break this down, boys. Like, you know. Yeah, we got a hand going on here, boys and girls. Sabio.
Finally, we need to define a door quite clearly, wouldn't we?
Yeah. Do you need to define a wheel as well, mate?
No, because there's loads of wheels as parts, components, and things you wouldn't expect to find a wheel in.
Oh, what were those toy cars that we grew up with as kids? Hot Wheels, or where it's called. Like, imagine how many Hot Wheels there are lying around. Like,
Hot Wheels have the same number of wheels and doors. What are you talking about?
Wait, what?
They don't have doors, like they don't open. Well, that's the thing. That's why I have to define a door. Does the door? Does the door have to operate? Like,
good boys.
You know,
I reckon we should start our own podcast and just start asking questions. I'm not even joking. Just the three of us, we sit down, fire up a Twitch stream, and just start asking questions like this and try and solve it.
I'm currently in my living room. And I can see two doors, and I mean, I've got a chair that's got, I think, 10 wheels on. I've got my bike in it. It's another 2 wheels. I'm looking around. I mean, in this room, wheels are far ahead, but
I'm not sure if your anecdotal evidence there is indicative of the entire world.
Wait, hang on. Can we not start using words like indicative and anecdotal on this stream, please, right? And Supernova coming in with the actual logic saying, doesn't it depend whether you're in the northern or southern part of the world, as it depends on magnetism of the poles?
No, it's all nonsense.
Less of that.
You can make it go either way.
Less of that.
It's all fake news. Savio, popping up ace-5 suited. You, King Jack with what? 5 maybe? 5.5. Similar stacks, in fact, now, these two.
I think
three of the short stacks similar.
We should save all of these crazy hypotheticals for really boring final tables. This one actually delivers.
I was just thinking, day ones.
Yeah.
All right, you putting on the pressure.
Man, this is the spot for me right here. You don't need a lot of 4-bet bluffs in your range, but if you're gonna have one, I just ace-5 suited's the one for me.
Yeah, it's playing what? It's how many 3-bet bluffs off of 12.5 big blinds do people normally have?
Well, I'm not sure use stack is still accurate, but
No, it's
yeah,
not. It's got,
if it is only.
we were playing like just under 30 effective in this hand.
Oh,
They have
okay.
very similar stacks. We haven't seen this from you really. This you've seen a couple of like jam 3-bets, but not. Are we actually playing show 1? Is that what's going on here? I mean,
I believe so. I wonder if in 10 years' time I'll be able to like send Party Poker an invoice for my sleep therapist.
This is a great time schedule for me today.
And yeah, I'm up on the moon. You better believe I'm falling out my mind here with a 10-wheel chair. That's how I roll.
Commentary in the morning is the absolute nuts. You just wake up, do commentary, just loving life.
Yeah, I like it. It kind of feels like a real job. Just get up, walk down to my spot.
Savio, 2 jacks. My number blind. Wow. How this has turned around for him. He did spike that ace on the river just before you guys came online, didn't he? To win the huge flip, to get himself in a commanding chip position. But since then, it's gone a little awry. But he is down to the final 4. And he's still in there with a very good shot.
Yeah, I mean, he was to the turn fading 3 outs to basically win. I mean, he wasn't guaranteed, but nearly win the tournament right there.
Bit of a tight fold there from Hutchins versus the just shy of 3x. The 9-7. It's close. It's close. Don't want to be too nitpicky. I think he's played really well given, well, firstly, having the chip leader on his left for most of the final table and just the absolute madness that has, well, basically happened. SFT.
Yeah, you do have to make sure you don't have too many limp folds in that spot, but there are some external factors that can make it so he could limp fold a little bit more than maybe his GTO.
You with a walk. Poker's easy at times.
Next ladder's 10,000.
Mm-hmm. We're playing, Tyler. We're playing. 10, 20, 30. The next 3 jumps.
Yeah, boys seem to have settled in now after the, well, flurry of bust outs from 7 to 4.
Savio, ace 4. Looking at 6 all spades.
I think monotone boards are really tough to play out of position, so the in position guy can usually fire away. He might have enough showdown value where he doesn't care, but you win a lot of pots betting in position on monotone boards.
It's just hard against Rossi. Just
agreed.
You never know what he's going to do.
He wants a dealer change.
Yeah. He hasn't spiked a 3 outer for a couple of orbits.
Can you ask to scramble the cards in the European live poker tournament circuit?
I'd imagine so.
Yeah, especially in events like this where everyone knows everyone within like the closely knit poker community there. It happens quite a lot where people are just friendly with the floor staff.
So
I'm just like, Francesco, change the deck, please. Like, come on.
It's following along here on the social media stream for Party and just seeing obviously the guys that have been grabbing a quick word with some of the players, and I'm just reading that Ollie Hutchins here on this final table qualified for 109 euros, so pretty good return so far. 109's got up to 21k, but you can see with ambitions are more. Rossi with everyone's favourite hand. Well, I hope Hutchins doesn't find anything because he won't be getting any further if he does.
Oh, with the limp. All right.
Saw aces get cracked in the high roller by slow playing blind versus blind.
Okay. Well, that is a pretty nasty looking board for aces. Right. He'll fire off and 450 to 600. Hutchins does have a little bit of something here, guys, with the jack of diamonds on the 789 board, but I don't think you can do much with that sizing.
Yeah, versus 75%. It's pretty grim.
Yeah. Might even consider raising against some players, but I don't think that you need to here.
I agree.
Nice feeling seeing those chips get shipped to you when you limp the aces and you get the 7, 8, 9 flop. Pretty happy for that hand to be over with.
Yeah, didn't quite go to plan.
So he qualified online, Demps, for 109, yeah?
I believe so.
What a player.
Henry, you been to Malta? You've been in this casino?
I used to live there. I used to live in Malta. Haven't been. No, I have been to Portomaso. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I have been to Portomaso. But the Omaha game that I used to play was at the other casino. One of the other casinos, I should say.
It was a cool shot from the crew when we, when we come back out of break. Malta looks really pretty.
Yeah. Definitely suggest visiting if you're ever in Europe for like a long weekend or something. It's a nice spot. You traveled to any of the European tours or?
I haven't much. I did a WPT in Berlin one time, and I've done the Irish Open, but I haven't been traveled around Europe much at all.
Yeah, I mean, every time I go to America, I'm quickly reminded why that makes a lot of sense. Like, I drove from Vegas to like even just driving from like Vegas to Utah or like from Vegas to Cali, you just have absolutely everything. Like, you don't need to get on a flight and go skiing in the Swiss Alps. You can just basically drive 2 hours up the road to Utah and go skiing there.
Yeah, there's a lot here. I haven't done much Europe yet, but we will. I mean, we were planning on doing some, I don't know, Barcelona or Prague or something right before the whole world shut down. So we'll get out there again eventually.
Mm.
What you don't have in America though, Henry, is naked attraction. So,
jeez, we're back to that.
Wait, what? What did you have?
Oh, Tyler got
That's
taught.
Stupid reality game show on Channel 4 in the UK. And when I was in Berlin, there were only 2 English-speaking channels. One of them was Channel 4 in the UK, and this naked attraction show was on, and my mind was just completely blown because it's stuff that they can't show on TV in the United States.
Wait, there's stuff that you can't show on TV in the United States?
Yeah, we can show violence. Yeah, we can't show nudity.
You're allowed to show murder. You can't show love in America. That's just the general rule. Bit bizarre.
Well, anyway, I don't know if you know the show Naked Attraction, but it was an eye-opening experience for me.
No, I'm getting anxious every time you say the word naked attraction. I'm just like trying to picture myself in that position.
For those that aren't aware, get Googling.
Just rock up, meet a complete stranger, be like, hey, how's it going? My name's Henry, professional poker player, 27 years old.
What a show.
Here's my bits. Hope they're good enough.
Meanwhile, Hutchins is raising up here with Jack 9. Rossi defends Jack 4.
Nice segue, Dempsey. Nice segue. Well played, well played.
We'll see it. We'll see a flop.
Hello. Pair against pair.
Hmm. Here we go. Can he get a clean run out? More chips. Can he get the dream run out of a jack?
Oh, you dirty man.
Let's see. It's a rainbow board. Well, that's the pair up that helps neither of them. Yeah. I guess, guys, you could just bet again here and check back. Plenty of rivers. There's a lot of draws out there. You still want attacks.
Yeah, I don't hate like 40% and then like checking back river, something like 800k. Setting up a very natural river SPR of around 0.6. And you also get to kind of dictate how the rest of the hand plays out. It's getting slightly bigger.
Yeah, a milli it looks like. Is that
wow?
Check jam.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
He quickly called.
No, I think he's. Oh yeah,
he called.
He quickly called. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, come on, the boys! 2 outs once.
Wow, well done.
My goodness.
He knew exactly where he was. Great call from Hutchins. Off we go. And he holds.
That's a big pot.
All right, and I actually think it was saying he was all in for. I think he may have had slightly more than the graphic was suggesting. Watching this get count down. We've got 3.4 there.
Oh, Hutch is clutch, boys.
So maybe up to nearly 9 million, I think. We'll see what the graphic says. But the chip leader nonetheless. That's definitely the case.
I love the bet on the turn if you're prepared to call. I mean, if you're not sure if you're calling the jam or not, then maybe check the turn and try to get value on the river. But I think that if you're prepared to go with it, a bet on the turn gains a lot of value from other things too.
Yeah, I like that. That's a great point. I feel like a lot of people make that mistake where they bet turn and then they don't really have a plan for any other action other than their opponent just check calling or check folding. And then when they do get check jammed on, they just find themselves in a world of pain. You see it quite often.
Our new chip leader was shortest with 4 left. He's now the leader.
Follow the leader.
I don't even know. To count it. Thank you.
Hutch is clutch.
In for 109, trying to get out for 81,000.
In for the min, out for the max.
Savio, a little over 5 million in his stack.
Looks like they got another tournament or a cash game going on in the background here. So this is a big casino with lots of poker tables, lots of games going on.
Yeah, I guess it's probably more side events. I'm not sure.
Yeah, during series for sure. Used to be very hit and miss. You'd have to like text players sometimes to try and get one of like the bigger PLO games running.
First hand since the double up use popped it up. Hutchins with a spot to jam, and that's exactly what he's done.
Let's go. Come on, Hutch. Up the boys.
It's a big jam as well. It's like 30 blinds, but this is it. ICM. You get to torch people. I think this is first be second. Again, if you're just joining us, the use stack a little off. You can see the counting his chips by eyeballing. He has around 6 million.
Spike cool.
Nothing would surprise me.
I don't know how many aces you can show and fold, but this is probably going to be another one.
Oh, that's fantastic. What a brilliant comment.
I mean, sometimes he just posts a big blind and folds and shows it, so... You know. Hutch! Stretching that lead as soon as he's got it. Yeah, I can see that. He's got close. He's got 10 million there. He's got 8 million in those silvers. He's holding about 1 million in his hand, and then around 1 million in pinks. No, he'd be sad to see the dealer change.
Well, that might make Rossi happy.
Here we go.
Rossi's about to go on a run, boys. I'm predicting it. Whoa, I love the spade tattoo. I'm a Rossi fan.
I'm a big Rossi fan. Like yesterday with like 21 left, he's just up to all sorts.
It's a change tack now in his mind. He's the chip leader. He gets to blast away, put everyone under pressure. Here we go. Yep, nearly 4xing. Not much you can do there if you're in Savio's shoes with 4 high.
I mean, stranger things have happened on this FT.
Yeah, not between these two. Well, that's almost how it stacks up. We know it's a little different to this. But wow, out in 5th, picked up 15,000 euros. That is correct. Federico Cirillo out in 6th. He got 12,000. They busted in the same hand, of course. It was a 3-way all-in where Cirillo had just 50k left behind his big blind. Flicked it in with a 9 deuce, which we weren't big fans of.
No, but he was risking that 3,000 jump to try to make it 80.
Yeah.
Applaud the gamble.
We love the gamble.
Wow, it's a personal best for me.
A Candy Crush?
Oh, I just bust the tournament first hand.
Oh, wow.
Don't think that's ever happened to me. Fairly sure it hasn't.
I was going to say, surely you tied a personal best, but you're calling it as the actual personal best, huh?
Yeah. Sarah said, hi, anyone from Spain? Probably quite a few people. Whether they're here or not. Chris said we can be from Spain if you say Hutch is clutch. There we go. Hutch is clutch. Hutch is clutch.
Chris Eubank Sr. in the chat. Why Chris Eubank Sr.? Talk to me. Ah, so blinds went up to 250. Ace, Jack, blind and blind.
Who wants it more?
I'd love to just see these two get into some sick leveling war on this board.
That would be awesome.
Just absolutely like 2008 kind of leveling war.
Those are famous Ivy hands somewhere. I think maybe Aussie Millions. So when a board like this went to 5 bets on the flop or turn.
I know exactly. Yeah, I remember the hand. I know exactly what hand you're talking about.
Yeah, Wacky Jackson saying the action in the background is indeed a side event. And cash games are down on the casino floor. So there we go.
All right. I like getting the local update.
Here we go. Yeah, if you are just joining us or weren't with us when these boys joined me in the booth, I mentioned at the time we've got the widest commentary booth in the world, stretching from Las Vegas to Thailand via the UK.
Yeah, let's quickly Google the distance.
It's roomy in here.
I should know. I just flew that route like a month ago.
Henry, it's a little different to when we're in the commentary booth at Kings, where you can't really move. Here we are. This booth, we got a little bit of room.
Yeah, James, you and I did a commentary in a booth in Montreal with the late great Mike Sexton, where we were all rubbing elbows.
Yeah. You'd been rubbing your face on the street the night before, I seem to remember.
yeah, that's true too. There was a little hole in my head.
14,000 kilometers, boys and girls. That's
wow.
The distance of this commentary booth right now. Technology, eh? Who would have thought?
Ace, 4, 5. King of spades for Savio.
You can comfortably check back with Savio's hand because it has a lot of showdown value. However, with the king of spades, you can set up a multi-street bluff if you bet this flop.
Yeah, I can get behind betting in general. Have plenty of equity against the 5 and a 4. Hand wants a little bit of protection, and as Tyler alluded to, you can actually triple off on certain runouts. I like range betting in theory here from EP.
It's a good fold from Hutchins. You can make a case for calling with king high there.
Chat, I've known Tyler for about 2 hours, and he's a non-believer.
A non-believer.
He's a non-believer, boys and girls. If you're ever in a hand against Tyler.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Tyler. I'm a non-believer myself, mate.
Well, Henry, what you don't realize is when you're playing Tyler is you don't want to see bet too light because he check raises a lot of flops.
The thing is, I used to check raise a lot of flops, not really knowing why. I just kind of figured it was right because people see bet too much. But since doing the solver work, man, they're telling me now I'm supposed to check raise like 20% of the time. I wasn't doing it that much, but nobody else was either. So
it's true.
I think I was accidentally ahead of the game in that realm, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, check raising like paired boards is just the absolute nuts. Like comes like 7-6-6 and your opponent sees it. It's like, all right, mate, see you at the river. Especially in PLO.
I mean, I wish it was those kind of boards. Tyler was just check raising any kind of board.
Oh, come on.
Oh, fair. I respect it. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
With a gutter. Gonna send a bet into the middle. Hutchins, second pair. Remember, you limp this one pre-flop to create this three-way scenario.
Wow, that's like the third time you's acted out of turn now. Like that, he should actually get a penalty. Like this has happened a few times. I would call the floor in Hutchins' shoes. Not to be mean or anything, but it's like it's killing your action. Fortunately for Hutchins, he could potentially get some value now.
Notice our graphics team has gotten the right chip count for you now. At least close to it.
Imagine if he just rifles this in. Oh, yeah. Oliver clutches.
There we go. It's taking that long to come up with that.
Love it.
Oh, I love Twitch chat, man. What a blessed life. Just get to commentate, travel around the world, poker festivals, pretend that you played poker for a living as well, and great life. Talk about myself.
Can't believe you're calling me out like that. I'm up on the moon in the Twitch chat. Asked he said he missed that. What happened there? you had checked out of turn, and it was not the first time that he's acted out of turn. So that's what Henry was talking about there. Maybe asking the floor to get a handle on that.
Yeah, I guess a penalty on a final table would be a bit harsh, but I know there are definitely events where, you know, like you get a warning first time and then if he's done it twice since, it'd be a penalty. Wow, chip leader waking up with a legit hand.
You will defend with 9-5 suited.
Fair flop for the both of them.
Yeah.
Could actually jam this flop for 2x pot.
No, but again, you've got a lot more chips than graphics suggest.
Does he? I thought he's lost quite a bit now.
I think there's another stack of silvers behind that stack of pinks that you can just make it out.
Okay.
I'm just working on the fact the graphics has been off by about 2 million, and we haven't had a table. We haven't had a chip count since then, so I doubt it's been fixed. It may have been fixed, but I think there's more chips behind there.
Oh, okay. I thought if the SPR is 2, you could, just send it in.
Oh, pink. A heart.
Aspetta. Ah, io sono check. Tu hai già checkato. Ah, io ho fatto check. Cazzo, sono sbagliato il bottone.
It's okay for you, sir. I can open. Thank you.
Io sono sbagliato.
Oh, wow.
What a run out. What a dreamy run out. Hutchins. Very fortunate. His opponent plays basically the best hand he can ever check in a 9.
Io non hai fatto il check.
What a life.
Snapped. And you'll see the bad news.
You gives his hand a long eulogy in Italian.
It's only right, you know. You can't just lose and not say anything. You gotta give it the full treatment. Yeah, it's against. So, I think you're just talking nonsense. Trying to make it you wanted to bet the turn. Going to donk the turn. I don't think so. Not the way we've seen him play so far. Yeah, maybe after Hutch checked, maybe he wanted, but he was out of position. I mean, he's making mistakes galore.
Huck's in the chat asking if we will be doing the Irish Open casting. Don't believe so.
Not I, said the wolf. Usually, in past years when we've streamed at a party, I've not been involved purely because we like to keep it Irish. And we get the Irish boys on the mics for the Irish Open,
Well,
which seems pretty reasonable.
Well, you say that they had Picasso in there one year, and he's as far from Irish as you can be.
He's close enough. He's a Celt. So Hutchins popping up ace-6 suited. Yu's going to put some more of those chippies in.
1,325,000.
Assume Hutchins is just going to let this go, boys. No. Slightly slowed. We were a couple of cards away from being three-handed with a monster stack. So the four-handed players start a bit. This man has been very quiet. Rossi. Not been dealt into any situations.
I see Yu's energy changing a lot. He's going to fire it in here soon.
Yeah, he looks kind of over it. He keeps forgetting whose go it is. Like.
Yeah, my prediction of Rossi running it up with the new dealer has not come to fruition yet.
Yet, though, Tyler, yet. That's what I like to hear.
There we go. I knew it was his boy.
Here he comes. Well, it's going to be too much for Hutch.
More than 25, yeah.
3,200,000.
So Rossi finally pulls in a pop. First time in a little while. See if we can go back to back.
Back to back to back.
Probably not on the button. 650.
Yeah, Hutch
Good
is
leader
just-
giving a walk.
Must say, Savio took that like six-handed, seven-handed battering really well in his stride. I think a lot of people prone to losing their composure after losing like a tournament win pot like that, and he stayed calm, stayed collected, and still here, full left.
Yeah, he's not wearing it too much on his sleeve. Man, playing at a final table, being 4 left of a tournament like this. It's been a while since I've played any live poker. Kind of jonesing for that feeling.
Well, that's that time you want to be guaranteed 21k and playing for 81. I can't imagine. Like, we'll try and sort that out for you. How does that sound?
Thanks, mate.
Savio going to stab against you on Jack 10-10 with the 7 high. Mars, you thinks about this one with Queen High. Why don't you guys click the channel points button? Get redeeming. You can turn channel points into tickets. Anything from a $22 down to a $2.20 ticket. And you does make the call with the Queen High. Nicely done. Got the juiced. See if he has the ability to see it through.
Oh, wow. 3-ball corner pocket.
Lovely.
It's going to be
That's a nice
seething.
win. Oh, man, this
It's
might
gonna
send
be-
you over the edge.
Oh, this could be it, boys.
Shows I called you a Queen High, pal.
Sometimes lucky. So it's been a while, Tyler, since you've been to a live stop.
Yeah, I played the World Series last, when was it, in the fall, I guess?
Yeah.
That's it. I've been sitting on an island and learning to play online instead.
Sounds like useful use of your time.
Yeah, it was good. I got to maybe do a commentary with James a couple times in that span, but yeah, mostly just learning the online streets.
I apologize on his behalf for that, mate.
Now.
Thanks, it was very tough.
Now. You, with top pair on 10-9-6, stabs Rossi will fold and he'll show it because they're mates and he's honest.
Big flop for you there.
What are you studying at the moment, Tyler? What's the main thing you've been focusing on?
Just the MTTs, not anything specific. It's only been I don't know, maybe a year and a half. I guess I did a little bit of solver work before that, but not really. So yeah, diving into it a little bit. I mean, most of it is just putting words and math to stuff that I sort of did intuitively, but
yeah,
not all of it. There's definitely some surprises.
Oh, these two could collide. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice when you figure things out. And you're like, oh, I was actually right. All in and a call.
Here we go. Here we go. Rossi, the one at risk. Ignore the graphics there, guys. You has more. Rossi, who was chip leader after spiking a 9 on the turn against Ace Queen, is now risking elimination in 4th place.
You look at the percentages, but then you got to factor in that you is standing up and Rossi's sitting down. So U's actually 57%.
Facts.
Well, you spikes a queen. Story's beginning to check out. Oh, he did this last time. He got the stuff together on the turn.
We're gonna see a club, I think. Rossi stood up too.
Just an ace will do it. 1 card to come, or Rossi will this time finish in 4th place. Can he find it one more time? He cannot. 10 is not enough. You eliminates Rossi in 4th place. Handshakes all round. 21,000 euros goes in his pocket. And the remaining 3 now guaranteed 31,000 apiece.
Yeah, maybe gonna have a bitter taste in his mouth for the following days from hero to 0. Had a huge chip lead coming into 4-handed play. Out in 4th.
I wonder if perhaps we'll fix the graphics at this point, because they would have realized that the graphics are wrong. Because let's see. Let's watch him count this down.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll get it fixed at least after the next break.
Yeah.
Next break? What?
Yeah, I mean, there was a prediction earlier that there wouldn't be, but the action slowed a little bit.
That's a trick prediction, though, because there's always a break before the heads up, you see, so...
To
be fair, there might have been a 3-way all-in. It wouldn't surprise me with this on this final. That's how they get you, Tyler. They get you to bet on there being a next break, and you go no, and they're like, ah. So, I think you and Hutch with not a huge difference in chips. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's not far. He's not far off 10. I think there's another thing of silvers back there. Hutch has got more than that, suggests as well. I think. About 10. They're very similar. Savio with around 6.
There's still 25 big blinds, so they're all pretty deep now.
Yeah, and these 3 cards, these 3 hands can collide. Not that I'm wishing action, but 9 trade deuce.
James calling for blood.
Always want to see some blood. Rigor Mortis asking us $22 ticket, the highest you can redeem. It is, my friend. From $2.20 up to a $22 ticket. Those are your options. But you can redeem 1 a day. So if you've got plenty of tickets, if you've got plenty of points, pardon me, then get a $22 ticket every day. Why not? Who's it to be, boys? Who's going to win this one?
I've got to say Hutchins. Like, I just think from the start he's just very disciplined and he's played very well. Been impressed.
Tyler, you going?
Kind of fun to see Savio with a comeback after, he had a chance to win it earlier and got unlucky with that 9 on the turn. So kind of fun to see him make a comeback.
My man Yu's going to get this done, promise you.
All right, boys. How much?
I knew that was coming. You're trying to add a bit of colour, Tyler, and they just come bum hunting.
Says the golf shark.
Former. Which that's the point, Tyler. Have you been able to play any golf lately? I suppose you're now you're back in Vegas. I guess so.
Not much. I didn't bring the clubs with me over from Barbados, so I rented clubs once, played out here. But yeah, we just moved on to a golf course, so we're going to be settling in here. And when we come back in May, we'll be playing some golf.
Look forward to that. More trips up to LV. What's the index at the moment? That's what I've got to work out here.
It is incredibly low. I'm 4.2, I think.
Okay, we can play.
Nearly, yeah, nearly my lowest.
My Vegas games this summer are going to be just I'll just playing heads up. Like, Savage will be like, "Come on, come back to Southern Highlands." I'll be like "I'm all right."
Yeah, he's at like 12.5 or some nonsense. He's tough to beat these days.
We'll be talking about UV index, yeah.
Couple guys splashing around in this pot.
There we go. That's what we like to see. Checks through. Jack of clubs. Wow. You want a table at 10 high?
Yeah, it seems you is he peels the right amount. It seems on the flops with the weaker hands, but he's not taking shots with them later in the streets.
Yeah, need to ramp him up a little bit.
So, James, we got you to commit on air to the Savage Invitational Golf Tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And so there's one more thing I want you to commit on air.
I'm in.
I'm getting married in Barbados in July, and you're on the invite list.
You know I'm there. You know I'm there.
All right. Just checking.
Well, that's amazing. You're getting married in Barbados.
Yeah, we've been living there the last year and a half. Just we're on this work from home visa, and it's been really great.
Oh, congratulations, mate. All the best.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for I mean, obviously it's going to be a great thing, your wedding and the whole week. And I'm actually it's one of those,
Where are you going with this, James?
No, I'm just saying it's going to be like quite fun. Like there's going to obviously be quite a large group of us leaving from Vegas to head to Barbados together. It's going to be like a little adventure.
Yeah.
The very final lads on tour. And then you'll never see Tyler on the golf course again.
You don't know Carolyn well enough if you think that's the case.
Yeah, she'll be out there gambling with the boys on the golf course too.
Yeah,
love that.
Carolyn, she still holds my the record amount I've seen lost at Crazy Golf. Miniature golf loss was severe that day. There we go.
Yep. Well, that's a big flop for Hutchins, and you's got a good enough hand. He probably shouldn't be folding for at least one street.
Yeah, I think you RFI'd as well.
Yeah, it went upstairs, didn't it?
I feel like it's a spot where he could just spaz off as well. Just things haven't really been going his way. He's raised first in.
Yeah, I can see it.
.1 out there. with 4.3 behind. So half pot would set up nicely.
Let's see if you're right, Henry. Let's see if he does lose his mind.
I think if you were going to, you already would have. He acts very quickly when he's aggressive. I mean, he could still find a call as a non-believer and has a gut shot.
Yeah, 2 flush draws out there that he's obviously in good shape against.
Does let it go.
Another good pot for Hutch.
He keeps on climbing. Come on, you. Let's stick with that about 6.5. A little bit of change on top. This man has got the lion's share.
Yeah, doing a good job of
12.5?
keeping it as well.
Yeah, about 12.5 in that stack. So. And then, basically everyone's got a few more chips than suggests. The system must be set up with rake. That's what it is. Savio, 7-4. Catching a little piece, as does Hutch with 3-4, but you with 2 overs and a gutter.
Yeah,
a little bit of interest for everyone.
I like use hand with the button better than the others out of position.
Savio. You continue with his second pair once checking through to you. Well, 6 of diamonds gives you some additional. Now is a live flush draw. Here we go. Tyler, we were saying maybe he hasn't been aggressive enough, but this is at least alert enough to this one, albeit a little small. I think that was 800 into 1.8 or 900 into 1.8. He's gone half pot here.
Any capes?
Right, nicely done. Inch on you. About time he got something going, showing a little bit of aggression, back to how he used to be. And you know what? Sometimes it wins you pots.
Yeah, well played by you.
Thank
I think
you,
Savio would have had a little bit of easier time if he stabbed the flop, maybe. It was a limp pot 3 ways. Might have been easier to play if he took the lead.
Right,
yeah, I agree. Bit of a guessing game, right?
Especially when you've been checking down hands like that 10-7, like he showed it. He checked down like the Queen 6 behind and stuff like that, where he's really showing that he's playing passive. It's even more reason probably to not expect him to bet for you and just do your own betting.
Right. I don't fault him for folding when he did. That would have been a tough river if he decided to make the call there.
No, I'd have folded for sure. Like I said, just seen this guy check back loads, and now suddenly he bets twice. Bets once in a three-way pot, bets twice when I've called him on the flop. Seven, five, deuce, limp pot, Savio, and you checks through so far. Queen of Spades is live for Savio. 9 on the turn. Hello.
Wow.
That's the one
Gin.
Savio wanted to see.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed.
Fortunately for you, the SPR is incredibly small. Incredibly high, sorry.
And Savio's keeping it that way with betting only one big blind there. He could have bet a little more there.
Yes, Queen of Spades just crying out for some action. Doesn't want small spades to fold, perhaps. Well, a near brick. Pretty much no bricks on this board.
This is a great spot for Savio. You don't expect you to be bluffing very often, so you can bet a lot here and pretty comfortably fold if you got raised.
Well, you went a half pot, got snapped, and yeah, bit of a cold deck, blind on blind, both turning top pair. We continue three-handed at the PPC Malta main event. May not be the three we're expecting once 9 fell on the turn earlier. Obviously spiking Gin, getting the chip lead with 4 left, but he did then end up finishing in 4th.
All guaranteed 31,000 euro.
That'll do.
First is 81, so still 50,000 to be played for. Second, 51,000.
Eubank Senior, after a shout out for the Berkshire boys watching Berkshire's finest, Oliver Clutchins. Nope, I can't do that for you, I'm afraid. Just not going to do it. I'm not pandering to the crowd like that.
Tough one. Tough one, Chris. It's a good effort.
Queen 10-3. A rare three-way pot. You with the open ender. Wow. King would be fun.
Yeah, I was about to say, you really hoping that these boys turn top pair, but
Yeah,
probably not going to get to see it.
We're not going to see a card, no. Actually weird. We've basically had like no hands three-handed, really, have we? That could even generate the chance of much action.
Appena fatto grande buio. Ah, sì, scusa.
We're not sure where the button's supposed to be. We're not sure what's going on.
Well,
Obviously,
you's rarely
it's
sure where the button is in the middle of the hand. So.
Yeah, it's no surprise to see here that he was wrong and the rest of them were right. Hutchins, Queen Jack. Coming towards the end of this 250k big blind level. Next level would naturally be 300k. Well, this one assumes there's a jam.
Yeah, it's a little big. You'd kind of like to get some action, but really isn't anything that makes sense in between. You could make a 3-bet to a reasonable size, but you're almost never getting peeled anyway. Looks like that's what he's going for, though.
Well, I guess leaving a little bit of room in case it goes all in after this action.
Oh yeah, there's that too.
20k pay jump. Oh, and it's going to go all in behind.
Wow. What on earth is happening?
You wakes up with ace king. What? He folded
I'm
it.
not sure he did, because he just folded.
He folded it.
You're joking.
He's asked.
He just asked if he had queens.
Yeah. Wow. Whoa.
Did we have the? We might. I mean, by the way he's acting, I guess we did have the graphics right there. He really did just fold ace king.
Yeah,
100%. The cards are definitely right. The chips could be wrong. The cards are definitely right.
My goodness.
And yeah, it's just like you say, Tyler. His face tells you what you need to know. He definitely folded it, asking, "Did you have queens?" Wow.
Holy.
Incredible stuff. I thought we were about to see a big pot to see who would basically fight for the right to take Hutch on in a heads-up match. But I mean, having said that, Xavier may have even folded. I mean, if the man's folding ace king, then I guess you are folding there.
That feels pretty absurd. Three-handed. Short stack. I guess it's a 20k ladder, but still.
Yeah, it'd be hard for me to find a reason to fold ace king three-handed. Okay, so I'm going to defy my mate James here, and I'm going to give a little indirect shout out to the Berkshire Boys because I have no idea what that is. Maybe I'm just because I am not from the UK. Am I supposed to know what the Berkshire Boys are?
No, it's just a group of these guys, obviously from Berkshire. Like it's just a county, not too far from me.
I'm shocked that you pronounce it Berkshire, Dempsey.
Berkshire. There we go.
There we go.
I'm listening to Tyler, and then I've got you saying stuff like route in my ear. It's melting my mind.
Hang on a minute. You said Berkshire before anything was said by either myself or Tyler.
Did I? And my head is melted. I can only apologise.
That's right, mate. We'll let you off.
Okay, well, I know it's your language and I'm the one bastardizing it, but how could it be Berkshire when it's spelled B-E-R-K? Come on now.
Don't come looking for logic. This is the English language.
Hang on. Says the guy that the country that you reside in, you say aluminum?
Yeah, we spell it that way too. so it's okay. There's no I after the N. It's not aluminium in our language because we don't spell it that way.
All right.
Americans have an inbuilt fear of the letter U, so they try and get rid of it wherever possible.
Well, there you go, Berkshire boys. You got your shout out. Berkshire boys, sorry.
There we go.
Oh, I love this. Diverse group in the commentary booth.
Hutchins. Going to complete 3-4. We're waiting for this one to burst into life three-handed. We had a moment there. Looked like it was on. And we got to fold.
Yeah, that is so interesting, the ace-king fold.
Wasn't even a tank fold. It was just, nah, this is no good.
Some people just have a serious relationship with that hand.
And on again, off again.
This was a limp pot to start, yeah?
It was.
That ace really shut things down. They were both kind of playing coy on the flop.
Jack succeeds at showdown.
So someone in the chat here, Jesse, asks for says we didn't put in the correct nationalities. I see the flags over you and Savio. Savio has a Croatian flag, I think. Is that not correct?
I believe so.
Maybe Jesse knows that's not correct, and you has a Chinese flag. I don't know if that's correct.
Yeah, I mean it would all be based on ID at some point that these guys have produced. So I think that's generally how it's done.
So let us know what are we getting wrong here, Jesse.
And also, Jesse, now we've got you in the house. Can I just ask one thing? You posted earlier a spoiler that I didn't highlight in the chat, but please don't do that. Like, just don't put any spoilers in there. You announced Rossi was going to bust out in fourth long before he did, but I appreciate you may have a friend in the mix here. You may be aware what's going on the ground, but we're watching on delay, so let's not ruin it for everyone else. But welcome back. I'm glad you're not spoiling. All right, Savio apparently Italian. Well, I don't know why they feel like he is not rocking the Italian flag then, but they must have their reasons.
Well, I learned I was allowed to add the Barbados flag to my WSOP broadcast this last fall instead of the American flag, and I just thought that was fun, so I did.
Yep. So. Where would you fit on the Barbadian all-time money list? You got to be.
It's a good question.
Because you're going to struggle to get to number one in the US. So I'll be honest with you, Tyler. I mean, I love you, but.
There is a poker club in Barbados. I don't know if anyone has come out of it to do well, and we can look that up sometime. I guess I can do that now.
So if you had like local residency or whatever it's called, you could give your ID for when you register tournaments.
Yeah, I don't have that. I was just on the featured table during the main event for just day one this last fall, and they asked me what flag, so I just kind of threw it out there. and it went on the stream.
Love it. You definitely got the eye and the look going. Savio, stabbing queen high. 875 gets it done. Actually missed. Did he go bet there? He did. Pot size. I was trying to find the Barbados all-time money list.
That's what I'm working on too.
Not easy to find. Actually, I do remember. I used to play cash with a guy in Vegas who was from Barbados. Down here. Yeah, this must be him actually. Yeah, I found him straight away. He's number one on Barbados. All-time money list. George
Griffith, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I used to play a lot of cash with him in Vegas. Yeah. But you get it pop. Get your flag changed, Tyler. You're number one.
Yeah.
That easy.
Sure. Yep, I do have slightly more earnings than George Griffith.
Got him.
Definitely had some fun Hendon mobbing countries over the years. I remember Georgia being the main one for me when I first started doing commentary, just like taking a deep dive into the top 50 players in Georgia. It's like, okay, if I ever want to be number one on the list, maybe I should move to Georgia. Who knows?
I mean, I'm drawing slim to even be number one in the state that I resided in the States. I think I'm on the Washington State money list because where I grew up, where I first started playing poker. There's a bunch of heroes like Rhett Porter and Scott Clements and Yevgeny Timoshenko. So,
yeah,
Matt Affleck.
Yeah. Scott Clements just a beast. He's got to take it away from you there, isn't he?
Yeah.
How is Yev these days? Is he all good? You heard much?
Yeah, I don't talk to him too often, but he plays in home game groups in the Seattle area, so I hear. It seems like he's doing fine.
Good.
I don't think poker is his main source of income. I think he's more of a businessman, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what.
I remember that. I think the last time I saw him was when we all played that game in his building.
Oh yeah.
It was like after. I think we were struggling from the night before.
That's like every story you tell Dempsey. You're telling me that you're struggling.
I remember walking around to this game, just being. And then, the start of the game has. I have to confess, I've forgotten the guy's name, but a guy obviously used to play in your game. He'd passed away, and everyone had to do a shot for him at the sort of start of the game, like tequila or something. I can't remember.
Right, yeah.
The last thing I want to do, but I've been invited to this game. They're having a big gathering. It's like I got to do this shot just for the boys. And I was like, oh god, it was good fun. It was a good group.
It was a good time. I do miss the live poker scene in Seattle. It's pretty fun, or at least it was. I don't know exactly how it's rocking on these days, but it was great.
Yeah, a lot of fun guys there. All right, it looks like, I think this is maybe a break, or is it? No, they're still sitting down. I know we've got a break coming up soon. Ollie Hutchins, it does look like a break. They're all walking away. So there we go. The chips, we know they're all slightly off, but I'm sure when we come back, we will have the correct chip counts. So guys, please don't go too far. We'll be back for more three-handed action here at the PPC Malta final table.
guys fighting out $377,000 to throw in the old Luxon Pay account, Henry. And ping it to the next casino. Just keep spinning it up.
This is dicey. Early position, opening into a couple of stacks that have us covered.
Yeah, Keza likes to play. We saw Romero, very similar decision a moment ago. Queen, oh no, sorry, Dothweiler, Queen Jack off, just quickly folds it when there's an open from early, but Keza gonna call. Now, as it happens, I'm seeing in good shape against sevens.
Keza.
And not something we want to be doing. Hurcan, ace 10 offsuit. Squeeze spot, Henry. Against +1 and +2 though. This is a flat spot.
Also, I was saying he could be in commentary by the time delay catches up. All right, guys. All right. Very funny.
Dothweiler pitching King Queen into the muck on the button to that action. Bekbayev in the big blind with 6-4 suited, and looks like he's folded, Henry. I mean,
no.
This is perhaps why Unichin is raising up here with 7s +1 on that big blind in particular. He's folding the 6-4 suited. Then they're going to attack this one with great frequency. And what a flop we have here. Urkan, the nut heart draw with the ace of hearts. Keza with the second nut flush draw and a gut shot. Unichin's 7s, still technically best, but hard for them to put any chips in on this pot.
Could be some Turkey v Turkey violence.
Yeah, I mean, and watch the percentage jump here, Henry, for Urkan when he bets Unichin out of this one. It's always nice when you make the better hand fold and the weaker hand call.
Yeah.
It's the dream scenario. That's what's going to happen here. Look at that. Rockets up to 79%.
I think you're right. I haven't flat called pre with Queen Jack O to fold the King 9-6 mono board. May slow things down.
Oh. Wow, he swiftly checks the Queen of Hearts to Zarkeza.
Wow.
Big bet
chip
from
leader.
Urkan. Snap call. Oh, sees the 10 of spades first. Yeah. Nuts v second nuts. Flush. That is, of course, pair board. We are playing Hold'em. 450 was the bet. He just reached over and grabbed the stack.
New chip daddy.
There you go. I mean, the others will be looking at this game, right? Okay, so there was an open under the gun +1. Got the flat from Queen Jack off, an overcall from Ace 10 off. All right. Now, I say just rejam spots, but the likes of James Romero with a big stack who's obviously playing considerably deeper. He had to squeeze them with certain hands. He saw like Dothweiler there, had King Queen offsuit on the button. Folded it. Now he starts thinking, right, okay, what hands am I going to be jamming with that if that happens again, that same action? You know, Unichin popping it up here into Bekbayev's big blind when Bekbayev is folding 6-4 suited from the big. These guys will, I don't find that out on delay in about 35 minutes. So all these things get factored in. Urkan. Well, he's running with it, Henry. He's going to try and get this one done in a matter of a couple of hours by the looks of it.
Up the boys. Uh-oh. Hello. The king with the king. Just tell straight away the way Dothweiler just sat up. $375. The new price to play.
Romero.
Go on, James.
Was he? I think he's passed already.
Oh, he's just out of there, just like that folded. Oh, wow.
Bekbayev boat.
Wow.
Again, Henry, just seen Ercan. Perhaps showing a willingness to get over involved. Pops it up with the chip lead. That's why that doesn't have to be this nutted to be raising. Real decision here for Beckbear.
Yeah, 21 bigs. Ercan obviously been very active.
Yeah, this is one of your ICM spots, Henry. You think, oh, you can easily be light here, but at the same time.
Wow, he announces all in.
Betbev needs an ace or diamonds. Come on, Ercan, don't waste any time. Just let it go. Oh. There we go.
Snap call from the German.
Two kings way in front, Henry. Betbev in need of help. Does cover slightly. So won't be eliminated if he loses this one, but will be very, very short, down to just 6 blinds. 5 blinds even, wow. Less. Whew.
One ace already dead. It's a fair flop. I say that about every flop, but
5, 5, 3. Deuce for 4. We'll give some additional.
yeah.
Hey, 5 gives some additional. What about the running 5s run out, Henry? Well, here we go.
Deuce for a 4.
Life's never easy. There's always a sweat. Duthweiler looking good to get to 2.4 million.
7 outs once.
Clean. It's alright. Survives. Betbev, like I say, look at that. Just 4 blinds left. Duthweiler up to 40 bigs and a force.
Once you have entered a game, you can access Wiz by clicking the icon in the top right-hand corner of the screen. As you are playing on the table, each hand you play will be recorded on the My Game Wiz live feed tab. If you click on the chat tab, you will see advice and tips on how you should have played the hand. This is where Wiz comes into its own. In hands you perform badly in, Wiz will show you the action along with the optimal action you should have made. This is how Wiz will transform your poker game. As you play on the table, important hands can be starred. Once starred, they can be filtered for by clicking the star icon. By clicking the arrow next to the hand, you can replay each hand as it happened. Here we'll show you a video of how the hand played out. You can also share the hand on your social media platform of choice. Your hands can also be filtered for by the type of game, the time frame, and the stakes. Once you've played over 100 hands, you can now access your report card. On the report card, you will be given a score based on how you performed in some of the key areas of the game. It will also give you advice on how you can improve your score, and again, you can also filter your report card by type of game, time frame, and the stakes. On the menu in the top right-hand corner of My Game Wiz, you can access things like My Missions. Today's mission is on starting hands and when to raise unopened pots in early and late positions. Your daily missions will be centered around the key aspects of the poker game and the most common mistakes people make when playing. You can also access things like the starting hand charts. Here we'll show you what hands to play and what hands you shouldn't play. This is a great guide for many players who may be overplaying hands. Here you can also access the session summary. This will show you your progress and how far away or not you are from the next skill level.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Portomaso Casino here in Malta. This is, of course, the PPC Malta main event final table, and we are down to 3, in case you are just joining us. And, well, what a final day it has been so far. Plenty of action, plenty of outdraws, plenty of excitement. Well, we're wasting no time, boys. We're getting straight back into it. 150, 300. At 300 ante.
Oh, wow. Snap
first
call.
time back.
Hello.
Here we go. And, well, I was hoping we got the chips fixed, but it says Hutchins got 5 million. Hutchins is the chip leader, but he does cover you. So
I think that 5 million is after putting the 5.4 in for this hand.
you're quite correct, Tyler. I was just checking to see if you were paying attention.
They did fix used chips.
They did.
on the break.
So we're all good. Chip counts are good now. You looking for a 4. Hutchins looking to take a big lead into the heads up. Ace 7-3. Well,
if he walks away, the turn will be a 5.
A 5 is a great card.
It'd be a huge card. Well, 7 or a 3 would create a split pot. 4 wins it. Everything else is curtains for you.
GG's.
Curtains it is.
In the chat.
Which on you? He's out in third. I think he was hoping it was a chop there. I think he saw 2 aces and a king and thought maybe I'm chopping this. You're not, I'm afraid, my man. You're out in third. You're getting 31,000 euros, so that'll soften the blow. And well, a quick departure from the stage. And our heads up is set.
Yeah, great effort. Hutchins with a pretty big chip lead going into this heads up. 51k locked up, boys, from a 109 Sati.
Yeah.
How's your luck?
Very strong.
Well, they get the final set up here, the heads up part of me set up. As you see, it will be 31 bigs playing 54, 150, 300. Now, I know typically in party events we drop levels to half an hour heads up, but they've obviously got this whole hour to play first, so it may not come to that. Jing Chun Yu, third for 30k. Massimo Rossi, 30k. I thought we were 31. I don't know. I think it was payout to 1k out, actually. I think there's 1k more on all of them. I seem to remember we had a discrepancy in payouts before. Either way, it's a lot of money up top. A 30k jump now between second and first, so a hefty matchup for these two. And Tyler, you're right. It was nice to see Savio at least get second place after his pretty brutal beat with, what, 6 left, with 4 left, pardon me, that would have seen him overwhelming favourite to win the tournament.
Yeah, he had a shot to be, I think, maybe 25 million to 4 and 2 or something similar to that.
Yeah.
But I mean, he lost that pot. He still went back down to 30 big blinds, so he was never really short. He's kind of been battling the whole time.
Yeah, I got to give credit to both these players. As Tyler alluded to, Savio just staying calm and collected. But Oliver Hutchins, I mean, I feel like he's just played a blinder of a final table performance.
Yeah, he really
Had
has.
the chip leader on his left, 6-7-handed, and just managed to navigate his way to heads up with a huge chip lead.
Yeah, he was ducking and diving when short, and then as soon as he got that lead, didn't he switch gear?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he really didn't rock up as much as he could have when we were down to, I think it was maybe 7 down to 4. There were a lot of fireworks going on the table, and then when we got to 4-handed, he still did. He 3-bet ripped an ace deuce, and he open jammed Jack 8, or maybe it wasn't a jam. He opened the Jack 8 suited. Oh, I think it was a jam. Yeah, for like
jam. Yeah, you're right.
12 big blinds or something. In a spot where there were fireworks going on the table, he could have chose to really knit it up and try to move into third or maybe even a hopeful second. But he kept battling it, and that's why he has a big chip lead now.
It certainly is. I'm relatively deep now. 30 effective heads-up match. Let's see what these two can muster. No more laddering potential. It's just pure poker, boys. Well, I think both styles will probably lean towards getting to the flop more than blasting off pre-flop with these two. That's how I feel.
Yeah, curious to see if Savio gets close to Hutchins, whether they start looking at numbers.
Point.
325.
Ace v ace. So that's potential for a red of blood. Sevier had the chips in his hand early. Does eventually release them. Min raise on the button.
Hutchins seems to be considering a 3-bet here.
All right, I love it. Look, wow, I was going to say that looked like a quite small sizing. He's really has gone small, guys. 600 up to 1.3. I did see it. Well, I felt like if I was going to pick on his game, was a few odd sizes in spots early today with 2 tables left. Wow. I guess, guys, Savage doesn't do anything but call to this sizing, really, right? Just see a flop in position.
Yeah, potential for a rejam.
It's a natural size of a stack for a 4-bet jam, but getting a decent price to just play the pot in position too.
Off we go. First 3-bet flop of the heads up.
Ace-high board would be fireworks.
King 10-4. Quite the opposite, you'd imagine. Lord Clayton just stepped out and missed the bust out. Was first hand back from the break, my friend. King 4 for you. Ripping it into Hutchins, who had King Queen. And no dramas. King Queen holds. Wow. 2 million C-bet. That'll be the end of this hand. Chunky C-bet as well, boys, on this board. But then I was going to say this should fit Xavier, right? When he's raised and called a 3-bet. But the 3-bet was so small, we didn't really narrow his range down too much, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Ah, there we go.
I was meant to bet 18.
There we go. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
We'll let him off, guys. We'll let him off. Well, misclicks work sometimes, and there you have it. He's now playing 18 to 7.5. Lovely spot to be, chasing down 81k or 80k, as it may be. Who knows? Mystery payouts.
Probably not. Probably not the best idea to advertise that you misclick. There's no reason for you to give that information up.
Yeah, you could just make out you're a goofball. And he finds out you did it with ace-5 offsuit, and you'll be like, "What the hell's going on?"
I feel like the large c-bet is just kind of I got lost in this hand and want to get it over with.
Yeah. The panic. Just bet big and hope it's done. Well. By the way, shout out to the trophy. This will be the first chance to have a proper look at it there. It's a tasty trinket.
Shout out to the trophy.
Look at it. It's a lovely little piece. Which of these two will be our victor?
Good job we didn't bet Dempsey.
I'm going to keep you in the pocket for a little while. Got you where I want you now.
Yeah. Loves it. Savio playing 25 bigs. I think we should be continuing to be aggressive on the button at this stack depth. Don't think we want to be doing too much limping.
Yeah, it's you're not up against someone who you can take advantage of after the flop. If that were the case, I think it would be okay to be limping everything.
I'm just coming straight after him, making it a milli.
If we are limping a hand like, I mean, this is on the higher end of hands we're going to be dealt. If we're limping the king nine off, we pretty much have to defend this spot. We have to play this pot in position.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, surprised Hutchins to get a little bit larger out of position, but Savio is getting shorter. Pretty good flop for ace high, given your opponent's limp called. They're not going to hit too much 5x or 3x in their hands, so ace high looks to be good. In fact, it's really hard to think of a hand he could possibly be behind to here. As crazy as that sounds.
Queen 5 suited.
So that's two hands. But my point is, yeah, of course there are some, but I mean the better aces would have gone pre. Raise knocks out a lot of the garbage. Well, pretty sure he's good now.
Yeah, with a small bet, you can get value from king high and queen high on this flop. Almost never getting bluffed.
Yes, it's a very good spot for him because it is against the king high.
Yeah, awkward spot for Savio now because Hutchins is going to be ISOing a lot of his garbage hands. Feels like king high has to peel at least one. Doesn't. Let's it go. All right, all right.
It was a very small bet, giving him a good price to peel, but I think he correctly deduced that's what was going on.
Hutchins, king jack suited on the button. He's going to limp in. It's surprising when you're up against 20 bigs, guys. I would have thought it's not fit into the range of hands that we could just raise, call it off.
Definitely does.
Well, Savio, nice flop for the 8-5. Double gut shot, backdoor hearts.
Yeah, I wouldn't have hated to see a lead here in Savio's shoes, but I guess versus the limping range.
Double gutter and a flush draw.
Probably going for a check raise here and is not going to be obliged. What a frustrating run out for Savio.
At the wall.
It's funny because you feel almost obligated to bet now because you feel entitled to this pot, but that is not not a great thought really, because you're going to get looked up by king high sometimes.
One blind.
The sizing is very credible.
I feel this is one of these moments where it's only a one blind bet, but if Hutchins were to make the call, it's so demoralizing for Savio. We've lost every pot in the heads up so far.
Yeah, early on in a heads up match, I'd like to see my opponent's cards a little bit too. So I think I would call if I was in Hutchins' spot.
And there we go. Makes the call with king high, and like I say, just demoralizing. He can't win a pot.
Yeah, it feels like he could have taken that on the flop or turn. Turn probe would have been nice. I think it would have worked.
Yeah, the multi-street lead would have worked too. And if he had bet the flop, he's almost certainly going to bet the turn when he turns a flush draw too. I think that would have been a nice way to win.
And again, Savio raising it up, walking into Hutchins with 2 10s.
Yeah, this hand should, in theory, be over and done with.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he's gone really small again. And last time he said he misclicked.
Yeah, but very different now, isn't it, with Savio opening off sub 20, I think.
True, that is true.
But yeah, it's funny.
Nah, that's not true.
He's been watching the Phil Hellmuth tilting techniques, like how to get under the skin of your opponents.
And we told him, I'm being serious, I have pocket 10s. Well then, Very big lead.
Yeah, it's his to lose. That's for sure. I think given what we've seen so far, not making too many mistakes, although he has claimed to have missized on a couple of occasions. Xavier may just jam this in here. Momentum not going your way. Sometimes get frustrated and
This is going to be frustrating for him to have to open and fold off 17 bigs, but it's going to have to again.
yeah, this must be incredibly frustrating. I don't think he's won a hand of heads up yet.
He hasn't. It's just been absolutely bashed up.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
I don't think there's a better route there with the king deuce. It's just not it's not a good enough hand to put in 17 big blinds and limping. It doesn't really play that well. You do have a blocker and a king, so you're going to get a little extra folds. I think you just got to raise fold.
Poor Xavier. All going wrong, but we've all seen it enough times before.
It's always a chance, Dempsey.
Exactly. One little double up and you're back in there. Confidence booms. Ten, 9, 6 for Savio. Here we go. But the jack of clubs for Hutch. It feels like that's a monster at the moment. The way his the heads-up match has been going. He's always going to get something out of this. $500 into 9.
Trying to get a few king and queen highs to fold. With the jack of clubs betting there, keeps the door open to a multi-street bluff.
Wow.
He's always going to find something. Chips touchings once more. I guess he's got weak enough hand. He doesn't mind getting blasted off this, does he? Oh, he's decided to check it back. And we'll lose one. Unless he bluffs.
Kind of think he's going to give up. I mean, you can make a bet trying to target just ace high, king high, and maybe a 5 or a 6. I don't think those things are going to work.
He does give it up, and Savio finally brings one in. It's like, oh, I remember what this is like. Putting chips together, building a little tower. This is fun.
Come on, Sal. Let's get that train rolling. It must be incredibly demoralizing as a tournament player. At 20 bigs, kind of just handcuffed to the deck some of the time.
Yeah. There's not a lot of joy out of these spots. But you've got 51k locked up, so you take it.
True, yeah.
When the worst you can do is win 50k, you're doing all right.
That's not a bad spot to be in, eh?
Min raise for Savio with Queen 6. Then we'll head to a flop. Let's see what that may bring. Pretty ugly looking board for both.
Yes, please, Pappy. Send it with what's the delivery companies that you use out in America, Tyler? To like ship stuff? FedEx, that's it. Ship it on over with FedEx, mate.
Thought you were talking about the food deliveries, like a
That's what I was thinking.
Grubhub or Postmates or something.
Making me hungry now.
They even do it in Barbados. There are a lot of entrepreneurs out there.
All right. Nicely done, Savio. Delayed C-bet. Slow turning of the tide. Perhaps.
Oh, Dems, what do you think about a little Asia golf tour when winter hits Europe this year?
Winter's ski season, my man. Come on now.
Yeah.
Best time of the year.
Okay, go skiing in Japan, mate.
Japan.
Saw Debs posting an awful lot of ski pictures this last winter.
Yeah, it's been good times.
Like he had a good season.
Yeah.
It's the only place he can like comfortably brag. That's why you never see any like golf course pictures or anything, because just in the bin.
Yeah, it was good. It was scary because it looked like it might not happen again this season, but thankfully it did. All right, Hutch. Popping up with Queen Deuce, Savio. More than comfortable with this King 9 to see at least 3, you would expect.
Once again, guys, 40 minutes. Now it's looking good. 40 minutes dinner break.
You do have a ton of fold equity jamming here, but maybe a little big. You can see a flop, and you're getting a good price, decent hand to play.
The thing is, it's just too good a hand to rip, isn't it? You don't want to make all the hands you dominate fold.
Yeah.
All the hands that do dominate you call, so.
All true.
Unfortunately, that happens sometimes, though. Your opponent spikes the deuce. All right, we check through and we repeat the 7.
Should make both players think their hand is good, I would think.
Yeah. Don't change anything, that's for sure.
Savio could fold to a little bet here, but he might not. Oh, Hutch is still just checking with the deuce.
Little double delayed.
Yeah.
The old one Bieber.
Can he get a butt out of Savio?
Yeah, I feel like I thought he was gonna like just check. He'd kind of like given up the idea of going with it.
I think they're both just going to check it down now. Ooh, looks like Savio made a big bet.
Ooh.
He's targeting better king highs and ace high.
Yeah, unfortunately, this isn't going to work,
wow.
is it?
I mean, he bet 1.25 into 1.6, so it is a big bet.
I thought Savio had checked. This is pretty peculiar because king high just has so much showdown, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think as played, check flop, check turn. It's really difficult to make a pair in heads up, and your opponent's gone somewhat polar with this sizing. You still have a ton of Jack X in your range as well.
Whoa.
Surely not.
Credit to Savio, this doesn't look like a bluff.
Yeah, well done. Good call.
Good call.
Have to call. We got a pair. We have to call. We have to have a little look. But yeah, the sizing gave him an opportunity to make a mistake. Well, just as Savio was starting to get things going, a leg is knocked out once more.
Yeah, that's pretty low morale there. Really struggling to get anything going. We all know how that feels.
Hello again, good news.
Dempsey, you pulling overtime today, mate? What an absolute hero.
I can't let you have all the glory.
Henry, you've gone over to the next day now, haven't you?
Yes, sir. Committed to the cause, mate.
We are spanning the globe. We're spanning time. We're
we go.
Quite,
Blind's going up.
Quite a commentary booth.
So if it's 200, 400, that means we're dealing with about 10 bigs for Savio, which I assume means this may well just go in.
Yeah, I think it probably should.
What are your plans for the rest of the day, Tyler?
Well, I'm actually kind of moving into this house in Vegas now, so
nice.
I'm not kind of, I am 100%. So we're buying furniture, unpacking things. We're only here for a week, and we're doing all that right now, and then coming back for the World Series, and we'll be in real settle-in mode.
I'm doing something similar myself at the moment.
What's that?
I was in the process of moving.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it can be pretty stressful and frustrating, but it's definitely worth it. I'm real excited to be settling in here.
Yeah, it's nice for the nice spot you got set up there, Tyler.
Yeah.
Which hole are you on the golf course? Is it
I'm on the 6th hole. It's the first par 5 on the back, or on the front, I mean.
Trying to remember.
Kind of loops around to the right. There's a good
casino
view from the tee box.
Yeah. It's when you shoot back towards the strip, don't you? I think.
Yeah. It's reachable for adult males.
Is it a slight dogleg right, isn't it? Yeah, with
slight dogleg right. Yeah, for most adult males, it's reachable in 2. But Dempsey makes just as many birdies as the rest of us, even though he can't hit it far enough.
I don't hit as many houses as you, but. King 7-8 board here. Hutchins limping the button. Savia checking 10-6 and checking it on that flop with his gut shot draw. Yeah, double guts there now.
And if you lose a pot because you weren't aggressive with the double gutter about 5 hands ago, I'm pretty sure Savio's going to fire at this one.
Yeah.
He does have an okay stack to just check jam it, but he's not reliable that Hutchins is going to wager.
It'd be spicy.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Hutchins obviously picked up a gut shot of his own.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess versus this size hand should just be over and done with.
75%. That'll be the end of this one. I'd imagine so, anyway.
Yeah, I think it probably will be 2. I don't know.
It'd be pretty heroic.
Yeah. Nice pot there from Savio. Much needed.
Pappy asking, did Hutchins make the call with Queen Deuce on the river? He did. He did, and he has reduced Savio down to, well, was 10 bigs. Now slightly more after those last couple of pots, but still on life support.
The real question should be, where were you, Pappy, to not see the outcome of that hand?
He's a busy man, Van Winkle. He's got stuff to do.
Stuff to do, people to see. Battle of the King X.
Well, a gutter once more for Savio, boys. Pappy was eating pizza. That's reasonable.
That's fair. It's the fairest excuse I've heard in a long time.
Savio could bet here, but he has a little bit of showdown value in the king high plus could peel off the gut shot, not getting a ton of better hands to fold.
Well, there we go. Make a hand. That's a nice way to do it. Unfortunately, I don't really see Hutchins putting any chips in with this hand.
That was probably the only opportunity, would be to take a stab there.
Or do you buy with 80k, Dempsey?
What would I buy with 80k?
What would be like a splurge? Because obviously you being the smart man that you are, wouldn't splurge at all. But if you had to splurge off like 10k of it,
That's a good question. Let me dwell on that one.
All right, mate. You take your time.
I don't want to just splurge my splurge. I need to think carefully about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Big old Juicy Meats in the chat would just spin up the 80k. He says, fired into lottery tickets.
We tried that before, didn't we, Tyler?
in a manner of speaking, we have tried that. Yes.
Yeah. I think we won, but I think O'Malley just kept the ticket.
Yeah, it does seem like it.
There's a lot of evidence to suggest that, we won that lottery. The thing is, he's rich enough that he's the one person in the world who could steal $500 million off us, and we wouldn't notice his lifestyle change. So, you and me would be pretty obvious.
Hutchins does not want to see a 3 roll off, and I like the fact that Savio is now leading.
Yeah, it's good to see a little change in method.
Savio now slowing down. Oh, wow.
All right. Savio with a double up. Not the biggest call I've ever made, but...
Comes out firing. 75% pot. That river must have just been the biggest sigh of relief for Savio, the way this heads-up match has been going.
Yeah. Oh, yes. It certainly is.
Could be the quickest snap call of his life. That's if Hutchins goes all in.
Yeah, he is. It looks like he is actually trying to decide if there's anything worse that will actually call him, or if he's just free rolling the 5-7.
He's putting it in. Come on, guys.
I have to agree with Tyler. Like, it is one of those spots where
Got to give your opponent a chance to make a mistake.
I think so too. I think I put it in, but I don't. I understand just calling. If you don't think he's calling with a hand like Ace Deuce, then there's no point in doing it. James, are you falling down the stairs? You okay?
Yeah, basically. My monitor went to go to turn itself off after however many hours of no input, and in the effort to stop that happening, I managed to knock my headset off because I'm that coordinated. Well, when he's taking this long, I think you're right. I think he might just call. Yeah.
Wow. Show it. Show your opponent. Show it so he knows how much you owned him, even though you lost the hand.
Yeah, this is a good time to show.
Oh, bro. Oh, you have to show it there, man. That is just like, okay, I lost the hand.
Yeah.
But I've got this.
The moral win.
Fair play to the kid, though.
Yeah, it was pretty strong.
I'm just like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got a straight ball in, dealer.
Well, great move. Yeah, I would have ripped. Just give my opponent a chance to make a mistake. The way the match has gone, he might make a desperation call. You're left with 3.5. Well, here we go. May well be an all in the call here, boys.
It's a little deeper
Oh,
now.
sorry, 20. Sorry, it's 20 big. Sorry, well, it still might be.
It could be, yeah.
Unlikely, but I was miscounting the blinds there for a second. But...
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be. Yeah, I mean, it easily could be all in him. Could be open and Hutchins could jam.
I feel like it's nice to have some aces when you call from the big here. And
I agree.
Ace-7 seems like a.
Yeah, I don't think this is like a clear-cut fist bump, get it in type hand.
No. Yeah, nice. I'm going to see a flop. Uh-oh. Ace-high board.
Oh, boy.
Well, the tide has certainly turned. May well be about to see the stacks switch around. Depending on the run out, of course. But that's a pretty clean flop.
Yeah, I don't think there's any real reason to announce your hand just here in Hutchins' shoes. Like, have a really nice hand to obviously just like cool down with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Or at
this is
least
a pure call, in my opinion. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, you're good. You're good.
That's what it'll be, surely. Ace-9-5 rainbow. Cool once here. You see much bigger sizing from Savvy on the turn, you'd imagine. Moving bet. Basically a blind on the flop. think somewhere around 2/3 here, or do we still keep it a bit smaller?
Yeah, I think we want to go on the larger size. Just really punish the. Well, I say punish. Hutchins has done nothing wrong, but just get max value from a 9, especially in a spot like this. And it's also setting up a really natural stack to pot ratio as well.
Yeah.
If we bet like 2 mil, leaves 5 behind, 7 in the middle. But also important to note that Hutchins did say that he had a straight, or he kind of gave off. He insinuated that he had a big hand. And Savio may be aware of that, might size down just to try and keep Hutchins in, seeing as he's capable of getting away from coolers.
We shall see. Right now, no option but to call, you would have thought. Obviously worthy of taking some time, of course, because there are going to be some hands that aren't clear calls that you want to call with. This is not one of them.
Yeah, I can't see any other play being made here. I think it's going to have to be a call. The pot's so big, he could be considering a denial of equity. There's not a lot of hands that you're worried about. But could be something he's considering, just putting it in now so he doesn't have to face a river out of position. I think a call is clearly better.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think jamming really achieves much. Just fold out all the bluffs and...
Here we go then. Of course, there is a card that will end this tournament. That's been offsuit 7, you'd feel. Now that may limit things. It was a raise, so I don't know how much deuce X Hutchins has ever got, but 9 deuce suited, 5 deuce suited. Ace deuce, of course.
And it just pretty quickly goes check, check. Oh. Hutchins
he's checked out a turn.
Wait,
oh, wow.
Wait,
he's checked out a turn. Savio just checked out a turn. Wow. That could have, some stuff could have happened there, boys.
Yeah. Feels like a genuine mistake.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he's only doing self-disservice by checking out a turn. It's not like
he could, like, checking out a turn can obviously incentivize Hutchins to do something funky in a spot where he's obviously snap calling with ace jack.
We're getting really close to even in chips now.
Yeah, still no word of a deal.
Can't chop up trinkets. All right.
Jumps, we gotta be the first to do that. We gotta finish first and second in an event and actually cut the trophy in half.
Oh, the dream.
We can do an ICM chop where I get 64% of the trophy and you get 36% of the trophy.
Why do you think you got the lead? What's going on here?
You're in net.
That's true. Well, yeah. In comparison to you, I think that yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take that. We got a bet here. The ace highs. We got chips in the middle. One king 7-3. I was just gonna say, Savia got a little unlucky with that run out. Really, the 3 of diamonds on the end stops him getting that third street. But we are pretty much level in chips.
Chop it up, boys. Both like gotta check my kicker, make sure it plays. Surprised no one said, "What's your kicker?"
Gotta try, eh? Gotta try.
More of a tense vibe now with these two. It's not as loosey goosey as when Rossi and you were in there battling it out.
Yeah, that was fun.
What about when Yoni and who was Yoni's friend? So they were 3-handed. Was it EPT Barcelona with the hats and the
Yeah.
Spice.
I need a rundown. Don't know what you're talking about.
Basically just Yoni and who was the other person, Dempsey?
I can't remember who it was, but I remember seeing the visuals of it.
But yeah, they had these like gold hats on and scarves, and they're playing for 7 figures, and yeah,
I think they had a couple of drinks at the dinner break on the final table.
Basically, that's what happened.
Came back a little lively because they needed to spice up the evening.
It's great.
I'm gonna have to Hendon mob it.
It wasn't. No, I was thinking. All right, Savio catches a piece, but Hutch the favourite. The open end up and overs to the pair.
Send you a link, Tyler.
All right.
Savio having to check it back with the flop bottom pair, and he falls behind. Ten of spades turn.
It was Ilari.
I thought it might have been. I
Yeah,
I didn't want to say. That's what I thought it was.
Bet 500.
Well, Hutch gonna bet quarter pot with that turn 10. Pretty grim spot for Savio.
Yeah, it's rare you get to this spot and fold a pair when they check the flop, but the things that you're ahead of can be behind a lot by the next card anyway.
have a little look.
Yeah, I don't fault him there. Shouldn't be behind that often. Hutchins could value bet here, targeting a 9 and a 7.
Yeah, a 7's more likely, right? I expect, I mean, I say expect, obviously going to be some balance in here, but Savvy probably bets a 9 on the flop more than a 7, so. Yeah, with all those missed draws, he's going to want to bet them. So throws in a 10 here.
It's a great price, so it's not an easy fold for Savio.
Man, Yoni looks so young here. It's unreal.
Good fold. Good fold.
Yeah, very good.
I think, yeah, I just saw this. Before that hand, I think Hutch asked if you wanted to look at numbers. There we go.
They were talking about, are they going to take a break to do it?
I think they're going to have a little break. Look at the numbers. And see how things break down. This is how it is going on to that break. So it's 10.5 plays 15. So fairly equal. Although that pot might have a big difference on how much money they take if they do a deal now. I do gather, but we are going to go on like on a 9-minute break now. So they will commence in 9 minutes, and we'll try and get the details of any deal if one was done during this break. Or after this break when we come back, guys. So please don't go too far.
This guy's fighting out $377,000 to throw in the old Luxon pay account, Henry. And ping it to the next casino. Just keep spinning it up.
This is dicey. Value position, opening into a couple of stacks that have us covered.
Yeah, Keza likes to play. We saw Romero, very similar decision a moment ago. Queen, oh no, sorry, Dothweiler, Queen Jack off, just quickly folds it when there's an open from early, but Keza gonna call. Now, as it happens, he's in good shape against 7s.
Keza.
But not something we want to be doing. Hurcan, ace 10 offsuit. Squeeze spot, Henry. Against +1 and +2 though. This is a flat spot.
Also, I said he could be in commentary by the time delay catches up. All right, guys. All right. Very funny.
Dothweiler pitching King Queen into the muck on the button to that action. Bekbayev in the big blind with 6-4 suited, and looks like he's folded, Henry. I mean,
no.
This is perhaps why Unichin is raising up here with 7s +1 on that big blind in particular. He's folding the 6-4 suited. Then they're going to attack this one with great frequency. And what a flop we have here. Urkan, the nut heart draw with the ace of hearts. Keza with the second nut flush draw and a gut shot. Unichin 7s, still technically best, but hard for them to put any chips in on this pot.
Could be some Turkey v Turkey violence.
Yeah, I mean, and watch the percentage jump here, Henry, for Urkan when he bets Unichin out this one. It's always nice when you make the better hand fold and the weaker hand call.
Yeah.
It's the dream scenario. And that's what's going to happen here. Look at that. Rockets up to 79%.
I think you're right. I haven't flat called pre with Queen Jack O to fold the King 9-6 mono board. May slow things down.
Oh. Wow, he swiftly checks the Queen of Hearts to Zarkeza.
Wow.
Big bet from Urkan. Snap call. Oh, sees the 10 of spades first. Yeah. Nuts v second nuts. flush. That is, of course, paired board. But
40.
we are playing hold'em. 450 was the bet. He just reached over and grabbed the stack.
New chip daddy.
Go. I mean, the others will be looking at this game, right? Okay, so there was an open under the gun +1. You got the flat from Queen Jack off, an overcall from Ace 10 off. All right. Now, I say just rejam spots, but the likes of James Romero with a big stack who's obviously playing considerably deeper. He had to squeeze them with certain hands. He saw like Duthweiler there, had King Queen offsuit on the button. Folded it. Now he starts thinking, right, okay, what hands am I going to be jamming with that if that happens again, that same action? You know, Unachin popping it up here into Bekbayev's big blind when Bekbayev is folding 6-4 suited from the big. These guys will, I don't find that out on delay in about 35 minutes. So all these things get factored in. Okay. Well, he's running with it, Henry. He's going to try and get this one done in a matter of a couple of hours by the looks of it.
Up the boys. Uh-oh. Hello. The king with the king. Just tell straight away the way Duthweiler just sat up. $375. The new price to play.
Romero.
Go on, James.
Was he? I think he's passed already.
Oh, he's just out of there, just like that folded. Oh, wow.
Bekbayev boat.
Wow.
Again, Henry, just seen okay. Perhaps showing a willingness to get over involved. Pops it up with the chip lead. Duthweiler doesn't have to be this nutted to be raising. Real decision here for Bekbayev.
Yeah, 21 bigs. Can obviously been very active.
Yeah, this is one of your ICM spots, Henry. You think, oh, you can easily be light here, but at the same time.
Wow, he announces all in.
Bekbayev needs an ace or diamonds. Come on, Erkan, don't waste any time. Just let it go. Oh. There we go.
Snap call from the German.
Two kings way in front, Henry. Bekbayev in need of help. Does cover slightly. So won't be eliminated if he loses this one, but will be very, very short, down to just 6 blinds. 5 blinds even, wow. Less. Whew.
One ace already dead. It's a fair flop. I say that about every flop, but
5, 5, 3. Deuce for 4 would give some additional.
yeah.
Hey, 5 gives some additional. What about the running 5s run out, Henry? Well, here we go.
Deuce for a 4.
Life's never easy. There's always a sweat. Duthweiler looking good to get to 2.4 million.
7 outs once.
Clean. It's alright. Survives. Bekbayev, like I say, look at that. Just 4 blinds left. Duthweiler up to 40 bigs and a force.
Once you have entered a game, you can access Wiz by clicking the icon in the top right-hand corner of the screen. As you are playing on the table, each hand you play will be recorded on the My Game Wiz live feed tab. If you click on the chat tab, you will see advice and tips on how you should have played the hand. This is where Wiz comes into its own. In hands you perform badly in, Wiz will show you the action along with the optimal action you should have made. This is how Wiz will transform your poker game. As you play on the table, important hands can be starred. Once starred, they can be filtered for by clicking the star icon. By clicking the arrow next to the hand, you can replay each hand as it happened. Here we'll show you a video of how the hand played out. You can also share the hand on your social media platform of choice. Your hands can also be filtered for by the type of game, the time frame, and the stakes. Once you've played over 100 hands, you can now access your report card. On the report card, you will be given a score based on how you performed in some of the key areas of the game. It will also give you advice on how you can improve your score, and again, you can also filter your report card by type of game, time frame, and the stakes. On the menu in the top right-hand corner of My Game Wiz, you can access things like My Missions. Today's mission is on starting hands and when to raise unopened pots in early and late positions. Your daily missions will be centered around the key aspects of the poker game and the most common mistakes people make when playing. You can also access things like the starting hand charts. Here we'll show you what hands to play and what hands you shouldn't play. This is a great guide for many players who may be overplaying hands. Here you can also access the second.
Welcome back, one and all, to the PPC Malta main event. We are, of course, down to our final two. And, well, it's much more even than it was at the start. Now, I do gather there's been a... Right, there's been a deal, but we don't know the numbers yet. So... they're playing on for some amount and a trophy, which is, as Tyler will tell you, the most important thing when you enter a poker tournament.
Yeah, they did some kind of deal where they're chopping most of the remaining prize pool, and they're still playing for, I think, 13,000 or more plus the trophy. So who knows which matters more? I guess I'd probably rather have 13,000 the trophy, but really, you know, the 13,000 is going to come and go.
They were playing for 30,000. That's the difference between first and second. So, yeah. I suppose 13,000 would make sense if they had to play for 10% of the remaining prize pool, but then that doesn't. That seems like a odd. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing quite sounds right to me.
That's
but
what they said. Yeah, 10%. So 130.
Yeah, but would it be 10% of the difference? I don't know. Anyway, or 10% of first. It'd be a bit weird to play for 10% of first and just in my experience, these deals being done, it's like must leave. I don't know. Anyway, there's a deal being done. They've still got to play it out for the glory and a bit more money, which I suppose doesn't really change too much. Hopefully, it just means they play a little faster, because both have got a little deliberate during that part of the heads up. Understandable, of course.
Yeah, normally once the deal's been hashed out, some of the stress and whatnot is no longer there.
But like I say, if they had to play for 13, I mean they've chopped up 17. Not with the hugest differences. We played 250, 500 now. So although it's even, it's relatively shallow. Savio on the button. Going to complete 10-8 spades. Hutch with Queen 3 suited in the big.
Would really like to see either of these players close it out. I honestly don't have a favorite in this fight. I feel like they both played really well.
Yeah, we haven't seen any blunders or anything. I guess Hutchins misclicked a sizing a couple times, but they were both very reasonable plays besides that.
Couple of back doors. Also queen high.
There's some interesting cards here on the turn.
Oh, Hutchins does pick up his flush draw.
No, pair will have to suffice.
It's plenty strong to get value if Hutchins wanted to bet. You could get a call from a jack, a 6. I don't know, the random 4 that may have been picked up on the turn.
I'm rooting for the check and then the Savio like 1.5x pot. No, but like only he can have ace 10, right? Like Hutchins never has ace 10, so why not go polar?
That is true. We just haven't seen, I don't think we've seen an overbet on the entire final table, let alone heads up.
True. That's true.
Yeah. I think Savio's shown obviously quite he bet big early, didn't he, when Hutch had the deuce. He's shown an understanding of that. He didn't overbet, but
yeah, he has gone very, very small and up to 75%. So
I think from watching them both play today, I'd say Savio has a better grasp, perhaps, of using bet sizing. Because if one were to do it, I'd expect it to be him. Hutch on the button with a hand that would have worked last hand. 10-9.
Oh man, Twitch chats. So your first couple of stints in the commentary booth, Tyler, with Twitch chat.
I've done it a few times. Yeah, it's
different breed.
Yeah.
Hello. Here we go. And this is no more limping pout. I'm going to punish you here with my Jack Deuce.
Wacky Jackson
All
coming
right.
in hot. What a hero.
There we go. That's what we were after. 61k for Hutch, 58k for Savio, and they are indeed playing on for that 13,000 difference. And the trophy, of course. So Hutch can pocket 74 with a win, and Savio 71 with a win.
That's a good one to mix in there from Savio, having one blocker, but still one of the worst hands out there. So it's a good one to mix in for a polarized 3-bet. Or I guess it's just a raise, not a 3-bet.
Right. Yep. Hands that play pretty poorly post, good ones to bluff with pre. PPC trophy sits between these two. Savio limps in this time. Hutch will check the option.
Holmes said give Hutchins a 2v deal. Be straight on the phone to BBC and ITV, boys.
Queen 8 deuce. Gutter for Savio. Hutch king high still best. We'll check over to Savio. He takes a stab and well, it's always annoying to have to fold king high, but this seems like a spot where we can just swallow it. But it's only a third pot. Yeah, he does stick around. All right, we've got the 7 of diamonds. It's quite hard to win this pot, though, I feel, with the king 7 high.
Yeah, Savio has shown that he's not scared to bluff rivers. So even if it goes check here, it is difficult for king 7 to win the pot.
I think this is a really nice spot to actually barrel.
Yeah, agreed.
Have equity blocking the strong Queen X.
We're reaching. No, we didn't bet 150, but 1.5 minutes. There we go. There we go.
Oh, we can pass the gold hat to Savio now.
And you hear that, I think the level's going down to 20 minutes, which is customary again for those who are unfamiliar with party events. Once a deal's been done, the levels get reduced again. So this was an hour-long level final table, half an hour when you get heads up, and then 20 minutes after a deal. Not I think it's going to make too much difference to this one. It's not like we're crazy deep or anything. But
Love seeing Chris Eubanks in the chat referencing the Hutchins Barmy Army in full swing. And
there we go. You can explain what the Barmy Army is, Tyler. Now you know.
Yeah, I got up close and personal with the Barmy Army in Barbados when the West Indies came out to play England cricket, or England came out to play the West Indies cricket. They took over the town.
The Barmy Army.
It's been a while since I've had that reference.
I fit right in with them.
You do in many ways. They probably have the edge on cricket knowledge over you.
They certainly do, but they
They're a
didn't
knowledgeable
really care
bunch.
much.
They're a knowledgeable bunch, though, about cricket. Wow. Here we go. Good game. It's over. I mean, it is over. Let's be honest. It's over. All these chips are going in. They've got the same stack. One of them's going to win the tournament right here.
One would assume.
Unless it comes a 10. 10's the only card that would, I think, change this.
Well, I might get all in right here.
It may well do. Much I think Hutch would call the check raise. But let's see. 1.5 in there. We do have only 10x pot behind, so.
Pop it up to what? 2.2? Call it a day?
Yep. This is so funny as well when you've just done a deal and suddenly... I mean, this doesn't matter because Hutch has got such a strong 10, but you've just done a deal and suddenly someone starts check raising. You just convince yourself, they're probably just messing around now anyway. It's so much easier to get it in. Not that this would go in anyway, but...
Yeah, the flush draws are much more likely to get it in after a deal.
Yeah.
That's very true. That's very... YOLO!
No, they'll double check. Yep, I have flop bottom 2. He might have heard you, Henry. He's made you a liar by 50k, Henry, I think.
It's alright, mate. I'll sleep.
Now, this isn't for Hutch, guys. We, I assume we're still pretty deep. I mean, limp pot. Are we just cool here?
I kind of like putting it in because if you are getting check raised by a hand like Queen 10 or Jack 10, there's a lot of cards that are going to scare them off. Denying equity to a hand like Ace 5 is fine too.
Yeah, I like that.
Probably just going to get it in against a flush. I don't think they're going anywhere, but I mean, you got enough.
Yeah, I think there's worse 10x to get value from, and yeah, like you already said, there's plenty of draws that we want to protect against.
He's just kind of cool. I like this, I think. Well, so huge pot, 6 million chips in the mid. Bar a scary card. There are plenty of those.
It always just comes like 9-9, doesn't it?
Comes a red 9. I think it is game over. The spade could slow things down here. Well, there we go. There's the Queen of Spades. It's a pretty grim card for both to see. Savio feeling a bit vulnerable out position when check raise get called on this flop and spade rolls off. And when the flop he's thinking 10 deuce 4, this is beautiful. Just put some nonsense out there, like a little red 8, and I'll potentially win the tournament. But you put the Queen of Spades down and things get a lot more difficult.
Very gonna like that.
Yeah, like a bit more of a blocking size now, isn't it?
I still think Hutchins could go broke here, you know. Actually, no. Given the way they've played up until now, maybe not.
The small size here might keep Hutchins involved. Oh,
wow.
They're down.
Sicko.
Wow.
Sicko. Go on, kid.
Good fold.
Get it done.
I would call that. That's right.
Well, I was trying to listen in. Well. The deck saves Hutch. Yeah, I'm not sure we can quite fold there. I mean, boys, I mean, our opponent's got some of those gut shots with a spade that might check raise flop. Probably fire again. Who knows? 2-1 lead though is now the other direction.
I think before a lot of solver work, almost nobody was check raising just 10x on that board, the 10-4 deuce, like the 10-9, 10-8, 10 jack. You weren't seeing check raises out of those hands very often, but the solvers tell you to, so people are doing that a little bit more.
Talk to Dempsey too long about solvers, Tyler, and he may not show up to your wedding, mate.
Yeah, they're frustrating for me too, but you got to put the work in just to know what the other guys are doing, even if you're not doing it.
There we go. There we go. Look at this. All smiles. Started the heads up match with what, about 4 million in chips? Maybe 5 million? Certainly went down to 4 million.
Yeah, it's just thinking how long-winded this has been, considering that with like what 6 left. Was it 6 left or
4 left?
4 left. Could have had, what was it, 18 million of the chips in play?
Yeah. If he'd held with his ace queen v ace 9 after a brick flop, he would have had more chips than he has now. And that was hours ago.
What was hours ago?
A limp from Hutch. May see Xavier pop this up from the big. Eight for deuce.
Very passive on the button, both of these guys. There's a world I can think of where this just goes in pre, like.
You're right. Patch just bet when checked it. Will Xavier want to stick around with a king high? No.
Good fold.
Ace on the turn, thank you very much. It's oh god, I can't today.
I appreciate that one too.
That is so good. That's Dempsey's over it. It's like, what time is it where you are, Debs?
Good. Coming to 9 o'clock. Hutch will check his option with 8 deuce, 20 bigs. And well, flops a piece of king 9-8.
Yeah.
What's Savio liking this one the most, I'd imagine?
It flops an annoying piece as well. It's one of those ones where you feel inclined to call 1, maybe even call 2 on brick turns, and then really struggle to face heat on the river when facing the triple. Maybe even a candidate to check raise. I don't know, Tyler. You've spent more time in Silver Jail than me.
Possibly. I would have to do more work on that one. It doesn't look right to me, but it easily could be. But the bet here from Savio is kind of interesting because he's not getting any better to fold, but it is just the best hand a ton.
Oh, you know what? Let's pull up the solver right now.
I'm not the best hand to fold on the flop, Tyler, but we can go blasting. We like blasting. I mean, get some worse to call. Some straight draws.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind the bet at all on the flop from Savio.
Don't mind it now.
Hello. The only thing is like, are we putting in small blind versus big blind ranges? Or
my real question is, Henry, can we see just the Hutch check rip here? Just the, just the blast it off. Well, we'll see the check first. I think somebody too quickly in this match.
Yeah, I mean, a tiny blocking bet here makes some sense.
Right, it's got gone.
Wow.
It's gone big. That's a really curious.
I don't even know if it's a bluff or a value bet.
Right. Is that trying to make a 9-fold and say you've got a 10? I don't. Yeah, I don't. That seems bizarre. Wow, that's confused me somewhat, boys.
I was in a pot with almost exactly this board against Feraldo years ago where he made a strange bet that was, I don't know, maybe a bluff, maybe a value bet with like an ace-9 here. I had queen jack and jammed, and maybe he was bluffing at first, but then he talked himself into calling.
That sounds like a Ferrado hand.
It was almost, I think it was exactly that board.
Rather peculiar. There we go. Savio stretches further ahead. Like I say, though, he has fewer chips than Hutch has now, so certainly possible it swings back around.
Funnily enough, Queen Jack actually wants to bet one big, like a third of the time, and then check 2/3 of the time.
Okay.
And then the 8 deuce is actually raising a bunch.
Wow. Yeah, those are the most surprising spots. Exactly that.
So the 8 deuce with the
with the club.
Yeah, it's raising to like 2.8 big blinds, like 36% of the time.
Yeah. Okay.
And then calling, yeah, the rest of the time. Wow.
More TBC coming in with the question that really matters for those that weren't with us last night. In fact, Henry, were you with me at this point, or was this when Jack was in the booth?
Yeah, past 2 a.m. It was this time last night.
No, but he wants to know which room Godzilla would keep his PPC trophy in. I don't know if you.
Oh
yeah,
that
was in the Godzilla chat, or that was Jack. I can't remember.
No, it was me that started it.
Oh yeah, oh that's right.
Wow, thanks, mate.
That's right.
Jeez, glad to you.
Is this the opening line of a joke? I don't understand.
Oh, we had a long. I did a lot of research yesterday into Godzilla. I don't really know how it all began, but oh, here we go. Top pair for Savio, overs and flush draw for Hutch in a raised pot.
My friend James Dempsey would say, "It's over, folks. This is it. It's all going in right here."
All right, it's going in here, Tyler. It's all over. It's not all over because the chips might just switch around.
Could be all over.
I think Hutch has come all this way to miss this.
650.
Thank you, Warlord. Exactly. If you keep calling it all over, eventually you'll be right. Exactly. He may be over here. Who knows? 650 the bet from Hutch. Does Savio just take this upstairs?
Yeah. Again, one of those types of hands that don't really want to see many runouts that you're going to be happy to cool down with. Getting a bit of protection from a hand like this makes sense. And Hutch is gonna need help.
It's not the hardest hand to hit, though. See, they're 51% favourite.
And you could be up against smaller flush draws. You could possibly get a fold from a raise here. I think Hutchins probably got to just put it in.
Right. And King High. I think King High draw would just pile in.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Tyler. The fold equity of jamming, I think, leans me towards wanting to pile this in. Even if we just pick up the hand right here, right now, like 20% of the time, which is probably more than that. It's a huge pickup, back up to 10 mil.
I'm all in.
Does move it all in. Maybe a little shake of the head, but 5 mil more. We're playing.
I like the reaction though. You can see it. It's like, oh no, why'd I raise?
Yeah. Makes the call. We're flipping for the trophy. Savio has a life behind, of course, covering his opponent. Hutch will need to hit to stay alive. It does seem fair. Who's it going to be? Well, there we go.
That's one way to do it.
Savio's still alive, of course. 7. We'll get him home. Otherwise, the stacks will switch once more. They do. Savio down to 10. Hutch up to 15. Right where they were when they did the deal, gents, I think. It was exactly this spot. Breathe, Hutch, breathe.
What would you rather, chat? Turn the jack or turn the flush?
Jack.
Yeah, gonna have to go with Jack.
Yeah, definitely.
Half the outs. Back to the drawing board. Well, not drawing board, but he's still way more than he started the heads-up match with. Still anyone's game.
Turn the flush, 10 of spades. Always a sweat. 10 of clubs, you mean?
10 of clubs, 10 of clubs.
Not even. Oh, 3-6. Shallow, shallow, shallow.
16 effective. So much value in these low buy-in live events. Qualify for $100, go home with 80k. Obviously, it's like navigating a minefield just to get here, but still.
Yeah, you got to fade the Rossies of the world.
Well, that's the thing. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of people. It's like an affordable buy-in range where people can just come and have fun.
Yeah, that's a good point. Not everybody is here to eke out every edge, even if they're they're not trying to use every skill advantage that they have. Maybe they're just there to have fun.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
So, well, as this thing goes on, I assume it's actually going to limp. Tyler, anything coming up for you? You're obviously in Vegas. Any live events on this week or next that you're going to?
Nah, just this week, as I'm only here just moving in, and then we're back in Barbados to the wedding, and then not to the wedding, to the World Series.
Right.
So yeah, no, I mean I'll play some of the things online when I get back to Barbados too.
Oh, so you haven't actually moved yet. You're in the process of moving, but you're still living in Barbados.
Yeah, living full time in Barbados. We're here in Vegas this week. I'm in the house that we're moving into right now, but in the process.
Okay. Fun summer coming up for Tyler then.
I mean, it's going to be wild. Yeah, the World
Wedding,
Series at a
house
new venue.
Yeah.
How about the new venue? You guys excited about that for the World Series?
Oh, well, like I said the other day, I am, apart from, we'd got used to the old one, Tyler. We had our secret parking spaces. We had all ways in, windows to buy in at, all sorts now. Now we've got to start from scratch.
And we also have to deal with them starting from scratch. There's going to be some growing pains in year one, I'm sure.
Although, as you pointed out the other day, the inside line might be monorailing in, which I just get really excited about. Being a monorail to the tournament is like, it's going to be awesome.
Tyler, if you had to pick one event from the series that you think you'd have the best chance of winning a bracelet in, what event would it be?
Well, geez, I guess if it was really just the best chance to win a bracelet, I'm an odds guy, so I would just go with some massive high roller with 100 players where I'm, maybe somewhere in the middle of the field as far as skill goes. But surprisingly, I played I'm going to do a little self-promotion here. I won the PL08 1500 years ago when I wasn't going to play it because it's not a game that I know that well. I played some cash. I never even played a PL08 tournament, but PL08 affords an extreme skill advantage over the bottom half of the field. So
yeah,
I was really surprised to even learn that. I mean, I kind of knew that from cash, but didn't expect it to translate into tournaments so well. And so, I don't know, maybe that would be it. Maybe one of the PL08s.
Basically, what I'm trying to get at is I would like to buy 10% of like whatever event you think you have like the best chance of.
The one drop.
Obviously, it has to be an event that you're going to play. But no, I was thinking like because you mentioned PL08, not PLO itself, because there's like a couple of like mixed events, right?
Yeah, there are.
Like
There's a couple.
Half Hold'em, half PLO.
Yes.
Yeah, they're fun.
There is. That's a good one. And I think it's a little bit higher buy-in, so there's less players, like 2,500 maybe. So that one only gets 600 or 700, so it's a chance. There's a reasonable shot at a bracelet there.
Yeah, just bin all the Hold'em regs. It'd be so fun.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, there's guys who play only PLO who will have some big holes in the hold'em section.
Nope. Hutch was playing with his chips, but then checked it back. Yeah, that was pretty fun. You winning that one, Tyler. It was good times. See, the friend I am, when I was on your rail, I cheered for you. Just, I didn't root for your opponent or anything like that.
Right. That's actually how I met James Dempsey. I was on the rail of his heads up, his bracelet win. I was rooting for the other guy.
That's brilliant.
I mean, there's a friend of mine from Oregon who's he's a splashy player. He's a fun guy to root for. And,
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I really enjoyed Dempsey's rail. It was my introduction to a British rail. You had a lot of friends there singing songs and throwing shoes and stuff.
The Barmy Army.
Yeah, it was fun.
Who did you have on? Like Mormon and the lads? Yeah.
He was there. Midi at the Rutters. This was going back a while back. So I think it was Jake there, Toby, maybe. I can't remember. I can't remember all that were there. It was a long time ago. A lot of fun. Well, were there any deals, TBCRs? Yes, there was. It was 61k for this man, 58 for Savio, and they're playing for remaining 13,000. Yeah, Henry, your turn this year.
No, I'm skipping, mate. I'm gonna come out for the main, I think.
Oh well, that's quite a good one. That's quite a good one to win then. If you're going to win one, I suppose, win the main.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'll play it. I think I'm just gonna come out for the main. Firstly, just because I like buying small pieces, and any deep run morale's just absolutely ripping through the roof. I had a sick sweat in November. Fell short by a couple of tables. Had a couple of sweats in November, actually. But yeah, maybe jump in the main.
Betting the open ender. Hutch. Backdoor clubs, overcard. Backdoor straight down the bottom as well. Does decide to stick around. Savia, fire another bullet at this one.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out if he does or not. Are there a lot of calls that Hutchins has that he can fold now? Probably are.
Yeah.
Some wheels, some gutters. Maybe a 3.
Pretty big? Yeah, here we go. It's going to get pretty big. Come on, my boy. Let's see it. Just let people show in all the heart. Nice, 2/3 or so. A little bit bigger. And that will certainly make the Queen 6 fold. Oh yeah, Tyler. I think like I'm owed a World Series celebration as well from Nori from last year. So.
Yeah, it was a little tame from him last year. It was a little weird timing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, what's this? So what if one of your group win a bracelet, they have to take everyone else out? Or?
Well, I mean, that's a given, but it wasn't anything in particular. But one of our good friends won a bracelet, and obviously I was unfortunately not able to be there. So
he won the monster stack, one of the biggest prize pools.
The monster won the monster stack.
Tyler, are you going to play the monster stack?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's one of the best.
would you be interested in selling me 10%?
We'll have to talk down the line, but I have a long-term thing, so probably not, but we can figure something out.
All right.
Yeah, it was
even if it's a 1% sweat, I'll be happy.
Sure.
We had the WhatsApp group that Tyler was referring to earlier with the monster mistakes and stuff. Was Nori was in there, and he was one of the proponents of. But for years we were like calling it the Nori tournament and stuff, just making out that it's kind of a dumb tournament that he would win and it's impossible to win, and then he goes and actually wins it. It's just like,
no.
And he got deep in it twice. He got down to the last 1% like twice before, hasn't he, as well?
Yeah, and he's a mixed game guy. He's not even a hold'em guy. Yeah. I mean, he's good at hold'em too, but that's not his thing.
Wow, that's pretty sick.
Yeah, twice got really deep in it and then goes and wins it. Baller.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to do during the summer, Tyler, is just to have small sweats and scroll through poker news.
Yeah, that's definitely fun.
And then spend money in my head before they've even won it. Especially in the main. Mate, honestly, I was heartbreaking. Like 3 tables left, I got pieces of like, it doesn't even matter how many pieces I had. I was just like, wow, like if I just sun run this, like we're talking a hefty 6-figure payout.
Savio winning 3rd on the turn. Hutch.
Hutch
cool with the 4 high. I like this. He's check back the flop. Cool with the turn, then can still have loads of bluffs on the river should he choose to. I don't think it's going to work though because Savio actually has it. Well, it being a 6. Of course, he could go big and check 2. That'd be fun. Go after a 6. We haven't seen a Nova bet yet, but what about here?
Red triangle, please, dealer.
That would be an Nova bet.
He's capped himself. Like he's checked river. Like he's just capped.
Yeah.
He never has a deuce. We have all the traps.
Oh, we can't check by 4 high.
Well, it wasn't going to work, so it's...
Of course it was. Just bet 5 million. What are they going to do?
I mean...
Actually, I like Henry's idea more. Just rip it.
Wacky Jackson said, live reporting off your stream, guys. Well done. If any of you are in Malta this month, you're welcome to join me in the booth. Love the banter and the strap. Cheers, Wacky Jackson. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Right.
Glad you're enjoying the stream.
So imagine if your job was to sit there, watch us, listen to us talk nonsense, and then just write up what you see and try and be coherent. It's like... That's a warrior right there.
So 2, 4, 6, 8 million.
2, 4, 6, 8.
That was some sort of count. Like Hutch just got the kings. Savio's going. How many chips you got?
10.2.
You know that
you like hearing that when you got the 5 when you got the kings. You got. How much do you want me to have? That's how many I've got.
Can we add on?
Whatever the customer wants, and then you just get a walk.
Yeah. You have a 6th sense.
Henry, you started the 2468 chant, and I've heard you are a PLO player. There's not a lot of named hands in PLO because you got 4 cards, but the 2468 is the cheerleader.
Okay, that makes sense. Never heard of that one before.
Tyler,
More TBC asking the important questions.
Tyler, obviously, there's some name hands in Hold'em that the people aren't so aware of, and I have tried to spread the love on this raid channel before about the barking shark. I think I've confused Henry a couple of times with the barking shark.
You do love the barking shark.
I've been waiting for someone to have the barking shark today, and it just hasn't happened.
It's always making stuff up, mate. That's why.
The blinds up 4-8. Is that right? Wow. Okay.
The barking shark is a really good one because it really does look like it after you hear it. Because the 3 looks like a barking mouth, and the 7 is clearly a shark fin. So the 7-3 is a very good barking shark. But you don't know it until you hear it. Like no
Until
one
you see
sees it.
You need to see it. The barking shark. Savio turning a 10. Sends it on over to Hutch. Hutch declines the opportunity to have a stab. Checks back. And well, Savio might get a blind here. Might get more than a blind.
Yeah. You can get the whole 1.8 or 2 million that he's going to bet here. I think Hutch is going to find a call with King High.
I just want to see a pot size bet, boys. That's all I'm asking for.
I mean, he is only targeting a 4 in King High, so he is probably going to go small.
Got him.
That was good. The 1 blind.
So Savio regaining the chip lead. They switched it around a couple of times. A little 3-2 chip lead. Hutchins started off with the lead when they started looking at numbers.
Henry, I have another named PLO hand for you.
Oh, yeah.
It only works in a 4-color deck because you need blue and green suited queens. Because if you have blue and green suited queens, you have the Zoe Saldana because she was blue in Avatar and green in Guardians of the Galaxy.
My word. He's lost it.
That's really good.
It is quite.
You kind of have to be a sci-fi movie nerd fan a little bit to get it. But
yeah, I mean, I never heard of her, but I'm familiar with the film.
Oh, she's amazing, mate. Yeah,
she is great.
Oh, all in from Savio, from the button with the 7-6 suited. Hutch makes the very, very simple call with the queens. Well, they're green and blue. I've just learned about this.
9.2. Actually, not including that.
Yeah, 9.2.
Guess it works in Hold'em
already
too.
in that. So
yeah, I was
we
about
go.
to say, don't count out just yet.
A 7. Got 2 outs.
Reasons.
You know, that second ace really slowed it down.
Just a 7 for Savio, but at least he's live Hunter's River. 7 to win the title. If not, he'll be 5-1, 4-1 underdog, pardon me. And that is the situation. Hutch up to 20 mil. Back to where they started the heads-up match. Some time ago. And, well, Savio with just, what, 5 or 6 blinds left. It's going to be a little bit harder maybe this time to get back into it. I can't believe, Tyler, you told me that story and then there we go. There they are.
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
Well, yeah.
It's incredible. I've been waiting for the barking shark all day. You get this first hand, and yours is specific to 2 exact cards.
That is special. Yeah, you can't just break that out anywhere because you know your audience isn't always going to get it, you know. But every once in a while, you get the right audience for a Zoe Saldana.
Well, our audience is, of course, so knowledgeable. They're straight on it. We got the smartest rail in poker.
The only reason I know it is because it's like the only Marvel movie that I've watched apart from like Iron Man. Yeah, it's a great movie.
I like Guardians. Yeah, I'm not a huge Marvel fan, but I like them. That one's pretty funny.
Sorry, it does matter.
I am Groot.
It's a good character.
No spin for Savio here.
Now it's actually going to be more fun.
What, because there's no decisions?
Oh man, imagine having the group of friends that Hutch has got in the Twitch chat. They're solid rail, I must say. Well played, guys. Very well played. Made me chuckle on several occasions.
No, here we go. King 9 for Savio. Ace 8 for Hutch. We're seeing 5.
Seems like it should be enough here.
The boys in the background have got the beers out. Everyone's ready to go celebrate. He's live. He's our man Savio.
2 live cards.
60-40 for the PPC Malta title.
A handsome trinket.
It is a beautiful little trinket. Tyler Patterson approved. It's Hutch taking the trophy back to the UK. So far, so good. Deuce, Jack. Savio can, of course, pick up some additional with a queen or a 10. Otherwise, it will be a king or 9 required as we head to the turn. One safe card away from victory. Looks up. Fingers and toes crossed. And he does it. Hutch falls to the floor. He falls to the floor.
Love it.
Great absolute legend.
I think these two are very much worthy of being the final two in today's tournament. They both played fantastically well on this round.
In for 109.
Cool. Yeah,
out
exactly.
for 74,000. What a boss.
It is exactly that. Ollie Hutchins in for 109. Out with the trophy. There we go. You can tell, boys, it means stuff. It means a lot.
Great reaction.
Huge payday. So 61K, I believe, in the chop. Additional 13. And the trophy, which may in the years to come mean a little bit more.
Yeah, casual 680 buy-ins. What a lad.
We can send you.
Christian on hand. It's all my director to congratulate our champion. And I'll be honest, I'm not sure how long we've got left to the end of this, so I just want to thank you, Tyler, again for coming in once more to help us out with commentary on this event.
Yeah, sure. Good times. Nice to meet you, Henry. I'll see you around, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, it's a ton of fun, man. Really appreciate the banter and the lightheartedness of it all.
Yeah, fun times.
And yeah, shout out to Oliver, by the way. Like, I really feel like he pulled off a clutch final table performance, especially given that he had chip leader on his left, 6, 7, 8-handed. I just really waited it out and took his spots, and yeah, amazing story, obviously, to turn 109 into a trophy and a very healthy 5-figure score.
Yeah, change gears just at the right time. There you go. Confirmation of the earlier payouts for those who weren't here. Jin Chung Yu, 30k. Massimo Rossi, 20. Wow was the fan favorite at the time, out in 5th, and Federico out in 6th. And of course, those payouts were the original payouts, not reflecting the deal that was done. Well, Henry, cheers again to you. Another fantastic festival in the can for us here on the Party Poker channel.
Yeah, nice. Until next time, Dempsey.
Yes, indeed, boys and girls, everyone watching. It's been great to see you all, and it won't be as long to wait until the next time. I can promise you that. But thanks for tuning in, and congratulations to all our winners this week, but especially Oliver Hutchins, the main event champion. All right, guys, goodbye.